Magnus Carlsen gets the Armageddon victory over Hikaru Nakamura. He leads them all here at the Champions Chess Tour Finals, but right behind him is the man who loves the flow from Toronto. That's Wesley So. But perhaps the biggest story of all was the youngster, Denis Lazavik, getting his first match victory. And speaking of youngsters, Nodirbek Abdusattorov gets 2 match victories. It's the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Final right now.
You've heard the sayings, the road less traveled, rubber meets the road, I'm on the road to nowhere. That need to get up and go, to just shut up and drive to parts unknown. It's in our DNA. But this road has an end, and the beginning, well, let's throw that in reverse.
It's over. We have a winner, Magnus Carlsen.
What has this kid got in store?
He might.
One-move checkmate.
There's been curves, hills, corners, and even a breakdown or two.
The game is over.
That's a wrap.
We see a reaction. Magnus is
Magnus, mouse slipped.
Oh my gosh, look at Jordan's face.
Some have pulled over, but some
What is he doing?
slammed that foot to the floor and just kept going.
Any second now, Hikaru Nakamura is the winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman. He wins the AI Cup.
After 6 stops along the way, it's time for the greatest proving ground in online chess to drop that final pin in the GPS. Destination, Toronto, Canada. 8 players from all 4 corners of the globe descend on the Queen City with one goal: to prove who the one true king of online chess really is.
I think this is the strongest final there's ever been.
I know that it will not be easy.
It's nice to play in top tournament.
Magnus will want revenge. It's my last tournament of the year. I'm a bit desperate to end it well.
It's having the opportunity to play against the best players in the world. It's always a challenge, and I enjoy it.
It's going to be a very close fight. It's going to be very exciting.
Live from Toronto, Canada, this is the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals, and it starts now.
We are back again in a city that is quickly becoming one of the capitals of the chess world. Why is every downtown always under construction? The world may never know, but the chess has been under construction, and it will be all week here in Toronto as the Champions Chess Tour Final. Round 5 today gets underway. We bring you inside the playing hall once again, Danny Wrench, alongside the legend James Canty. We're about to throw down on a day that has stakes higher than ever.
Today could be someone's last day. 2 of them, maybe more. But of course, at the same time, guys, this is a very, very important day, Danny. You can go home. I don't want to go home, Danny. I want to stay here.
Lucky you don't have to go home. But 2 of the players could be going home today. And I don't know that everyone watching at home fully appreciates that. The format has been getting a lot of compliments, the excitement, the way it breaks down. But today is so big. We're going to get into it and, of course, preview everything. But before we do, we always welcome the 3rd member of our crew. She is here. She is standing by. She is Kaya.
Yep. Hey, Danny. Still 4 boards, 8 chairs left here in the venue. Looking great, as always. But we do know 6 players are fighting to not be one of those 2 players knocked out after the round robin. So I do think we could see some blood splashed out on these boards today. I am also hoping a little bit that the players have been frantically, last minute, practicing the newest Chessable course coming out today. It's our very own James Canty's course on the Joe Bava London. Big day for you, James.
In fact, it did take me like 9 months to make the course. I know you had a baby recently, Kaya, so you know.
Are you comparing a Chessable course to
I mean,
having a baby?
Months, yeah,
Did you also throw up every day, James?
I mean, no, wait. No, I didn't.
Might be a little tougher. Shout out to baby Max, by the way.
I didn't do that. Okay.
Yeah, basically birthing your Joe Bava London course today. Shout out to all the mothers out there. It's going to be a cool day here in the finals. And yesterday had some action. So let's go back to day 2 in the CCT Finals.
And there it is. There's that knight sacrifice. It couldn't be captured. And Hikaru, he attacks the black queen. The queen goes all the way back to the corner, keeping an eye at the square in front of the white king.
And it's blocked.
Yeah, blocks it out. Again, dominance on the 7th rank and blunder from Firouzja.
Hikaru Nakamura with a big turnaround, about to take the lead in his match.
what a tactical flurry that was. Nakamura really upping the pace, turning on the style. And yeah, this is a decisive material advantage. You're also landing potentially a checkmating attack. And we see a handshake.
That is resigns by Alireza. Hikaru Nakamura relieved after his first win.
All of Magnus's pieces are doing something here, and now files are opening in front of Fabi's king. So he stole a pawn, but he opened a file. So the F file is open, the G file as well, and maybe this knight on E7 can go, queen B1 instead.
That is stunning.
Take my queen and give me a new one, please.
And on the way, give your rook as well. And Fabi panicking there, doesn't make his move in time.
It looks like his clock is on 0, Tanya. He ran out of time, but it was a lost position anyway.
Oh, look at the position. Hikaru is losing as we tune in, as Magnus breaks that little pawn chain there, steals the rook pawn. So now he'll have a pass pawn on opposite sides of the board. That's going to be too much for the black's pieces to deal with.
And 4 seconds for Hikaru. He has to make a move. Whoa.
Magnus is playing surprisingly slowly, but Hikaru...
Look at that speed.
He's trying to pre-move, but he's running out of time.
There's no mouse.
There's no mouse, and okay, Hikaru resigns.
Handshakes, and Magnus Carlsen does it, takes it in the Armageddon.
You know, if anybody could pre-move over the board, it probably is Hikaru Nakamura, but unfortunately, it was not enough to hold on against the top Norwegian. He is the GOAT for a reason. He's doing Magnus things. Him and Wesley So might punch their ticket directly to the semifinals before the day is through. But a reminder, we do have one more round of round-robin play. That kicks things off tomorrow. But if the standings stay the way they are, Canty, Hikaru and Firouzja, of all people, would go home.
You know, that's really crazy to even think about, with Firouzja and Hikaru going home. Like, at the bottom right now, I mean, Denis Lazavik and Nodirbek, that were not really people's picks, are if it ended today, they would go home. Hikaru and Alireza. That's crazy. It's usually Magnus, Wesley, and Hikaru or Alireza. They're at the bottom right now. This is a really
The stakes are so high. Again, we may not have full clarity, but we could. So you're going to want to stay here all day, no matter what. Again, we have the last round of the round robin tomorrow before the survival stage kicks off. I'll remind you of the format in a little bit. But let's go back to Magnus Carlsen. As we said, he's doing Magnus things. The guy, he just wins a lot of chess games against everybody he plays.
Everything and everyone, in fact, right? We just see it time and time again. He's a GOAT for the reason, greatest of all time, having the highest FIDE Classical rating ever in the history of the game.
It's crazy. It's crazy how good he is. There's a reason his peers said that maybe a 50% odds to start was too low. You see him playing the most accurate brand of chess of anyone here in Toronto, even more accurate than the so solid Wesley So, Canty.
Wesley Soranto, in fact, is what they call him. But here, I mean, Magnus, even he said it yesterday himself. He was like, hey, if I'm playing good, if I'm in good form, he's basically unstoppable. Only person that stops him is himself.
Well, and he said it. Wesley said it in the interview, which is weird to say right before you play the man. We'll see what kind of mindset Wesley's in today. But yeah, usually he has to worry about his own form. One thing I loved about that graphic is only Magnus and Nodirbek have yet to blunder. They have not blundered, and that's a move, according to our game review stats, usually that changes the eval by about a pawn or so. So they have not made a single blunder here. It's crazy. You know what we think about Magnus. We're going to throw to Kaya, who caught up with a lot of the players, and we'll let her intro what the players thought about Magnus.
Yeah, Danny, I've actually taken a seat in Magnus Carlsen's chair for the day. It's super comfortable. Shout out to Secret Lab for providing just the most comfortable chairs for playing chess. Sitting across from Magnus here in round 5 will be Wesley So. So these are the two players on top of the table right now. And Wesley So, he has huge respect for Magnus Carlsen, of course, always has a lot of nice things to say about Magnus. But when I did sit down with the players a couple of days ago before the tournament started, well, Wesley So, he's questioning Magnus Carlsen's motivation.
So first of all, what is your take on Magnus Carlsen?
Growing up, he was my idol because when I started playing chess, he became world champion 2013. It's always pretty cool. I play against him, and I'm happy that I managed to be quickly in the top so I could compete against him. So he's really exceptional player and amazing champion.
I mean, he still is the best player by far, I would say. I don't think he's motivated in chess as he once used to be.
And Magnus Carlsen is, of course, he's incredibly strong. It's very hard to play against him.
Well, Magnus Carlsen could definitely be considered the greatest player of all time, or at least in a close battle with Gary Kasparov.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to play against him, see his form, and hopefully Lazavik can put up a good fight and maybe beat him.
The difference between me and Magnus was like 300 tour points, so it means a lot.
So I think that speaks for itself, as people like to say.
Well, I have to say, so far it has looked like Magnus Carlsen is motivated to give us his very best chess. I'm going to throw it back to Danny before Magnus comes and kicks me out of this chair. Back to you, Danny.
You don't want to be in that man's chair as he sits off against Wesley So, but we will have 6 other players sitting in chairs. You got Nakamura, Abdusattorov, Lazavik, Caruana, and Firouzja, Vachier-Lagrave all in this round, Canty.
Absolutely. I mean, they're going to be fighting. It's going to be a lot, like as Kaya said, it's going to be blood on the board. I mean, because today's the last day. You want to prove yourself. You want to get those points. Everything matters. I don't want to go home. There's a lot of emotions, and then there's a lot of chess, and a lot of you have to get it done today.
Speaking of needing points, we know that Hikaru Nakamura needs them right now, probably more than anyone. I think it's been on the other side one of the biggest surprises, and that's because he has so many fans. He's struggled so far.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, it's tough because seeing Hikaru at the bottom there is never a thing that you ever see. Even Alireza as well. So having Nodirbek and Lazavik, especially if they get some confidence, I mean, who knows what could actually happen today? They're going to have to find the form today and now.
Speaking of Nodirbek, we go to the tail of the tape. Hikaru will be facing off against Nodirbek today. And, of course, that matchup has one player who won 2 matches yesterday, and Nodirbek at 19 years of age. Hikaru Nakamura, we know that he comes after Magnus in many people's eyes for a reason. Will he come after Magnus and everyone else by getting some wins strung together here in Toronto? We don't know yet. We know he's going to have to do it against one of the hottest rising stars, a World Rapid champion. And speaking of that World Rapid champion, I had a chance to catch up with him before everything got underway. And, well, let's let you see a little bit of a snippet of that before the full interview hits the media that is social. I caught up with Nodirbek. Here it was.
What's your favorite first move?
E4.
Why?
Because I've played many games. I like the positions after E4.
Were you ever a D4 player?
Yeah. I recently switched to D4.
Yeah. When did that happen?
This year.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah.
And why?
No, I played too many E4 games, so I switched to D4, and I also sometimes play C4.
Was that like a preparation thing because you broke to like higher levels and you wanted to just be harder to prepare for?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Was that on coach's advice?
Yeah, that's the idea.
When did you learn how to play chess? And tell me that story. Who taught you to play chess? Is it a family thing? And take me back into the Nodirbek when he first learned the game.
Yeah, when I was 4 years old, my father taught me how to play chess, and taught me about basics of chess, how to move. Bit by bit, I started to play with him and managed to.
You beat him? Okay.
Yeah.
How long did that take?
I think more than a half year.
Okay.
Yeah. So after that, he got that I have a special talent for chess. So he brought me to the coach. I had my first big achievements with him, as I got couple of medals in Asian Championships. Then after that, from 2012, I started to work with Grandmaster Dmitry Kayumov. I became Grandmaster with his help.
What are your goals now?
To reach at least 2800, and to, of course, one day to become world champion.
Right.
I know we got into a lot of chess there in that preview, but you're going to want to see the full interview. We talk about his family, his hopes, his dreams. Nodirbek shared a lot with us, and I can't wait for everyone to check out the full thing. But all right, Candy, we got a couple of the matches we need to get into. Let's dive right into the one with the youngster who got his first win yesterday, taking on Fabiano Caruana, who after winning 2 matches, struggled big time on day 2.
Man, if I'm feeling like Den last year, I took down MVL yesterday. That's a very big feat. I'm feeling great if I'm Denis here. Fabi, okay, went 0-2 yesterday, not the greatest. So I'm going to have to bounce back really strong and right now if I'm Fabi.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 players maybe going different directions. Which one will keep the momentum or turn the momentum around? We're going to find out. And again, speaking of players who want to turn their direction around, the last matchup we haven't looked at yet is Alireza Firouzja versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I feel like both of these guys have played better chess than the score shows so far. I really mean that. But your thoughts on MVL and Firouzja, their mindset they need to have today after both players lost both matches yesterday?
Yeah, especially you have to get over that, hey, I lost the match. Today's a new one. We both lost together. You know what? Hey, we'll just put these losses together and try to switch them into wins, right? But it's going to be difficult to do because only one is going to win now. When MVL lost to Lazavik, which is tough because that's the lowest rated player in the field, so you got to get over that one. Firouzja's like, okay, cool, made it to some Armageddons. Things are here. Hopefully it goes well today. It's going to be sharp for sure, though. Very sharp.
Time is running out. Again, for fans who might be just tuning in, the stakes are higher than ever, as we've talked about. The format is an exciting one. People have been loving it. 2 players will not be moving on to the survival stage. Let's let the video take it away and remind you of just how things are going down here at the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are here. 8 players who have earned their spot will face off in an epic battle to determine who will be this year's Champion of Champions. Up for grabs will be $500,000 in prizes, with first place taking home $200,000 for the victory. The action opens with an 8-player round robin. The top 2 finishers advance directly to the semifinals, while the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining 4 players will do battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 champions are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our Champion of Champions.
All right, as the players get set in the playing hall, we've made our way over to what we're now going to be calling the prediction booth. And we're going to dive right into giving you our predictions for round 5. But before we do, I have an update for you on where we stand currently.
Oh, gotta be in first, right? Gotta be.
All right, well, let's let the standings reveal who's in first. That's right. Me and Kaya are tied. I think I would win on tie breaks, Kaya. I think if it ended that way.
Wow, aren't you a chess expert, James?
I mean, yeah, but they checked
I'm
the files.
basing this off feelings.
Let me do the, yeah, y'all rechecking it? Okay, thanks, guys. They're going to do a recheck.
I think it's accurate. I think it's accurate, and I think you still have some time to get back in it, but I think it's accurate. We'll see where it plays out. Frankly, it makes me want to take it a little more seriously.
Same.
I wonder how the fans would be doing at home, but speaking of the fans, before we dive into round 5 predictions, I want to let everyone know the fan zone is completely sold out. We made a call to action to you, the community, to consider buying the very few tickets that remain for Friday. And guess what? Fan zone completely sold out. We're going to see you guys with the chess bras on Friday and Saturday. Players and others will be there. It's going to be awesome. So, fan zone sold out. It's time for round 5 predictions. Let's dive in. All right. We're starting at the top. Magnus Carlsen versus Wesley So. James.
You got to go with Carlsen on this one. Magnus Carlsen, of course, he's showing, the signs of a GOAT, which he always does. So also is playing really good, but Magnus is going to get it.
So I'm no chess expert. I'm basing my predictions off like happiness, smiles, and who has the biggest smile out here? It's Wesley So. So I'm going to say Wesley So in this big one.
What's funny is I debated this back and forth. I think we're looking at the 2 players who are both going to punch their ticket directly to the semifinals. But I actually changed this morning, and I'm also going with So because I feel like in Toronto, the guy just has a specialness about him. Plus, I'm hoping Magnus somehow gets wind of this prediction and it gets under his skin a little bit and we get a real fight. I can't wait to see what happens.
If Magnus wins this, we'll be tied.
All right, that's right. That's right. All right. Nodirbek and Hikaru Abdusattorov versus Nakamura.
I mean, I always pick Nakamura in every situation. He's just my guy, so I got to ride with my guy.
Maybe you're jinxing him because he's struggling right now. Maybe you should pick the other guy.
Maybe I should. But this time, it's a different day. So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, so Abdusattorov, he was in a great mood after some good games yesterday, but I just don't see Hikaru Nakamura not making it through. So my gut feeling says Hikaru Nakamura, actually. Yeah.
I'm also going with Hikaru. I think Hikaru feels confident against Abdusattorov. I think maybe similar to Firouzja, played so many games against him when he was young. He has a little bit of that Magnus edge over them. I think Hikaru has an edge over Firouzja. I think he also has a little bit of an edge over Abdusattorov. So, all right. Our next matchup is Fabiano Caruana versus Denis Lazavik. The youngest player got his first win yesterday. Does he continue?
He's feeling good, but you are going to have to fight Goliath now, or maybe like a step under because of Magnus, but whoever that, maybe Goliath's brother in a way. But of course, Fabiano, I'm going to pick him in this situation.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just putting myself in Denis's shoes. I would just be so happy. I got my match win yesterday. I'm just going to have a good time.
and not bother if I lose one. So Fabiano Caruana.
All right, well, I'm excited because that means I have the hot take. I think Denis Lazavik gets another win. I think that Fabi is going to struggle. He goes 2-0, 0-2. I worry Fabi may not be feeling as fresh as So is here in Toronto, and I think Lazavik is going to surprise everyone and get another dub.
Wow.
All right, last match. Firouzja versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, two players who really struggled yesterday. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm actually going with Firouzja on this one. Of course, MVL did have some problem. He lost to Lazavik. I mean, now Lazavik is the lowest in the field here, but he's the only one to lose to him. So they definitely have to rebound from that. That's going to be tough sometimes mentally. So I'm going to say Firouzja in this one.
Yeah. These two have had some epic battles in the past. In the pre-interviews I did with them, in the sit-down interviews, they had so many kind words about each other. So I'm super excited about this one. I will say MVL. I will say MVL taking this one, yeah.
It's not just because he was mad at me about the predictions yesterday. I do think Firouzja has played better chess here than his results show. Yeah. He's gone to multiple Armageddons. He just feels right on the cusp, and I don't know how he's going to do it, but he is going to turn it around, and I've got Alireza Firouzja taking this match. So there you go. Those are our predictions. Fans, remember, this is your chance to get in the chat, no matter where you're chatting from. Let us know how wrong we are. Let us know how much you miss us doing it right in front of the players. Get involved. But either way, it's now for us to get out of here, to throw it across the pond to Tanya and the boys. They continue to bring the hits. It's round 5 of the Champions Chess Tour. Oslo, take it away.
Hey guys, there's a lot of FOMO watching all of you have so much fun in Toronto right now, but we are on the edge of our seats in our studio in Oslo because today is such a critical day for the players. Some could seal their fate in just a few moments. Games will be underway. 3 games remain in the round robin. 2 will happen today. And for Hikaru Nakamura, a really crucial match coming up, and we are off.
And he's facing somebody who had the best day of all yesterday. Nodirbek Abdusattorov lost his opening 2 matches, and then yesterday he was back with bench. Also, do you see that monitor behind them? I haven't noticed that. Is this the first day where we have move numbers next to the players?
Wow, that's going to give us a helping hand as well as the players. Perhaps it's because in the Armageddon they do get increment after move 60. So just a nice way to keep track of the move count without having to write down on those clunky score sheets.
And for Hikaru Nakamura, who's currently just had 1 match win, how crucial is this game? Nodirbek, he's on 2 points. I think a 50% score today would see him in a good place for the survival stage. But Hikaru, he's in danger zone right now.
Yeah, we saw he had red next to his name because he is in a tie for last place. He and Alireza are in a difficult spot, but he has the opportunity in his hands. He's playing against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And when I look at this position out of the gates, it's not something that we see in top-level play very often. This is a kind of cagey opening from Hikaru. He's showing game after game he's willing to take players into his territory, even if those openings may be considered dubious, according to the engines.
Yeah, I must admit, 6 moves in, and already I'm a bit clueless. I haven't seen this position before that often at top-level chess. It looks like Black has a great position, pieces out, active. Hikaru has been dabbling in this opening a bit of late, so Abdusattorov, surprising to see him pause this early on. It must have been preparation. It was definitely easy, or at least possible, to predict this one, and okay, he brings his knight out. White does have a slightly better structure. Black has 1 backward pawn, the d-pawn. But other than that, it looks very healthy for Hikaru.
That's the essential point, though, in these openings. From the white side, you look at your queen sitting on its starting square. She's looking down the board, and that black pawn in front of the black queen, that one often gets stuck. So Hikaru pushes that pawn. Is that going to be a weakness later on? That's the key to this kind of position.
And Hikaru does push that pawn to d6. And look at Abdusattorov there on the camera looking away. That's not because he's distracted. He's in recall mode. He's trying to remember his opening preparation. I'm expecting white's light squared bishop to come out, kings to castle. And the middle game, yeah, it's just about who maneuvers better.
Yeah. Nodirbek Abdusattorov got a hot streak on day 2, taking down Denis Lazavik and Fabiano Caruana. This is a big game, and it's clear that Hikaru's opening approach is so much to do with his tournament situation. He's just had 1 match victory. He needs to create his chances and the position that we have. One thing's clear, that it is going to be a fun one. I'm slightly surprised with the placement of this bishop on d3, because very often in these openings, it's about the fight of that d5 square, that central square. And I was expecting that Nodirbek would naturally put that bishop on the diagonal of c4. Bishop d3, how would you explain this decision?
I think he blundered, right? David, this looks like a bad move from Nodirbek.
Yeah, I think already it's getting dramatic on this board. And look at this, Hikaru is pouncing on the mistake from the youngster. And knight to g4, there's a massive threat on the f2 square. Hikaru's already in charge.
And that's there by Hikaru. He plays knight g4 and he looks up. He can't believe it either.
I'm stunned. I mean, Nodirbek played amazing chess a day ago. He swept Fabiano Caruana, the #2 player in the world according to classical ratings. And Hikaru, he bounces from his chair, and he's about to pounce on the white king. That f2 pawn, that square, it's extremely vulnerable, and I don't think white can successfully defend it.
Wow, what a boss move there. Not just knight g4 on the last turn, but to get up, to stand up, and I think rightly so. Suddenly white's in huge trouble. Remember, in chess, the most vulnerable points in any opening are always the f2 square and the f7 square. And here, Nodirbek, I was expecting him just on the last turn, if we rewind, to play a move such as bishop to e2, just to cover this square, not to allow a knight to jump in. But after bishop to d3, the knight comes in and wow, bishop to e3, Robert? What is this?
I mean, he realizes that he can't castle kingside. Ideally, you castle to defend that f2 pawn. You see that often in the fried liver. But the black queen would hop out to the h4 square, and it's the h2 pawn with checkmate. If you push that pawn up to h3, that knight on g3 loses cover. Knight takes f2, the rook takes, and then the queen successfully gobbles on g3. There's a pin along the diagonal. Black scoops up material and wins the game easily.
Yeah, this was a real pitfall to avoid. He did avoid it, Nodirbek, but the move he played instead was a sad one. Bishop to e3. This is essentially throwing away a pawn sacrifice out of necessity. And, I mean, the speed with which he played it, he's trying to bluff. He's trying to keep a poker face, but simply black can whip off this bishop, take it. You win a pawn in the process. And look at this. White cannot keep castle on either side anyway.
Wow.
This is disaster for white.
This looks like a belated birthday gift for Hikaru Nakamura. Nodirbek Abdusattorov blundering on move 7 with that developing move. And you can see it on the players. Hikaru getting up, looking at Nodirbek. And now it's all about whether Hikaru will be able to convert this extra pawn that we're expecting him to take on e3. We will check back in on this, but let's head over to our tournament leaders, both players who won all their matches. They are on their hot streak. Clearly, the best performers so far, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces taking on Wesley So. And Magnus, with that last move, looking at expanding on the queen side to hit that bishop on b6. And I see that Robert, David, you guys are still thinking about what we just saw on the Hikaru board. But what's going on this one?
Very different type of position, Robert. Very, very different.
Yeah, this one is more positional in nature, but it kind of reminds me of game 1 between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana from a day ago, where Fabi said, objectively, I should be fine. I'm sure the engines don't see a problem, but Magnus gets in his comfort zone, and that's where players get scared. You look at this position right now. It's a symmetrical pawn structure. There's one open file, and only the white rook sits on e1, looking down the entire line. And for black, that knight on g6, not going anywhere. White's not scared. On the other hand, white might thrust his a pawn forward. He just went to a4. Perhaps he'll go one square further to kick the bishop out of b6, then give himself the c5 square for his knight. And look at that juicy hole in the black position on e6. The b7 pawn's also a little bit tender. Thankfully, the knight on d6 is covering it. But this is getting a little worrisome for Wesley, even though the engine says that he's a-okay.
Yeah, it is symmetrical. It is one square that you have to keep an eye on, but ultimately Wesley should be fine here. He could, for example, sidestep, but it's certainly much kind of easier to play with white. It's easier to find plans, for example. And Magnus Carlsen, I'm expecting him to push this pawn forward. Just one thing that he loves to do, he loves to take risk out of the position. He looks so calm, so cool, collected this whole tournament, and he's just basically playing risk-free chess and probing away. That's how he beat Fabiano eventually. That's how he beat Hikaru yesterday in the Armageddon. I was about to say one thing up his alley is to push his rook's pawns. He pushed a4 last move. Now he pushes his pawn to h4. And it's all about these pieces, which are actually severely misplaced. He is going for those pieces. He's gaining space in the process, and just a slightly annoying move for Wesley to have to deal with.
I love the decision because Magnus is illustrating for all of us full board awareness, play on both sides. Don't get overly concentrated, tunnel vision on one flank. That move a4 to a5, maybe the threat is stronger than the execution. He can throw that in later. He can also push that pawn up to h5 in the near future. And as long as he keeps control of this open e-file, which he has a rook on, now Wesley put one there as well, I think that Magnus has a slight pull. But Wesley, we know how good he is at defense.
Look at Magnus on the camera there. Is he napping? What's happening there? But he has a healthy position.
and Wesley with head in hands, but it also feels as if Black does have a solid position. No apparent weaknesses. The fight on the e-file, we can visualize the pieces getting traded off here. And I see Magnus pushing the a-pawn, pushing the h-pawn. But I have to say, Black should be fine in these positions as well. You've got your bishop falling back to c7. You've got the trades on the e-line. The knight on d6 is a nice little square, eyeing the e4 and the c4 outpost. And it just feels like the kind of position that will most probably fizzle out into a draw to me.
Yeah, especially knowing that it's Wesley, so sitting behind the black pieces, rock solid. He's got what he wants, symmetry almost. But these moves, they are slightly frustrating. Pawn to h5 now. The black knight is forced back. A choice of 3 different squares, nothing too comfortable. Next move, the white bishop might come out with tempo, attacking the black knight on d6, which is undefended. Everything's starting to kind of pick up momentum for white. I mean, should be level objectively, but it's Magnus having all the fun.
And the body language there is quite telling right now. Magnus feeling comfortable with the opening outcome. And though without weakness, there is a little pressure on Wesley's position. Wesley, in his interview yesterday, it just felt like, I mean, of course, there's a lot of respect for Magnus, but it just felt like too much respect for Magnus. And he mentioned that it's going to be about whether the best version of Magnus Carlsen shows up today or not. Does Magnus end up living rent-free in his opponent's heads all the time?
Well, there's definitely some deference from Wesley So, and while you could say it's respectful, it may be a little over the top, and I think when you give Magnus that psychological edge, he doesn't let go of it. But Wesley has been known to be a little bit of a troll, play some tricks. We've seen him on social media recently. I saw those cat photos. They look very cute, Wesley. But I think that Wesley, sometimes he maybe acts a little bit less confident than he really is, and we know when Wesley is at his best, he can beat Magnus Carlsen. Flashback 2019, Fischer Random World Championship. Who became the world champion there? It wasn't Magnus Carlsen. Wesley So took him down, and it was one-sided at that. So the bishop did come out, like David suggested. The knight on d6 is loose. And I think that Magnus, he can poke and prod with either pawn, and he's just biding his time.
Yeah, the 2019 Fischer Random World Championship, Wesley was just all over Magnus, outplaying him. All types of positions, left, right, and centre. Wesley, as well, in the first season of the Champions Chess Tour 2 years ago, beat Magnus in 2 consecutive finals. He's capable, he knows he's capable, and I think if he survives this game with Black, he'll gain so much more in confidence. But in the meantime, he does have a threat to deal with. Black's knight is hit, it most likely will move. It could be defended as well by Black's bishop. But then Magnus's rook will slide to the centre. The A, the H pawns are going to play a bit of tickle. This is very reminiscent of AlphaZero. These neural network engines, they love pushing rook's pawns forward. It's always mysterious, but long-term, it seems to pay off somehow. So this is Magnus channeling his inner AI monster.
It's AlphaZero and Alpha Magnus at play right now. Bishop f4 on the board. Decisions for Wesley. Does he retreat or does he defend it with his own bishop falling back? Meanwhile, that h-pawn that has gone up the board is also under attack. So that's going to be something that Magnus will have to deal with. Is that Magnus with a smile? What just happened there?
A smile or a grimace or something. I mean, he's got a threat, so he should be pretty happy, but it doesn't look like he's kind of as zen as he was yesterday.
Well, his hair is getting in his eyes. I mean, he keeps pushing his hair back, but he's also forcing Wesley to make a decision. He pushed that knight back to f8. Will this knight hop forward, or will it also venture into a more defensive territory? Now, the thing I like about White's position overall is that it feels like the white knights have a great future. That this knight on b3, we've already talked about how it'll go into the c5 square. And for Wesley, I think right now he's determined to play knight c4, as you highlighted, David, that goes after the b2 pawn, but that rook goes to e1, and things start to get a little bit complicated here. Maybe, I guess, rook e1 was too soon. Perhaps you throw in a move like a5 first. But the point is that e-file control will be white for the taking because a queen loses stare down with a rook.
Yeah, actually, this is a bit annoying. You mentioned this a5 move, Robert. This is nice to include because Black's bishop forced back. The only safe square now is a bit of a passive one. And now the white rook can slide in. The white knight maybe jumps in as well. And at some point, you do get the opportunity potentially to evict this knight. This one requires some calculation because there are some captures, some direct forcing moves for the first real time in this game. So this is why Wesley, sensing a critical moment, has paused. He can, of course, go passive, go defensive with a move. Maybe one that I would play, just knight back, just to keep things solid. But yeah, he has a bunch of options. So we'll check back in a moment later.
Well, we will keep an eye out on Wesley's decision. Meanwhile, 2 players who have to make big decisions as they have everything to prove. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Alireza Firouzja. both of them in the tournament situation. Quite desperate for a win. They're currently on 1 point. They play against each other. So a crucial match here. And it is an endgame. I'm doing the math here. The material is equal, but I do like White's position. You see the bishop pair, an open position, a potential lining up of the rooks on the B line. Once the king moves to D2, the other rook doubles up on the B file. Yes, I see the doubled pawns on the C line, but it feels like the black weakness on B7 is more vulnerable and easier to attack.
Can I just say vive la France? Because these are the two top French players, and this started from the French defense. So they are playing to their flag's true colors, and in this position, it looks very good for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He just slid his bishop back to G1. That bishop still in eyes across the board, protecting that what could otherwise be a vulnerable pawn. He moved that bishop out of the rook's sight, which means that rook stares down a semi-open file. And that knight on A4, it's a pesky piece, that black knight there. It is attacking that white pawn, but it's also almost trapped. So you have to be very, very careful if you're Alireza Firouzja not to lose the piece on that side of the board. And Tanya, as you said, the bishop pair, it looks very nice for white.
It's your favourite opening, Robert, the French defence. And I just want to go back and show Black's biggest mistake so far of the game. It was here on move 1. After White plays E4, Black did play pawn to E6, which is the French defence. I'm joking, of course. It's a great opening. I've played it myself. But it does have loyal followers, but also players who aren't such big fans, because it does allow, after the moves we saw in the game, for White to build a big pawn centre. Black is somewhat cramped here, and we see White seizing the space advantage in the centre. And this is the French defence. This is a very recognisable pawn structure, and if we do catch up with the game, yes, the centre's exploded, but Black is still left with backward pawns, no control over the dark squares. And Tanya, I'm loving your plan. If White gets time now, king to D2, followed by rook over to B1, weakness on B7, massive problem for Black. I just don't see any activity. You just have so many weak holes. This is a nice outpost for later. You don't want to trade knights, but if you can land a knight in there and keep it safe. What does Black do in the meantime? Firouzja, I think, not enjoying his position. It's not up his alley, this type of passive endgame.
The reason you say that is because both these players love the initiative, love to be the one on the dynamic side. And it's clear here that White's the one who's got all the combative chances. Without that E5 central break available to Black, the light squared bishop also having such limited activity, this one's going to be an uphill task for Alireza to try to secure that half point. Right now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in driver's seat. And again, a reminder that both these players, this is such a crucial point. Currently, they're at the bottom of the table. They've just got 1 point each, so desperate for a win. And coming into this match, Kaya did catch up with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja to find out how they're feeling about their chances today.
Yeah, hey, Tanya. First of all, so good to see you guys. Loving your commentary from Oslo. And I just wanted to come in and give you guys a little bit of gossip from Toronto. So yesterday, you mentioned it, Tanya. These two, they lost both their matches, just had a horrible day. They're stuck on 1 point. They are fighting for their life to not be knocked out after the round robin. And who do I see when I go to the local Mexican restaurant? It is these two, the two Frenchmen. They were having dinner together. They were enjoying their tacos, just talking to each other, having a good time. So I went over to them and asked them, like, why are you guys having dinner together tonight before that crucial matchup that you guys have against each other? And they revealed that they were not talking about chess at all. They were talking about tacos. They were talking about everything else, just trying to get into a good mood. And I can also reveal Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he doesn't like cheese. Imagine that, a Frenchman that does not like cheese. That's just crazy to me.
Haven't heard of that one before, but Kaya, that's so cool that these two are facing each other in what could be the game of the round-robin stage for both of them and enjoying each other's company. We did speak to Maxime earlier before the tournament started, and we asked him about how it is his own personal rivalry with the French #1 now, Alireza Firouzja, and he only had good things to say. They're good friends, and it's awesome to see that they're feeling good there. What about when they were coming into the game today, Kaya? How was that? Were they walking in together, or could you feel that now the friendship has been forgotten and it's all about fours over the board?
They actually, they didn't arrive together. Actually, that's another fun thing here, Tanya, because most of the players are staying in the same hotel as the venue. And arriving the venue, most of them will take the elevator. And I was thinking about that. Imagine if you sort of are in the elevator together with the player that you are facing next. Like the awkward small talk that will be in that elevator. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the weather? Are you talking about chess? That would just be so awkward to me.
All right, well, thanks, Kai. We'll keep checking in with you and keep us updated with all the action and the drama coming in from Serrano, as James Canty put it. And right now, there is drama happening on this board as well, as we know that both players are looking for a decisive result in their favor. And right now, a dramatic decision, a committal decision, pawn moves, the moves that can't be taken back, and there are consequences to it. In this case, has he lost the pawn? He's trying to trade it for the c5 pawn.
But it just seems like white has the advantage, and Maxime knows it. Look at how quickly he's playing. He's not doing that just to put Alireza in time trouble, who he is down to 3.5 minutes. He just knows how good his position is. Black's pawns are very fragile. It looks like a great chance for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to take game one.
All right, well, Maxime in driver's seat, looking good after this opening, and we will check in with this later on if Alireza can keep his chances alive. Let's move on to Fabiano Caruana, who started with a great day one. He won both his matches, and then yesterday, again, a back-to-back loss for him. Definitely looking to get back into spirits here. He's playing against Denis Lazavik, perhaps a pairing that is what exactly he needed in this tournament situation.
Yeah, it feels like he needs to win this match, of course, but he needs to win this game, Fabiano, because Denis Lazavik is unbeaten so far in this event with white. Denis is a bit vulnerable with black. He's taken a few hits there. And Fabiano, just judging by this position, it's still very cagey, of course, roughly level, but maybe slightly preferable for him. It's the clock times as well. He's a few minutes up there. He needs to pounce here and now. If this game is a draw, I do fear for Fabiano's chances. The momentum of the tournament will really have switched. And, OK, he opens up the centre. Very logical move. It's a slightly odd pawn structure here, Robert.
Yeah, it's not something we typically see, but I have to really agree with you, David, that white is better here because the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. And here, Fabiano, he made his first pawn break. He now has these two healthy pawns in the center. He can aim at that a5 pawn as well. His bishop on d2 is nicely placed, aiming towards that black rook pawn on a5. So this could be something that Denis has to keep an eye on. The knight on f3, that could be a hoppy piece. It could jump forward into the position. And already you know that Denis, he's looking, do I have to play in the center as well? Is Fabi going to push those pawns? It's unclear who's pushing what.
Yeah, really unclear. And one thing I will mention, especially in blitz and rapid chess, this pawn structure for white, it might look like you've got doubled pawns. It might look like, OK, black has the majority on the other side of the board. But this is the dream. I will call it a castle, a palace, a mansion for this white king. Look at the white king. It's going to be safe forever. For black, it's going to be maybe some questions to answer long-term for the king. In the meantime, though, Fabiano, he's just solidifying his pawn centre. This is glorious right now, and it's really unclear what Denis should be doing. No clear plan, while white, meanwhile, can start improving. Maybe you start improving the queen just to support these pawns at the right moment, decide which one to push. And just because you do have three, you might even push those pawns a bit later on, maybe especially the h-pawn, learning from Magnus in his game. So roughly level, but Fabiano perhaps enjoying life slightly more right now.
For Denis Lazavik, he's also got to keep an eye out on the clock. When things get chaotic on the board, the one advice that can be given is you got to listen to some lo-fi music there. And we've got a surprise for all of you as we are giving away a Chess.com signed a vinyl, the lo-fi playlist, and it's all the great music that you've been listening to at the start of the stream, at the end of the stream, and it's a great playlist to actually play some chess on. So do you think during breaks the players have also been listening to some of the lo-fi tracks?
It's funny because I've talked to some of the players, and I myself listened to lo-fi well before this partnership happened. So everyone was like, oh, that's a cool partnership because I'm already listening. I'm calming myself down. I'm just maybe studying chess with a little bit of that music. But I think these players, they're fully focused on the task at hand because for Fabi, bad day yesterday. For Denis, now he's got his chance.
Oh, wow. All right, well, this is your chance to get your hands on some great music that we've been hearing on the stream as well, and some great music to play some chess too when you're back home. So check out the Chess.com Lo-Fi Girls track, and we're going to check into this position a bit more as I see Fabi's queen has jumped all the way to b5, eyeing that a5 pawn, so really locking in the black knight and the bishop to defend it, which creates all these threats of the d pawn moving forward to get rid of one of the defenders, and it's been stopped.
Yeah, it's been stopped, and I think Denis needed to play a move such as this one. As you said, Tanya, the last thing you want to do, especially now with only 3 minutes on the clock, is to calculate all of White's pawn pushes, e5, d5, attacking stuff. You don't want to be reacting. You don't want to have that on your mind. So fixing the structure at least takes a burden off. At least then you know exactly how to place your pieces. And he's also doing a good job of trying to hem in White's dark-squared bishop. White's bishop does a good job of pointing at the a5 pawn, but it might be stuck behind its own central pawns. And I like what Denis is doing. I just think he needs to speed up, and Fabi needs to keep the tension as long as possible and try to maybe change the pace of the game a bit later. I don't think he should be fixing it right now, Fabiano. I think maybe just, as I say it, commentator's curse, of course, he fixes the centre. Maybe he could have just defended that pawn with one of his rooks. But now it looks like a French defense, Robert.
But your point from earlier definitely rings true, that White has the double G-pawns that typically sounds bad in endgames, but in a position like this, maybe those pawns will start pushing up the board, trying to crack open the black king. And Denis, well, he moves his queen back. At some moment, I am looking at G4, G5 ideas, and I just don't see an easy plan for black. That doesn't mean that black is worse, but what is the actual next few moves going to be? Because I was going to say the A5 pawn is loose, now it's not, but that queen is about to venture on over to the king side. If that queen lands on G6, not anymore, it could have been dangerous.
All right, this looks like Fabiano Caruana has got a lot of positional advantage. He's got the space going. He's up on the clock, so Denis Lazavik, going to be an uphill task for him. Let's move on to two other players for whom also today this match itself is so important, and especially the one playing with the black pieces, who's currently at just one match victory. Hikaru Nakamura, he got a bit of an early gift in this one as Nodirbek Abdusattorov blundered back on move 7th. But just looking at what we have in front of us right now, that white pawn all the way to f6, all of black's pieces on the other side of the board, a lonely, lonely black king, it looks like Nodirbek has managed to muddy the waters.
He's done a great job ever since that early opening blunder, Abdusattorov. That being said, there are threats against the white king too. There was the hint of an idea of rook takes knight, black's rook taking on c3, breaking open the white structure in front of the white king. So he defends against that. I think a very good practical move. But like you say, Tanya, long-term as well, not even just right now. That black king is feeling uncomfortable. There's always ideas of throwing in a knight towards it. Back-rank checkmates galore. It's really, really tense right now. And I think Nakamura is still perhaps favourite, but he won't be happy by the fact that he's lost some control, and pawn to b5 feels a bit loose for black somehow.
He is making his intentions very clear. He is trying to break down White's defensive resources in front of his own king. Whether that works is a different story, but you see the rooks are lined up, the queen, and now this pawn. If that pawn pushes one square further, suddenly White is going to have to concede something, and that would either open the A file or the C file. So that is a very smart move. For all you watching at home, when your king is castle queenside, you want to get further away from the middle of the board. So he hides his king on b1, that protects the A file. It means that anything on the C file won't happen with check. Really smart move there from Nodirbek, who looks confident. Honestly, I kind of like his position because that black king is not getting out of any of these checkmating nets, and that's going to be a long-term pressure against it.
Yes, but black has a direct idea right now. That last move clearly hinted on b4, whether you sidestep your king from the c file or not. And my question is that how are you reacting to that? Because if you trade on b4, you open an additional attacking file for black. The b line opens up, and this looks like black's going to be the one first to the race to the king. So after b4, is Nodirbek planning to just simply step away with the knight, give up the c2 pawn, but in exchange pick up the b4 pawn?
It looks like that must be his plan, Tanya. And I just want to point out, if black doesn't go for this, there might be a threat in the position. It's a very typical idea. For example, if black plays a move like h5, white might be able to throw the knight out the way. And this tension with the queens, because black's queen is undefended, means after a queen trade, white can actually have time now, due to the fact the king's nicely tucked away on b1, to throw in a Zwischenzug, an in-between move. It's a check as well, and it's a family fork. Once the king moves, you take back the queen, and you win material. So I think, Tanya, your move is almost guaranteed to happen. Hikaru just checking the details here as the clock levels out. But b4, maybe the idea of knight to a2, this is what he's calculating right now. OK, he goes away from this, Hikaru, because this line you mentioned, actually, white is doing OK. just due to the fact that the D pawn is vulnerable, the A pawn might be vulnerable. Hikaru sidesteps this idea, the tension too much with the queens, and he's hinting at B4 a bit later maybe, perhaps even prefaced by A5 first. Pawn storm incoming. Nodirbek has to be quick as well.
But very good decision there from Hikaru, because a queen trade, I think, that trajectory of the game is in White's favor. Now, Nodirbek, he's combining defense with offense. Watch out. Rook takes knight is actually a big threat, because the white knight will leap into the center and then deliver a check with a fork of multiple pieces. So this is something that Hikaru cannot afford to allow. He also might just get checkmated with that knight landing on e7. So Hikaru understands why Nodirbek played his move. Maybe he'll sacrifice his own rook for White's knight, but that back rank is a long-term issue for Hikaru. So even if he takes this knight away from the board here, it doesn't solve all his problems at all.
Yeah, actually, I think it's easier to play for White this position, if anything. Of course, 3-result game, but chaos now on this board.
Wow, what a turnaround from how this whole thing started. On move 7, Nodirbek making a big blunder, but the guy just never gives up. And he's managed to create his own chances. And meanwhile, the board between these two, who've just been unstoppable. And I mean, I'm trying to take all of this in. The first thing I see is there's an H-pawn that's missing. Magnus Carlsen, I'm doing the math really quickly. He's down a pawn, but he's got a pawn all the way on A6. How are we evaluating this crazy rook-pawn endgame?
I always say, instead of just focusing on the quantity, look at the quality. White has the single best pawn on the board, that pawn on A6. So that rook could have captured Black's central pawn. He says, I don't want it. What Magnus is trying to do is freeze Black's pieces. That rook has to stay on the A file for Black and has limited space, just one square in front of it. The white rook is a bit more active, but what Wesley is counting on, now that he's protected his pawn that was under attack, he's saying you can't actually make any progress here. There's no infiltration with the rook, because if you take one of my pawns, then you lose sight of that passed pawn on A7.
Yeah, luckily for Wesley, he has so many pawns with Black that he can start pushing them. Black's rook, of course, immobilized. The Black king stuck right now, but which pawn do you push? This is the big question. You can never allow the white king in. If the white king ever gets into the position, essentially White is going to win. White has an active rook, Black has a passive one. But yeah, these pawns are going to act as a distraction. Really, anyone's game still. Very hard to evaluate this endgame.
A pawn is a pawn is a pawn, right? I agree with you. Black's rook stuck on A8, but the majority on the king side, and David, the plan that you were hinting at, start advancing those G pawns, get that H pawn rolling, and create your own passer. I would expect this to mean that White would end up picking up one of the pawns on the right side of the board. Eventually, Wesley picks up the A7 pawn, and we will perhaps have the draw that seemed like the outcome that we were expecting out of the opening.
Yeah, a draw is still the favourite, just because I don't think either side has any clear-cut plan of breaking through. But yeah, it feels like Magnus may be able to test his opponent somehow if Wesley pushes at the wrong time. Really instructive move here, Robert.
I really like that move from Magnus, because what he's showing to Wesley is that there may be C4 check on the agenda. I may give up that pawn at the right moment to win some of the other pawns, but Wesley's also doing the right thing. He's trying to create a pass pawn as quickly as possible, because he cannot sit and do nothing. He needs to distract the white forces before Magnus can execute his plan with, say, rook to A6, hitting that B6 pawn, and maybe throwing in C4. So I do like what Wesley's doing. He's holding on.
Yeah, both players just playing extremely well. It feels like a really high quality, probably quite a high accuracy game as well, this one. Magnus down to 1 minute. It feels like he's looking for winning chances that might not exist. I'm expecting him just to move his rook up the board. I'm not sure exactly where, maybe rook to A6, but ultimately, eventually, all the pawns should start disappearing, and Black's rook will finally kind of get out of passivity.
I don't know what Magnus's next move is, but I think Wesley's next move is going to be the G pawn moving one step forward, the H pawn moving one step forward, and it just feels like it's also very easy to be Black here. Visually, a lot of pressure with White having a pawn on the 7th rank, but Black's got enough resources to distract and neutralize that pressure. And meanwhile, we see the eval bar is going crazy on some of the other boards.
Yeah, Caruana now has a winning position against Lazavik. We loved his position earlier, and he has maneuvered that one quite nicely. I think he's changed his advantage, and he's now material up. Abdusattorov in charge against Nakamura, but that one's still tense. This rook endgame, however, I think we're racing down those variations we mentioned. Now the white king, at some point, is likely to want to go towards those black pawns before it's too late. But once the white king moves away, White will lose a bit of control over the centre. He does go for this idea you mentioned, Robert.
Yeah, he's trying to give up a pawn to get a pawn, but it looks like this one still remains even. I'm captivated by what's happening in the other game. I see the eval bar swinging back and forth while this one remains level in the rook endgame.
Absolutely, Robert. And I think we have to move over to Nodirbek versus Hikaru Nakamura. Both players playing under 30 seconds. There's a white pawn on g7, which is acting like a shield to black's king. This is a crazy, crazy position and a time scramble. I'm expecting a decisive result. Who's closer to a victory here?
I would take white just because you're material up and the black king not entirely safe. But look, black does have counterplay. This is far from one-way traffic. Nakamura, his knight is actually just as strong as some of the white rooks, as any of the white rooks. It holds everything together, and this e-pawn was marching very, very quickly, sprinting down the board.
And that a6 pawn, that probably was meaningless because you can't bring your queen back into the game by taking the pawn next to it, because then you'll face a pin. So he goes queen b6, not taking the pawn. He's desperately trying to get his queen back, but look at Hikaru. He's keeping pace, and now Nodirbek down to his final seconds. He might lose on time.
Make a move.
Oh, 1 second he made that move with, and it was a mistake. Now black's just coming in. Black's queen can take a pawn on c3. Black can push a pawn to e2. Black's knight is coming to f4, everything. Nakamura, he's too quick, and Abdusattorov, again, he made that move with 1 second left. Look at that white rook suddenly on h2. It's loose, it's going to drop off. Naka's class is shining through here.
Is Nodirbek about to get flagged?
Pawn to e2.
Pawn e2 is winning. Just push the pawn. Hikaru knows it. He has plenty of time to execute it, and there it is. Winning position for Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces.
And he looks away, and it's handshakes, and Nodirbek resigns. Hikaru Nakamura gets the much, much needed win to start off his day. What a game this was, and that is a face of relief right there.
Yeah, and let's jump straight into another game that's still ongoing. We mentioned Fabiano is winning this position. He's currently up 2 pawns with white, but still some work to be done. And first, that white bishop was hit. The white pawn in the center on d4 was also hit. Nice controlling move there from Fabiano. He should be able to bank this one now. Full control.
Pass pawn in the center, 2 extra pawns here. So he is just making sure that all of his pieces are in defended squares, improving them, and black's pawns are all loose, so he's going to pick them off.
Yeah, this is a really classy maneuver. The knight drops back to f4. Talking of loose pawns, that black d5 pawn is doomed now. Simply no way to hold it together. Denis Lazavik desperately trying to trade off pieces. If the white bishop disappears, if it gets traded off, maybe white's pawn's vulnerable too. But Fabiano's spoilt for choice. He does indeed trade bishops, and now maybe just a pin. There we go. The white rook slides across. Black's pieces are stuck. No hope anymore. This one's almost over.
About to be up 3 pawns is Fabi. He takes it, and that knight remains pinned. Any sort of trade will be lost, so he does resign. So Fabiano Caruana takes game 1 of his match, a much-needed victory for a player who lost both of his matches a day ago.
For Denis Lazavik, he has to win their second battle to take it into Armageddon. Fabi takes the first game, and we've still got action on between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley, so as well as Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, and Alireza fighting out their games. For Denis, so much about getting that experience in, but he needs to strike in the next one. Let's head over to Maxime with the white pieces. Also an endgame, an extra pawn for the Frenchman. But it doesn't matter if I say Frenchman because both of them are. So for Maxime, that is an extra pawn with the white pieces. And they're connected. That gives him some serious winning chances.
Yeah, rook and bishop tend to work really well against rook and knight when the board is this open. And yeah, the fact that both of your passed pawns are connected means that this should be quite elementary. But white's bishop was pinned temporarily. So some counterplay. Black's rook going behind with some checks now. I've seen Maxime Vachier-Lagrave win so many of these types of positions. It's hard to imagine him letting it slip. Black's rook and knight simply don't combine, and Firouzja nearly blundered his rook there. He nearly put the black rook on f1 where the white bishop could have taken it, but indecision, and it will cost him. White's king now advancing, white's pawns advancing. He even just removes black's final hope. And, OK, 2 pawns clear, 2 pawns up. This one is in its final stages.
And black's only hope is to keep that knight on the board. Don't trade it off. You're trying to get some tricks in. You're trying to get those checks in. And Alireza are now relying purely on tricks to save this one.
He's doing well. He's fighting.
Yeah, and he knows that he needs to sacrifice his knight for both of the pawns. If he can do that, we get into a theoretically drawn position of rook and bishop versus rook. However, those 2 pawns are not going to be sacrificed for that knight. There's no way that Maxime will allow that. Instead, he chases the knight, and only after putting black's pieces on uncomfortable squares will he start pushing his pawns.
Yeah, just incredible calculation actually here from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because he's actually giving up one of his pawns. If the black knight had gone back to e6, white's king would have advanced, and the tactics were working in white's favour. He's still in control. Look at the clock times. Firouzja just barely making moves within the allotted time there, and white's king is being forced back. It's still far from over.
Yes, but the dream here for White is to start pushing the f-pawn. He needs to first get the bishop out of the way, and now the bishop actually controls Black's knight. The knight from f8 moves anywhere. That would mean a winning rook-pawn endgame. I like that square on f5 for the bishop, but it also makes it difficult to push the pawns forward now.
Yeah, it's just about when to push. Maybe first he'll give a check. There we go, drive the black king away, and that knight, you mentioned it, Tanya, it's trapped. No way out.
Ooh. And that's it. Alireza Firouzja resigns. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces takes the win. This match is so important for these two Frenchmen. And this one with the tournament leaders fighting it out. And that's Magnus with an extra pawn. Theoretically, this should be a draw.
And look at the defense that Wesley So just demonstrated. The game is over. It's a draw. That is stalemate on the board. Wesley So, he wipes that bead of sweat off of his head and he goes, I survived. Next game on.
And Magnus there shaking his head. Magnus doing everything he could with the white pieces, getting that slight pull out of the opening, pushing for Maxime. But Wesley So showing why he has the reputation that he does of being the hardest player to beat.
Oof, fair results in the end, but Magnus again testing his opponent, pushing his opponents to the limit and getting close. Beautiful stalemate tactic there to hold, to draw the game for Wesley. And these two, they've been, I think, the most impressive warriors, the most impressive fighters of the event so far.
And let's take a look at the results after game 1 of round 5. Magnus Wesley finished with a draw. Hikaru Nakamura, tense battle, takes down Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave victorious against Alireza Firouzja. Denis Lazavik goes down to Fabiano Caruana. Lazavik, the underdog in that match. But we all remember their battle in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, where Fabi really had to work hard to get that win. So, of course, comebacks are still possible. Quite a decisive round there, David. What stood out to you?
Yeah, a really decisive round there with 3 decided games, and we're spoiled for choice in terms of highlights, but I want to pick out maybe the move of the round, and it was in that French derby, that French clash between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja. We mentioned earlier in the game that White had a long-term advantage, and here he cashed it in. He turned it into something bigger. There's pressure against the e6 pawn, but first, he tricked his opponent. He slid his rook across, trying to put some pressure on this black knight, and when it moved, it retreated. This tactic is just beautiful and decisive. Rook takes e6, overwhelming the black defenses. Simply, these 2 black rooks can do nothing. This bishop is suddenly unleashed. If you take this rook, you're landed in a nasty pin, and White would shortly win material. Instead, he had to take the other rook, Firouzja, but after a simple capture, he found himself a couple of pawns up, and he went on to convert this in nice style. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Awesome endgame technique there by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we've got some awesome news for you guys. An awesome way to celebrate and decorate your homes in the holiday season. And check this out. These lightweight metal displays, you can put them up on your wall. They're easy to hang. They look so cool. I love the duck chess one. Robert's got his own favorite displayed right here. It's Bob the monkey, Robert.
Yeah, Bob loves bananas. So, I mean, why not get your favorite displayed? I took one from here. No one caught me, so I'm going to keep it, take it home with me, and hope you all get yours, the ones you enjoy.
And the best part, there's a 33% discount right now. So go get your favorite displayed. And rumor has it, David, that there's a special groin like a Grandmaster one as well.
Yeah, there's one for my book as well, my Chessable course. I'm definitely mounting that up on my wall. I must admit, they are really slick, really nice, and yeah. Great investment, I think.
Check them out. And right now, we are going to be going into a break just before these two take it on in their game 2. There is a lot of chess coming in from Toronto. And subscribers, stay with us because we've also got some cool behind the scenes just for you.
So next one, what's your take on Hikaru Nakamura?
I really like his fighting spirit, and he's really great player. And we have this rivalry that we play since 10 years, since I remember I started playing chess.
I think his biggest strength is his defensive skills.
Sometimes looking like number 2 in the world, sometimes even, looking just as good as Magnus.
But I think he's just a little bit faster than me, so that makes him very annoying
opponent for me to play.
Yeah, he managed to beat Magnus Carlsen in his chess championship last season, so one of the best players of all time, I think.
I don't think he's done like amazing this season. Still one of the main contenders.
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you.
Opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
Celebrating king size this finals as we've got a big merch store open and we've got gifts, really cool ones for all your loved ones. We got a really fun plushie right there, Mittens plushie, but the OGs know that Mittens is anything but cute, can be extremely brutal. But this holiday season, pick your favorite gifts from our merch store on chess.com/shop. And we are going back to Toronto, our playing arena where all the hot chess action is coming up. And we've got Kaya with Hikaru after his first game win.
I am here with Hikaru Nakamura. Wow, that was an intense finish to that game. Take us through the ending there, Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much symbolizes the entire event for me. You know, Nodirbek tried to play unusual opening, and I think he just blundered when he played this bishop d3 move. But then after knight g4, bishop e3, I spent a lot of time calculating, and I took with the wrong piece. And I think it was still maybe slightly better for me, nothing special. But Nodirbek decided to go all in by sacrificing the pawn in the center and pushing everything on the king side. I think if I have half an hour, I probably should win this very cleanly. But it got very complicated, very messy. I mean, I think for me, really the difference was that towards the end, once Nodirbek took this pawn on g7, I sacked the rook. All my moves were easier than his moves were, even if objectively I think he was probably fine. But because all the moves were easy and we're low on time, he got too low. He couldn't sort of deal with all the threats, and I won the game. So it's nice to win, but as with pretty much every other match, I'm not very happy with the quality of my play.
So when you're not happy with the quality of the play, what does it mean to win those games, which is crucial here in only 2 game matches?
Well, I think the main thing is it's very clear that when I'm getting in these time scrambles or low on time in general, I'm completely panicking. Maybe the match against Magnus is a little bit different, but certainly against MVL and the Armageddon game, I mean, it was just insane what I did. Wesley, same kind of thing. Even Alireza, actually, yesterday when we started getting low, I allowed this rook f4 and got into a lot of trouble. So, I mean, the thing is, it's nice to win, but knowing exactly what I'm doing wrong, I mean, I try to focus on that. I think, at least in this game, when I was able to just sack the rook and just play for tactical plans, it sort of was in the style of what you need in Rapid and Blitz. So I'll try to do more of the same, where I have easier moves than my opponent when we get low on time.
You say panicking. What does panicking mean? What is happening on the inside when you are panicking there?
Well, I mean, I haven't played over the board Rapid or Blitz pretty much since Norway-Chess, which was about 6.5 months ago. So the thing is, I'm just not used to not having a lot of time on the clock. And when you play classical, you have a lot of time to think on every single move. But I think the main thing is, like, the reason that I know that I'm not playing well is because the time management, generally it's a byproduct of either overcalculating or missing a lot of your opponent's moves. And I think for me, I'm missing a lot of the moves that my opponents are coming up with. Like in this last game, I missed rook e3, I missed rook e4, and so I'm getting low on time, and then you're just like, what are you doing as the clock's ticking down, and it's more like just not even calculating. But I mean, at least I kept my wits together. So just, yeah, have to find a way to, I guess, play better chess and honestly just sort of calculate better and just to analyze better moves, because I think my opponents are finding better moves than I'm seeing, which is never a good sign.
Well, so with your experience, do you have any tricks? How will you sort of fix what you're not happy about with your play?
Well, I mean, the only good thing here is that the top six make it through instead of the top 4. So, I mean, I still have a chance, I guess, to play well. I think in a lot of tournaments that I've played, normally I start off quite slowly and then I get better as they go along. So keeping that in mind and just trying to remain optimistic and know that if I win this match, I mean, I should qualify. It's important. So just doing my best.
So game 2 here, will it just be about being solid then?
I mean, if I can play a good game of chess, I'll be happy, because I don't think I've played a complete game of chess in this event yet. So if I can play a complete game, I'll be happy.
Good luck, Hikaru. Thanks for your thoughts here. Hikaru Nakamura getting ready for game 2.
An insight into the mind of a genius there. How cool is it that these guys, they just are really speaking what they're feeling? I mean, I always felt that earlier chess players would be so guarded in their interviews, not giving us really the true picture. But Hikaru there, he just summarized his whole thought process in a brilliant way.
Yeah, well, don't call it a comeback. He's been doing it for years. I mean, he's streaming. He's always letting you know his thoughts. But I felt like he was actually revealing his inner thoughts in this case, because he's admitting that he panics. He's admitting that he's missing his opponent's moves. And that insight is something that we historically have not received from these top players. And I think he is a bit nervous.
He should be, right? He's had one win. He knows he's not been in his best shape so far. He got the much-needed win, David, in game 1. But that was thanks to an early blunder by Nodirbek.
Yeah, that being said, it did get messy and he navigated things better. When the clock ticked down, Hikaru was back in the flow. I mean, that's a real skill. It's not just chess, it's any sport. It's learning or figuring out how to win when you're not at your best. Sometimes you have to kind of knuckle down, really dig deep, and you have to hustle your opponent. You have to play for the clock, play for tricks. And Hikaru, he's combining everything. And if he can survive, as he mentioned, this kind of rocky start to the tournament, he'll start to gain confidence. He'll think he's unbeatable, and he'll be back to his best in no time. So he's really, really showing all his resilience.
And there's no doubt that the chess world will be disappointed to see an early exit from Hikaru Nakamura in this finals, but he started the day just like he wanted to with that win. And we also see behind him Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave and Alireza Firouzja also ready to go. For Nodirbek, who's yet to take his place, how does he create his chances with black to try and make a comeback in this one?
It's super difficult because Hikaru can play something very solid and he can say, I'm not going to take any risk. You're going to have to pretty much throw all your pieces at me. And oftentimes players lose like that. So for Nodirbek, I don't know what to recommend when you have the black piece against Hikaru and you have to win. But the good news is Abdusattorov, he's the ultimate fighter.
And another player in a must-win situation is Alireza Firouzja. On the plus side, he has the white pieces, so he's guaranteed to at least be able to pick an opening that he feels will suit the match situation, to suit his style. Giving a yawn, he's not phased. He's unbothered, undaunted.
He can't be feeling too sleepy right now. He needs to be completely alert, especially when he's playing against a player like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Sure to have fireworks there, and we've got Fabiano Caruana, who took the lead in his match against Denis Lazavik. Fabi needs only a draw in this one to wrap up this match. And we've got the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. The match is even between these two, and we are off.
It's always been interesting to me that Wesley takes his glasses off just at the start of the game. This is something I've noticed over the years. It's like he doesn't need to see the board because he's got that Beth Harmon skill.
It's all in his mind. And we see that it is that going to be a Nimzo Indian, or will we see D5 on the board by Magnus going into perhaps a Queen's Gambit decline? Magnus pausing. He's really thinking what his opening approach will be right now. Look at that expression. And he chooses D5.
Yeah, he just deciding there just kind of what type of position he wants, maybe trying to dodge any specific targeted preparation there. It's the Queen's Gambit declined, and one of the main lines here, Black bringing his bishop out. Not the exchange variation yet. Wesley keeping the tension in the center, but very classical stuff.
I think that's what Magnus was really considering. Should I just allow Wesley to make a quick draw? Because when I think about what the players are going through, how can I win this match? For Wesley, he has the white pieces. That's the first move advantage, sure. But he probably feels like the Armageddon's more of a toss-up that gives him a better chance. So I will not be surprised if Wesley, when given the opportunity, forces a draw.
And we'll see Magnus's approach. He happily captures a pawn on c4. So a mix between the Queen's Gambit declined, but later accepted, trading off pawns here. This is known to be rock solid for Black. And I don't think Magnus is averse to a draw either here, Robert. Very solid play for both sides so far.
And Wesley did win both his games on day 2 in the Armageddon. If this was to go down to the wire, if this was taken to the Armageddon, who do you think that would favor?
I always say it, Magnus Carlsen is favored whenever he plays. Now, I'm going to be curious what bid that he makes, because I don't think he'll go the full 15 minutes once again. And Wesley was criticizing his own bids, but we're looking at this game, and if we're giving that honest Grandmaster take over here, it looks like they've traded queens. Their body language is kind of like, okay, we'll make this draw. Let's head to the Armageddon, which is great fun for everybody. But for Wesley, I think that you have to calculate your odds, your expected value in both this game, in this position, and then the Armageddon.
Magnus Carlsen showed utter dominance on day 2 when he took down world #2 and world #3, two of his biggest rivals, Fabi and Hikaru. How does Wesley not let that get into his head, David?
Oh, it's hard. Chess players, we heard it in Hikaru's interview, they're all perfectionists. Sometimes we're overthinkers. And yeah, it's going to be tough not to kind of get psyched out in this type of situation. But Wesley has to block out all the noise. He has to just play this position. And if he wants to be ambitious, then he is temporarily a pawn up. He should try to defend his extra c-pawn, or maybe even push it forward, throw it away on his own terms. But I think we'll learn a lot about Wesley's intentions just on this next move or two.
All right, well, so far it looks like both players would be okay taking this to the Armageddon, but one player who needs to play energetic chess and create his chances is Alireza Firouzja. He's currently had one match win this tournament. He is trailing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in their mini-match. And my gut feeling, looking at the board in front of us, is that he should be very happy with what he's got out of the opening. What on earth is that?
Bang. Knight sacrifice. But you cannot take this piece. It is poisoned. The Black King should not be feeling brave about taking that knight right now. Wow, what a boss move. Firouzja gets up from the board as well. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he spent barely any time up to this point. He's either blundered or he's in deep preparation. And Firouzja, it looks like he's feeling extremely confident. Let's just show this trick. On the board, knight takes pawn. Let's do an action replay, taking on e7 here. And if the king advances, this is a nasty royal fork, hitting the king, hitting the queen, winning one of them because Black's knight is pinned and cannot recapture.
I think it gets even juicier if we can keep analyzing. Instead of this king takes knight, because that's clearly bad, knight c5 is a counter shot against the white queen. I'm throwing take your queen with check. And if this queen slides up to d4 to put more pressure on this knight on f6, I think that in this position you'd be tempted as Black to play knight e6. Let me keep chasing your queen around. is there queen takes f6 here? Like, I was wondering, are this one of those positions where you sack your queen and then bring your knight back to d5? And the engine actually approves. Knight e7 to d5 here, hitting the queen on c7, hitting the bishop on f6. Things are getting really well. Maybe knight c3. I don't know. I don't have the answers. I just thought queen sacrifice. Well, that's simple, huh? I wanted to do a fork.
Oh, I love it, Robert, though. I mean, yes, you've given up a queen, but you have a beautiful bishop. This might be the MVP, the most visually appealing piece right now. And knight back to d5, or one of the knights, as you mentioned, into d5. And black's king is stuck in the center forever.
Wow.
This is beautiful compensation for white. I think Firouzja will win if he gets to drop this on the board.
Stunning move by Alireza Firouzja. And while those knights are knighting, it looks like Maxime allowed this move, knight takes pawn. David, I want us to just back down a little bit and see how this actually happened, because we're on move number 11. How did Maxime actually let all of this befall him? Knight takes pawn and suddenly big trouble and Maxime in a think. So did he miss this opportunity?
We're still early in the game, Tanya, so maybe we do have the luxury of time to just backtrack. And I must say, not a practical decision, very impractical from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. First, let's go all the way back to the start. It was a Sicilian defense. It was his pet line, an open Sicilian, and the Najdorf, so with a6. But this is a must-win situation. Look at this move. Queen d3, already a rare one, and Maxime playing some very provocative moves. Firstly, combining the Sicilian Najdorf with the Sicilian Dragon, something we mesh together, we call the Dragodorf. This is very risky, where he only needs a draw. This feels strange, but now pawn to b5 allowed this trick, the knight into c6. It's a weak square, and it looks like he was bluffing. He didn't calculate Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He allowed this trick to land, and rather than enter that, I think, Robert, your queen sack idea was probably just winning in practical terms for white. Instead, he's gone bishop to b7. So accepting that he might be a pawn down, but relying on activity of pieces. White's e4 pawn is slightly vulnerable as well.
It's wild, though, that black just lost a pawn in front of his own king. Simply develops the bishop, and the engine's kind of like, white is barely better. So whether Maxime was shocked or this was in his preparation, it seems like it wasn't, because you'd react much more quickly after a knight takes pawn in front of your king. But he finds the best response, and how much better is this for Alireza? That's the essential question here.
I'm a Maxime fan, and a big fan, especially of his opening prep and ideas, but the amount of time that he's burnt on the clock, I think it's giving too much credit to imagine that this would be part of the big plan, part of the prep.
Yeah, no, I did state that. I think that it's clear. We respond immediately after knight takes pawn and just continue the game. But he has missed it, but then he finds the best response. And the eval bar is saying white's not that much better. So how bad is it for Maxime?
Yeah, luckily Maxime, okay, he gets up. He's showing confidence as well. Luckily for him, he is now threatening to take this white knight. White's knight on e7 actually does a great job of stopping black's king from castling, but it will get kicked out. And maybe it has to retreat now. Maybe we have to show the likely outcome of this tactical sequence. And king takes knight threatened, therefore maybe the most logical move would be either to retreat or first to trade off on f6. I'm not sure which one is better. For example, a variation like this would be very forcing, dropping the white knight back now, saving it, and if everything comes off, everything gets traded. At the very end, white is still a pawn up, but it is opposite colour bishops. Black's dark square bishop on this diagonal, very strong. White's king not entirely safe. The rook is hit in the corner, so if it moves, still some questions to answer for white. Maybe you push a pawn to c3 and you argue, OK, I'm a pawn up, but a position like this, who knows? Maybe you've got enough to hold this one as black. White's king not entirely safe either, vulnerable on the dark squares. So, yeah, this is what I'm expecting.
It's funny because when you overlook a tactic like that and you get this position, like, it's kind of ideal. Like, I wish I prepped this line, because getting to this point with the opposite colored bishops clearly gives black some serious chances to hold this game. And so Alireza, he's deep in the think tank. He's the one who uncorked this vicious knight sacrifice, and now it's him on the clock thinking, well, what do I do? Where do I go from here? Because Maxime, actually, his position doesn't seem so bad.
Wow. So despite losing a key pawn in this position, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is fighting for compensation against white's uncastled king and that central e4 pawn. Alireza still has to lose a few tempos, bringing that knight back. But it is a dream outcome when you have to win on demand to force an Armageddon for Alireza. We'll see if he manages to make the most of this one. Definitely something that he was hoping for, but we are going to head over to Hikaru versus Nodirbek as well. Another Very, very critical game for Nodirbek. He needs to win to take it to Armageddon. A very different position. And I have to say, I think you guys are the prophets for today, because when we always set up this board in front of us on our studio and we were discussing what openings to bring on, you said, let's go for the London. And my feeling is this is coming out of a d4, early bishop f4. But the knight decides to develop another way.
Not just that, Tanya. Guess what type of London? This is a shout out to James Canty. It was the Jabava London. And we'll go back and show how we got this opening. Actually, we did predict it. We have a board here in the studio just in front of me, a physical board, and we set up this opening before today. But this is the current position. We'll break it down in a moment. Let's backtrack all the way to move one. We saw pawn to d4 from Hikaru Nakamura. And first choosing the London system, a pure London with the bishop coming out to this beautiful diagonal on f4. But now bringing the knight out to c3, maybe a testament to our good friend James out there. Canty for the win. And the whole idea is there are ideas of bringing kind of your knight forward to b5. And OK, the game went on, of course. Let's catch up with the current position. Bishops have been traded off, a set of other minor pieces as well. Hikaru does have an ugly kind of backward weak pawn here on e6, but not easy to attack. And because it's so closed, because it's so blocked in the centre, actually Black's knights might thrive long term. So in the balance for now, Robert?
Yeah, and for Nodirbek, who has the black pieces here, he just jumped his knight into e4. He's trying to hop into the center. And that pawn structure is a bit compromised from white, but the position remains so closed. Knights, they typically do well in closed positions. I just don't see the life, at least not yet. I like his little rook lift, Black's rook on f6. Maybe that can cause some distraction, some danger towards the white king. And I will not be surprised if Nodirbek goes all in and plays g5 at some moment, going for the attack. He says, if I draw this game, I lose the match. So I might as well lose the game, at least go down in style.
Yeah, I must say he's done a great job in this opening of just keeping enough pieces on the board, keeping as much life left as possible. Still relatively imbalanced with White's slightly odd pawn structure here. But yeah, I'm expecting Hikaru to be able to maneuver this one, and it's still relatively solid for White. So yeah, just solid start to this game, sensible start for both sides. And it's just about when Abdusattorov presses that button, pulls the trigger, and tries to unleash chaos. The rook lift, the rook slide, it's ongoing.
I like what he's doing because Hikaru's down a little bit on the clock, and I think that's where Nodirbek's trying to punish him. We heard from Hikaru himself, when I've been getting in time trouble, I've actually been making mistakes. In game one, it was Nodirbek who couldn't handle the heat when both players were down under a minute. But right now, Hikaru down a minute plus. Nodirbek, not clear exactly what he's threatening, but this kind of idea with the rook in front of the white king, it can be scary.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's also psychological, right? It's you're just building up the pressure. You're kind of hinting at tactics and attack on the king side, which is exactly what you need. Maybe someday a g5 break will arrive. Maybe your f4 pawn will be hanging in situations. So Nodirbek with the black pieces really doing what needs to be done to try to take down the world number 3, Hikaru Nakamura. We will come back to this, but another player who needs to take down the world number 2 is Denis Lazavik. He's playing with the white pieces. He's got the isolated queen's pawn. In compensation for that, he's got piece activity in the center. The queen is out, the bishop lined up in the center, targeting that c6 knight. Potential threats against the f7 pawn for Fabiano Caruana. To me, it feels like it's the kind of position that does give white chances.
Yeah, White's pieces look Lazavicious in this position. Nicely centralized. That white d-pawn will motor up the board later on. It's imbalanced as well. This is, yeah, Denis Lazavik, it feels like he's really leveled up. Yes, he took a hit in the first game of the day, but yesterday, the way he played with White against Vachier-Lagrave, I mean, with White, he's just so dangerous, and not easy for Caruana to neutralize this one. If he can get the queens off, I think Black will breathe a sigh of relief. So maybe a move like queen to f6, but yeah, still early days and full of life, full of rich possibilities here.
And Denis is proving that he's quite versatile as a player. Oftentimes, we pigeonhole someone saying they're a positional player, they're a tactical player. Magnus describes himself as quite universal, and Denis showing that not only can he handle those closed Catalan positions, when things open up, he can destroy. He did that yesterday in the Armageddon against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and right now he may have an isolated pawn that could be seen as a weakness, but he's got this beautiful e-file of minor pieces, 3 in a row, and he's just trying to create some threats. But Fabi, he is somebody who has been in a must-draw situation before. He is not defeated very easily. Despite his day yesterday, he won game 1 in style. Here in game 2, I think he has everything under control.
Yeah, this last move might be quite an important one. Not just attacking White's light-squared bishop in the center of the board, Black's queen doing a good job there, but Black's light squared bishop of his own, threatening to come out to g4. A couple of threats, actually, and not so easy to deal with for Lazavik. I think he might have a forced move or two right now because of this double attack, hitting the bishop, of course, and just as importantly, bishop to g4 in the air. Some real targets on that diagonal. So bishop to d5, as he plays, looked the most logical, trying to cash in on f7, as Tania mentioned, but a trade of bishops, and things are holding together for Caruana. He's trying to alleviate the pressure by trading off pieces.
And he just needs to hold it together. Fabiano Caruana needs only a draw to take this match victory. We will move on to our top marquee matchup here. Magnus Carlsen against Wesley. So some tactics on the board. I see both David and Robert leaning forward on their seats with this last move. The knight has landed on e8. The rook is hanging.
Well, I think what I was so intrigued by is like that knight didn't actually capture anything. I was counting. Black has all 4 minor pieces and both rooks. So that's just a funny move from Wesley. No matter where his knight moved, the bishop on g3 would hit that rook over there on b8. So he says, I'll go to e8. That's a funny square. And I think we're about to see a repetition.
I agree.
The knight goes back and forth. The rook slides one square, and this is going to be a draw.
But he's going to come back to c7, though he chooses the b5 square for now. Once Magnus moves to a8, knight c7, Wesley is taking this to the Armageddon.
Yeah, we'll see a handshake any moment. I'm not sure why Magnus is hesitating. It's all forced. And after the position repeats 3 times, it's a draw. We're definitely heading to Armageddon now.
You can run, but you can't hide. We will have a decisive result between these two players as the match goes into Armageddon after a quick draw by Wesley So in this last position. And of course, the action continues on other boards. Nodirbek Abdusattorov really trying to create a kingside attack there. He managed to get the rook to h6. Now the knight is jumping. There is pressure on the f4 pawn. Not very clear how Hikaru plans to defend it. How do you explain the eval bar in white's favor here?
Well, we're a pawn up temporarily. Hikaru has just pocketed a pawn. I'm slightly surprised how this has evolved. Abdusattorov giving up a pawn in the center. Yes, he's got active pieces, but even if Hikaru just closes things down, pushes a pawn to e5, it's hard to imagine things going too wrong for white. Maybe there's more. Maybe you push the f pawn. There's options right now. Hikaru is down significantly on the clock, but still under control.
I was going to say that I think Nodirbek at this stage, he's not even playing the board. He's playing to put Hikaru in time trouble. There is 3-second increment in the match part of these 2 games here. And so for Hikaru, he can gain some more time. But look at the clock. Nodirbek still at 10+ minutes. Hikaru down under 6. But Hikaru's up a pawn. He plays David's move f5. White is clearly better. And Hikaru, he's one of the best even with 5 seconds on his clock. Give him 5+ minutes. I don't think he's in any danger at the moment.
I'm going to admit, I didn't do the math when we moved to this position. That pawn definitely counts for something, but there is initiative. There are ideas of now with the move f5, Nodirbek's queen from c7 can jump into enemy territory here on that square g3. Some dark square weaknesses. The dream is queen g3, knight f4, get that mate onto g2. Ideas on the board, so still things to fight for. And the clock situation that you pointed out, Hikaru will need to make some precise moves.
Yeah, this is where, OK, he plays knight f4 first, but this is where the kind of match situation really plays into Hikaru's hands, because at the very minimum, Hikaru can offer a trade of queens, queen to f3, queen to g4. Even if he gives back a pawn, then he's likely to be able to guide this towards a safe endgame and a draw, which would win him the match. So Nodirbek does not play the move that maybe he wanted to play. I believe queen g3 was potentially stronger objectively. Instead, now he is really kind of banking on a trick. Knight takes one of these pawns. For example, if white is careless and takes on e6, for example, knight takes h3 would be a deadly check, blowing open the cover of white's king, and the black queen now would pounce, and this would be decisive. The other rook now could join the attack with checkmate on the board. Of course, Hikaru won't fall into anything as basic as this, but a check, a threat, and he has to be slightly careful at least. How to fend this one, how to fend it off, Robert.
Yeah, he'll likely bring his queen out just to make sure that his king side is feeling as safe as possible, but the attack does not stop there. The black rook can slide over. The rook on a8 comes to the king side. So it's clear that white is better. White should win this game with best play, but Hikaru, by his own admission, has been shaky. He's now down under 5 minutes. Perhaps time will be the savior for Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
All right, well, the clock is Nodirbek's best friend right now, and he's got to play on the clock as well as try and put tricks on the board. The other player looking for tricks has to be Alireza Firouzja, but I believe he's doing a lot better than Nodirbek right now. With the white pieces, that's another pawn. So an extra pawn. We see opposite color bishops. Remove the heavy pieces, remove the queen and the rook, it ends in a draw. But with king safety being a key factor in these middle games of different color complex bishops, it has to be white with a big advantage.
Yeah, white's king tucked away nicely there. It's looking all cozy in the corner. But black's king, meanwhile, it's going to come under heavy fire and probably within the next few moves. Opposite colour bishops, as you mentioned, Tanya, it means that black can never guard and can never fight for the light squares. So if you can somehow launch a light squared kind of continuation, this is going to be decisive. I'm not sure immediately. Moves such as bishop retreating to c4, pawn to e5 maybe on the cards. If you can break through quickly, you might win. But any endgame, as you mentioned, very drawish. So now is the moment.
I love pawn to e5 because it is the moment. If, as Tanya said, the queens come off the board, drawing chances, they grow exponentially. But if white is able to thrust in the center right now, black can't take that twice. It looks like a defended square. But if you think about taking this pawn e5 with first the pawn and then the bishop, you have to watch out. There's a check on a7 that you have to look out for. There are pins on the e file. There's bishop to the black queen from the defense on the side, and e5 has been played. Alireza may be down just above 3 minutes, but he has found his initiative.
Yeah, this is Alireza Firouzja on the board, and yeah, this is up his street as well. We talked about what type of position he wants. It's attacking, and this one is brutal. If you cannot take this pawn, I mean, you really have to be creative to survive here. I mean, I think I would take it just because I see no alternatives, but what else could black try? You could defend it with a rook potentially, but this looks really flimsy. Dropping back with the queen, this would allow a capture and maybe some checks on the e-file. Black's king is really coming under heavy fire from all angles right now, and he needs a miracle to survive, Maxime. Now is the moment to invest all of his 8 minutes and try to cling on by any means necessary.
It's funny because I was going to say the opposite. I thought that Maxime, you know, yes, he needs to spend time to survive, but he needs to use clock as a weapon because even if he plays his best at this stage, Alireza might already be almost winning. So that rook move that you mentioned, rook up to b6, I think that may be able to cause just enough confusion with the king slithering back to f8 and up to g7. You found yourself a shield over there, and maybe Alireza can't find the knockout punch.
Actually, yeah. Important right now. He has to find this, Maxime. So spend a bit of time, but then hustle on the clock.
Enterprising play by Alireza. He is getting rewarded for that, creating big attack against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's king. For Maxime, it's just about surviving for a few moves, but doing it quick enough so that Alireza's clock, he doesn't have enough time. Alireza, look at him. It's clear that he wants to think in his opponent's time right now. He's got to do that. The move that you guys were pointing out, the rook moving up the board, attacking the queen, that's definitely also one that perhaps Alireza is calculating. Where does the queen actually move after that step up to b6?
Not obvious. It does start to get complicated, which is what Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to hope for. He doesn't want it to be kind of calculated a little bit and then Alireza knocks him out. He wants to at least make the path to victory tricky. That's what you have to do when you have a losing position, when you know you're struggling. Just make it non-obvious for the opponent. In the meantime, look at that evaluation bar in the clash between Nakamura, sorry, against Abdusattorov. Has Nakamura blundered? Something's gone wrong there because Abdusattorov has a winning blow. Here we see, I mean, drama all over the place.
We are going to go quickly over to that board as we just saw the eval bar go completely crazy. Last move by Hikaru, king to h2. Nodirbek is on the think. What did he miss?
He's missed a tactic. Knight takes one of the pawns now, I think is winning. Knight takes g2, perhaps?
I'm just shocked that black is no longer down a pawn and all of the pieces are on perfect squares, right? Like, even if there wasn't a knockout blow here, Hikaru was up a pawn, his king looks safe.
No, he misses it.
He's playing on the wrong side of the board, but he's still up 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he plays a quiet move. Abdusattorov, he needs to slow down. He's been playing very quickly, impressively quickly, but missing the key moment there. We have to jump in and show the decisive blow. It would have been a hammer blow to Nakamura's chances in this match. If we just backtrack, he played the move king h2 a bit careless, walking actually into the firing line, and knight takes g2 would have been lights out on the spot. If you take this knight with your rook, then black's rook comes in and catastrophe on the h3 square. Black's queen also joining the fun on f4. If you took with the king, then a simple follow up of check, and now rook takes pawn. The black queen is coming in decisively to some of these squares. Not so easy, but definitely findable.
Is it possible again? Hikaru did retreat his knight back to d2, so I'm wondering, that idea that you mentioned, does knight d2 actually stop knight takes g2 over here, or is that knight covering the f3 square so everything is fine?
Good question. Should we try it out? Knight takes pawn.
We've got to take a look.
Will the eval bar move? That's my big question. It doesn't. It's possible. It's strong for black.
Big moment for Nodirbek, David. For the second time, he can't afford to miss it.
He didn't find it the first time, though, in a much better situation where the white knight was not defending at all. Now it's much kind of improved for white, so finding it on the second time is going to be even harder. I don't think he will.
But he's investing time right now. Before, maybe he was playing a little quickly. You see him calculate. He grabbed a piece over there, and he may grab that pawn on g2 because knight takes g2. If we just look at the variation after rook takes knight, that seems to be the safer way. That black rook can slide to h5, double up those rooks against that little pawn over there. I don't see a way to defend it.
Yeah, this one looks terminal. If you try to defend with the white queen, I think you can take anyway, Robert. This is your idea. Not take the queen yet. Don't be greedy. It's not running away. First, a check. And white's king will either be forced away from the defense of its queen, or you have to block with the white rook. But now you can feast on every single piece. And this is over.
And you can sense the nervous energy right now from Abdusattorov. He's just moving around. He's a little fidgety. He knows that this is the moment. Give white one move, one opportunity, and the knight from d2 comes on to defend from that f3 square. So if Nodirbek has to strike, it has to be right now. He has to find that killer blow. Knight takes pawn, or the moment is gone. That rhymed.
Shall we predict? Shall we guess? Will he find it?
I think so. Just by how he's determined right now, how he's locked into the position, I think he's going to find knight takes g2.
Tanya, I'm going to put you on the spot this time.
David, I'm going to go with Robert here just because he is, again, just thinking, like you said. And you can sense it, that he's looking for these sacrifices. He's calculating. And the good news is he's got the time. I'm predicting knight takes pawn.
OK, just to be argumentative, just to be different, I'll say no. But the fact that he has paused for the first real time in this game, no more instinct, suddenly it's calculation mode. He's switched that mindset. It does hint that he most likely will find it. If there's something to find, the top players normally do. They do find those opportunities.
So what you're saying is no, but yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought what he was saying was calculation over everything. And Nodirbek, he's been known to do a puzzle rush or two in his day. So he's working on those tactics. And right now he has a critical shot. Knight takes g2. That would blow open the white king side. I do believe that he senses something's there, but he's just triple checking because it could also lose the game if it's incorrect.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think Nodirbek isn't the only one who's thinking about it. Look at Hikaru Nakamura with head in hands for both these players. This is the line. This is the path that they're calculating right now. Will Nodirbek find his comeback move?
Oh, moment of truth.
He reaches out. Oh, he doesn't make it.
He doesn't. His spidey senses must have been tingling. He must have known there was something there, just unable to calculate to the very end. And trading off pieces is counterintuitive, Robert.
Yeah, he wants to remove a defensive piece, but I looked where the engine bar was going to land, because at first I thought it would still be in black's favor. It looks a little bit in black's favor, but that path to equality may be narrow. So as commentator, I was like, oh, it's equal. It's probably not that easy, because black's still so much firepower in front of the white king.
Yeah, black there did have 4 attacking pieces against pretty much 1 defender, so a tactical blow would have been logical, but now he's trying to trade off to make it 0 defenders of the white king, still 3 attacking pieces if these sets of rooks get exchanged, which they do. Rooks have disappeared, and he's trying to trade queens off as well, seeking solace in an endgame. Great defense there from Nakamura. Narrow path, as you mentioned, Robert, but in the end it was findable, and sometimes that's kind of what you have to do. Even if you don't approve of the endgame, you have to get rid of the opponent's attackers. At least he'll survive beyond this checkmating attack now.
Hikaru Nakamura looks like he will survive, but he needed that help from Nodirbek. Nodirbek not finding that killer blow that we were looking at earlier. And against the very best in the world, it's only once or twice that you get these opportunities. In this game, he got it twice and missed it.
Yeah. The first time he had 7-8 minutes on his clock, and he just didn't pause for long enough. And only after knight to d2, suddenly he realized that that was the moment. But yeah, unfortunately, not pulling the trigger in time. And queen to g4. Actually, endgames, white is very quick. White does have extra space as well. If the queens come off, I think it's relatively straightforward for Nakamura to hold this one.
I think he needs to keep the queens on. Slide his queen back, 1 square in the diagonal, line it up with the rook. Maybe he'll push his own pawns. You need to go for it if you're Nodirbek, and he goes queen h6. So the queens remain on the board. Watch out, that knight is loose across the diagonal. There will be tactics here. And Hikaru's down to 1 minute and 45 seconds. That's not a lot of time in a position that remains this chaotic.
And speaking of not a lot of time, there's one player who's playing under 10 seconds and he has to win his game. Black's king is out in the open. Still a lot of attacking possibilities. We see the opposite color bishops. Can Firouzja make something out of Maxime's king on h6?
Oof. It's going to be difficult. The problem is white's rook is stuck on the first rank, cannot lift up the board. The white rook cannot swing across to give checks because there's yeah, some vulnerability on the first rank, and suddenly retreating like this is not a good sign. Black's king can even slide back to g7 at the right moment. He did actually miss a win a bit earlier for Firouzja, and now with no time as well. Opposite color bishops, this should be safe.
He looks like he knows it. You see Firouzja grabbing his head, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the dark square bishop has been a holy beast. He beat Wesley So in that game with the dark square bishop landing a checkmate. Right now that bishop is defending his king, so I don't see an attack anymore. Black has both the 7th rank and all the important squares covered. It looks to me like it should be holdable for Maxime, and there are no more threats.
Yeah, if anyone's better, it might even be Black because of the superiority of his bishop. And, okay, now the white king is vulnerable in multiple ways. If the queens ever come off, this is over. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a massive favourite now. Clock, board, everything under control.
Yeah, and he was already threatening a check on the long diagonal. That last move by Alireza, sliding the rook to the d-file, hints at blocking it on the d5 square. But it is Alireza's king that's feeling the heat now.
Yeah, it's White's king. Simply less protection. White has 2 pawns in front of his king. Black has 3 pawns. It's simple. It's a simple count there. And I think he's going to try and actually trade pieces off. First, he... Ooh. Wow. Nearly got a heart attack there, Robert.
Yeah, because that queen square was covered and it almost happened. But no, he was just tricking us here in the studio. This is everything under control. But maybe there will be a tactic that Alireza can find just to distract Maxime. But 3+ minutes, I think Maxime, he's really doing everything perfectly.
Yeah, if Maxime was down at around the same amount of time as Firouzja, maybe a chance, but... Wow, did you see how calm he was there? He made that move with 1 second, but just lethargically, just calmly, maybe not believing in his chances.
I mean, that's the move that I would take 45 minutes to make with my queen and the rook lined up, and the h-pawn has arrived on h4. Alireza gets the rook on the open file, but there are all these discovered ideas on the e-line targeting the white queen.
Yep, and for now, Black's rook is undefended, so maybe kind of nothing decisive right now, but he's lining up. Now he defends his rook, Tanya. Your idea on the cards. Black's queen, rook, bishop, they're all placed so perfectly, such good harmony.
Yes, amazing geometry, because the queen and the bishop are also eyeing that pawn on g3 in front of the white king, and now they're eyeing it directly. So Firouzja forced to defend it with the queen. He couldn't have really traded off given the match situation.
Can he take the pawn still? Because there's a tactic, and he doesn't play it. He's just trying to trade queens. I think he could have stolen that pawn because there were tactics available to him. But this game, it's Maxime, it's his match.
All right, we will update you with the score, but this one is getting close to some big territory for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Look at the queen and the knight in Hikaru's camp. Hikaru on the defense.
And look at the clock. Hikaru under 10 seconds, playing against over 2 minutes. Yeah, that white b-pawn got snapped up, it disappeared, and now any endgame is winning for Black. And very straightforwardly as well, Black's just going to push the b-pawn, create a passed a-pawn, and Nakamura is going for some tricks, going for an attack against the Black king. White's queen's threatening to come up to f6 with a check. But first, Black is the one giving checks. Oh, wow, Nakamura is so strong at fighting here.
But why is Nodirbek? He's making his move so quickly. It's a good thing that he's paused right now. He's got an extra 2 minutes on the clock. He needs to use those judiciously. He has to try to wrap up this as quickly as possible. Nodirbek stops any infiltration of the queen on the f-file.
Now he has it under control, but what's so difficult as a player is balancing when to play quickly and when to pause. I think at moments, Nodirbek has moved too quickly. Then he's paused and spent a lot of time, and you think, why didn't you actually punish Hikaru on the clock? Right now, Hikaru's clock has been his worst enemy, and look at this, knight e3. There is a checkmating net that has been weaved around the white king. It's unfortunate for Hikaru, not going to be his game. We will see Armageddon.
Yeah. 8 seconds for Hikaru Nakamura, and he was a pawn up in this game. He's down 3 pawns now. How did that even happen?
It was just the clock situation. It was Abdusattorov's clear strategy from an early stage. He put pressure. Eventually, Nakamura cracked. And, yeah, right now he can give a couple of spite checks, but it's just that, a couple of checks, and the checks dry up. Ooh. Surely there's a knockout blow. Now, White's king has been abandoned. White's queen is off on a limb. Nakamura knows that this is decisive. If Black's queen can somehow land on g2, it's over. Knight d1. Beautiful. Some the Black queen coming in. Nakamura even apologized there for knocking a piece, and this check, another check.
Oh.
And this one is over now. Black's h-pawn will become a new queen.
And that says his handshakes, and Nodirbek, with a smile, he makes a comeback and takes it to Armageddon. He can't believe it himself.
Yeah, that is a smile of disbelief, but that's a smile of one of the future stars of this game. Heck, he's one of the current stars of this game. He's going to be around for a long time, and he just proved why everyone has such complimentary things to say, because he just beat Hikaru Nakamura in a must-win game with the black pieces.
What a performance by Nodirbek. Meanwhile, Alireza does go down in his match against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who got his second win in their mini match, and this one is still on. Lazavik down a pawn in this endgame. It looks hopeless.
Looks close to hopeless, but he's banking everything, all of his chances on White's H-pawn. It's not that easy to stop, and it does promote on a dark square the same colour, a matching square as White's bishop. So still some questions to answer for Fabiano. No time on the clock. He's just trying to annoy White right now. He's trying to discombobulate White's pieces by checking, pinning. Yeah, no stability here, I think, for Denis Lazavik. So this one should be a draw. Even if Black has to give up the knight for White's H-pawn, that one is relatively safe, but it's not over yet.
That would not be ideal for Fabiano, because defending that rook and bishop versus rook, it can be quite tricky. So knight g5 check, you can't take that knight. It was pinned. He can go back and forth. He just needs to keep giving these checks and stop that H-pawn.
But is there actually a way for Denis to even continue the game with the knights and the rooks targeting that bishop, checks coming in? Well, for now, it's stopped. So Black needs to be careful about the H-pawn moving forward. Do you give a check on A4?
Yeah, it would make sense to give a check from the black rook, maybe get the black rook behind White's pawn. There we go. But Fabiano, it feels like he's not exactly sure how to set up. Does he go passive? OK, he brings his rook behind now. Yeah, going passive is never a good idea in these endgames, but it is hanging by a thread suddenly for Black.
And that bishop on e3, it's covering that pawn. There's no way to dislodge it from its defense. Knight c5 is a really smart move. If the bishop takes a knight, immediately the game is a draw. So Fabiano, he is resilient. He's putting all his pieces in the right squares. And Denis is king. It's in enemy territory.
And
he can't do anything. That's just a draw.
He takes the knight, but yeah, that's an admission of defeat. He could have given a check. He could have kept the game going, but it is a draw. Caruana takes it.
Fabi takes it, but for Denis, he managed to draw another game with the world number 2. So what a performance there. Though he goes down in the match, he's got reasons to be proud. Fabiano Caruana victorious in this one. A much-needed win after his performance in day 2, where he lost 2 games back-to-back.
Have to be proud of Denis Lazavik. He continues to show that he belongs on this stage, but Fabiano, he doesn't care that he let a draw in that game. He just wants to win his match. He's now 3 match victories to his name. It is clearly a different Fabi today than it was yesterday.
And this is where we are after round 5. The action for round 5 is not over, because we have not 1 but 2 Armageddons coming up. Magnus was always headed there, but Nodirbek Abdusattorov with a fantastic comeback against Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. Takes it into sudden death. David, what was the highlight for you?
Well, it has to be that dramatic encounter between Nakamura and Abdusattorov, where Hikaru was on the edge from an early stage. He was given a second life, but Abdusattorov in the end did take it. The pressure was too much. And it was around here that things started to turn. We thought Nakamura was safe. He was out of the woods. He'd survived the worst. But after the rooks came off the board, he let things slip. White had to be really careful here and not allow the black queen to get active. As soon as the black queen infiltrates, enters the white camp, it is over. Here he allowed this with knight to f3, allowing a check first of all, and now the black queen comes in and a pawn did drop. He had to be super creative to hold the balance instead. He had to play a move such as queen to e2, attacking the knight, stopping the black queen coming in, and if the black knight does take a pawn, now he had to find queen to a6 coming in behind, and actually the activity here, the thought of a perpetual check would have saved the game, but extremely difficult, and congratulations to Abdusattorov for putting on that pressure in the end.
Hikaru has got to be quite frustrated and angry with the outcome of this game. And there we see the players are writing in their bids. He's shaking his head right now, and we will be revealing the bid soon. They've already placed their bids. He is not a happy man.
No, of course he's unhappy. All he needed was a draw with the white pieces. You don't expect to lose with white. But to be fair to him, at that moment, finding that queen e2, queen a6 that David just showed, that perpetual check is so far in the distance. I think he was already emotionally gone in that game. And so I think he's just frustrated he can't put together a complete game from start to finish.
We did get hints of that in Hikaru's earlier interview with Kaya as well, that he could feel that his performance and the quality of chess, not happy with it. He had the extra pawn, he had the match in his hands, but now it goes into Armageddon, and we will be back with all the action that's coming up and the player bids. And subscribers, stay where you are because you've got special content coming your way.
And then the youngest one here, an underdog in the tournament, Denis Lazavik. Give us your take on him.
Denis is, I didn't know so much about him until 6 months ago. I actually met him first time in the Champions Chess Tour. Then he played really good against me and I checked his games and he's really talented.
I can't give a good read on him exactly. I've only played him in one match in the Champions Chess Tour, and besides that, I've never played him over the board. He has an uphill battle playing against more experienced players, but I hope he'll do well.
I mean, I think for him, he probably just wants to try and make it to the top 4. I don't think he's one of the favorites to win the event, but if we underestimate his abilities, he could pull off a big surprise.
I think for him it's a great achievement to be here, and he's shown this season that he can fight with most people.
His results in online chess were incredibly impressive, so yeah, what can I say?
You know, in general, I found him a very solid player and very good with Armageddons. Probably the outsider, but he will not go down without a fight against anyone.
All right, next one, Abdusattorov. What's your take on him?
He showed that always a fighter when he's done.
I would say fighter. That's a word I would give for Nodirbek.
Always goes for uncompromising stuff, and he's not afraid of anyone.
I think Nodirbek is probably the player who runs sort of the hottest and coldest. He'll either play really well or really badly. I don't think there's any in between, and if he's hot, he's someone to watch.
He's just always fighting and putting up resistance, and he's really tough to beat. So that's a word I'd use for him.
Abdusattorov will do well because he has such great sporting qualities. I don't think he can win the tournament. He will be a difficult opponent for everybody.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
While fans across the world are enjoying the action coming in from Toronto, we've got the young chess fans in Toronto in the playing arena making moves on the same board that the world's very, very best are playing on. And look at those heartwarming clips coming in. How inspiring is this to watch, to play on the same chessboard as Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura? That was amazing.
That was precious. I mean, seeing the smiles on their faces, it was just pure joy. You love to see it. These players, they're role models, they're idols to many people. And the fans, these kids, they're just starting their chess careers.
Speaking of joy, there's more joy in store for us because we've got not one, but two Armageddons coming up. It is a format so deadly that it's called the Armageddon, and this is how it works.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match point. White starts with 15 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. The lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
And we've got two big ones coming up, and we've got Kaya on the ground with Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, and they're about to reveal their Armageddon bids.
It's time for those very exciting Armageddon bids. You guys, go ahead, turn your boards. And let's see it. I see Magnus looking at Wesley's, which says 932, 853. That's going low, Magnus. You wanted the black pieces here.
Yeah, I thought sometimes you might have to go lower, but since I bid high a few times, I thought maybe I could get the bid with a slightly higher time.
You surprised Wesley?
Yeah, Magnus tricked me. I was gonna bid 14.59, but I had no chance to win today, so this what it is.
Good feeling for you then, Magnus.
No, I mean, it's still a very, very tough game. So, you know, I'm happy to get the black pieces now. I've won a couple of times as white, but playing back is always a bit easier.
It's gonna be an exciting Armageddon match. Go ahead, you guys. Thank you for joining. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen bidding 853 really wants the black pieces. We've seen him bid at 10 and higher. Does that have something to do with him playing against Wesley So? Draw, a very likely outcome.
I feel like Magnus was not threatened at all in the two games that we just saw. So for Magnus Carlsen, if he feels like someone had a chance to beat him, maybe he will play on the safer side, bid a little bit more time, and maybe even take the white pieces like he did against Hikaru Nakamura. But Wesley, he's very solid, and by Wesley's own admission, he's like, I don't know, I haven't had a chance to beat him.
Yeah, and it definitely feels like Magnus adapting his strategy according to the opponent. We've seen various different bids from him now throughout the event, but I want to pick up that comment by Wesley. I had no chance to win. Was he talking about the games? Was he talking about this upcoming Armageddon? He didn't seem kind of positive with his body language.
Yeah, it's very, very surprising take there by Wesley right before the start of their Armageddon. And we hope that's mind games by Wesley because we've seen him make very different decisions on the board. But remember, that's not the only Armageddon. And we've got Kaya with Nodirbek and Hikaru revealing their bids.
Here we go. We have turned the boards, both players winning with the black pieces. So let's see how low you wanted to go to 905 for Hikaru. 1123, is it? 29. All right. That means Hikaru, you haven't circled, but you will.
Yeah. Well.
Hikaru will play with the black pieces, 905 on his board. Just wants to go and prepare your reaction to that bid, Nodirbek.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit low, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm happy to win the game. I mean, it was incredibly tough game. You know, I got big advantage after the opening, but I mean, usually, as usual, I messed up things, and yeah, he got a chance. But yeah, at the end, I was lucky that I won the game. Yeah.
So must win with the white pieces now. But do you feel you have momentum now after a game two?
Yeah, I feel like playing with white is less stressful, and you know, it's more easier. Thank you.
Good luck, Nodirbek. Ooh, this will be such an exciting Armageddon coming up. Back to you.
Hikaru is a scary guy right now. He is super mad. What do you make of what just happened?
You have to feel for him. He just lost a really important game because if he loses this match, he may not even get to the survival stage. And Hikaru, he bid pretty low, 9 minutes and 5 seconds. He was constantly in time trouble against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The one bit of good news, Hikaru beat him with black. Now he gets the black pieces again. Maybe he's feeling confident with the second move.
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all lost hard games when we thought we were in control, when we were so close to achieving our goal. So we can't blame Hikaru for feeling a bit down, wanting to get off and prepare there. But yeah, it definitely feels like one player is in a better mindset than the other right now.
It is so much to do with momentum. And for Nodirbek, he did win that second game. The first one that he lost, it was out of an opening blunder. Clear that Hikaru Nakamura, he's out for blood in this one. It's not going to be easy for Nodirbek to sit across him. Probably hoping that, I wish this was an online game.
Yeah, but Nodirbek is afraid of nobody. I think that everyone needs to understand this. He may just be 19 years old, but we've seen him staring at Magnus Carlsen, daggers in his eyes for years. He fears nobody. He definitely doesn't fear Hikaru Nakamura. He just proved that he can beat him on demand. So why not with the white pieces with a 6-minute time advantage when he's been punishing Hikaru on the clock?
He really doesn't let a player get into his head, Nodirbek. Is that part of his talent, part of his genius, David?
Yeah, it's rare. It's a very rare skill. It seems to come naturally to him as well. Just a great mentality, always up for the challenge, always fighting, never backing down, especially against the top players in the world. That's the only way to beat them. That being said, Nakamura doesn't really tilt too often. Normally, once the play starts, once the clock starts, he's back at his best. Here we see Magnus Carlsen just chilling in the green room.
And another player that Nodirbek doesn't let get into his head is Magnus Carlsen, and now he's taken his seat. He starts with the white pieces. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has to win this game for Hikaru Nakamura. He starts with black, needs a draw, he's not at the table.
And Nodirbek is a speed demon. I mean, he has used the clock to his advantage in pretty much every match that he's played in. He did it against Fabiano Caruana. He did it in that game against Hikaru. Hikaru, the way he was acting, it feels like he doesn't even want to show up at the board right now.
Absolutely, Robin. And their second game, I'm still thinking about their rapid game. Nodirbek with black. He really created his chances. The rook lift, trying to create attack out of nowhere. And it worked. He got Hikaru in a messy position. He's got to be feeling good about the quality of his chess today.
Yeah, he's been playing great. Actually, throughout the tournament, it's always interesting games, always really, really double-edged stuff from Nodirbek. And the confidence with such a high bid with white, he's kind of backing himself to win again on demand. Great to see it from the youngster. And it's nice to get a tour of that venue out there in Toronto.
I've been there before. That's where the Chess.com Global Championship was held. It's where this year's Champions Chess Tour Finals are. And Wesley So, he's a familiar guest. Maybe he's really the host at this stage. He won that big prize last year. It was his best tournament ever. That's what he called it. And we're waiting for Wesley to walk into the playing hall. I think we saw him walking around there. But Nodirbek, he's somebody. He's situated. I think he feels good about his chances.
He's got to be feeling good about his chances after winning the second game, and even the first one that he lost after giving up that pawn. He really put up quite the fight. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura extremely candid about how his play has been so far, and that interview with Kaya of revealing the bids, even though Hikaru said very little, a lot was said.
And here we see the handshake. How quickly can Nakamura shake off the memory of that previous game? He looks focused again. Nakamura adjusting his pieces now, ready to start.
Looks a lot more calm than he did during the bids right there when he walked off. But now he's just taken his place. It's fully focused. And Robert, what do you think about the opening approach here?
I will be very curious to see what Nodirbek plays, because he's shown over the years that he has novelties up his sleeve. Just because he's young doesn't mean that he doesn't have experience in these critical moments. But for Hikaru, he knows this is make or break time. If he loses this match, he might not get to the survival stage. For Nodirbek, he has much more wiggle room because he won both of his matches yesterday.
You're absolutely right. And let's remind everyone that 8 players playing after the round robin, only 6 will make it to the next stage. 2 will be eliminated. While Nodirbek has had 2 match victories, Hikaru Nakamura currently at the bottom of the table with just 1 match win. So extremely, extremely crucial. And losing this one will really jeopardize his chances to make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, stakes are high. Armageddon chess is always dramatic, but that will be a bug in the back of his mind for Nakamura. He has black, though, and a draw being enough means he can revert to being solid. It's just about whether 9 minutes will be enough to fight against the might of Abdusattorov.
Nodirbek, head in hands. He is ready to go. Hikaru Nakamura as well, ready to start. This critical encounter between these two, what a miracle comeback it was by Nodirbek. And it is go time. First move by Nodirbek, it is the King's Pawn opening and the Sicilian.
Sicilian not reverting back to his favoured e5. Nakamura really trusting the opening. Remember, he was winning by move 8 last time we had this variation. And, okay, Nodirbek surely is going to be the first to improve. Bishop to d3, a mix-up in move order from Nakamura this time.
Because Hikaru castled first, and that's where Nodirbek's mistake was. He was anticipating Hikaru to castle. Bishop b3 seems to be the correct choice. And now, in this game, there was no knight g4. That square was not defended by the bishop, but Hikaru quickly strikes with d5. He clearly was expecting this opening once again. It's Nodirbek who's first on the clock.
Yeah, but Hikaru is a smart guy. I think he figured that out, that Nodirbek had actually mixed up the move order to fall into the trap that he did in game 1. And I think he was expecting this to work out this way, and that's why we're seeing the speed that we are from him.
Yeah, and this is where it's really important to have a trusted second, a trusted team around you. I have no doubt that Nakamura had a little chat in the break there with Chris Littlejohn, his long-time second, and he was advised to play this variation. A pawn sacrifice temporarily. There was a trick on the board. You could not take the white pawn on d5 twice. The black queen would have been vulnerable there. But now he's going for the bishop pair. He's playing for activity. Black's ahead in development. Looks very healthy to me. I'm surprised Nodirbek has repeated this experiment for a second time.
And the fact that Nodirbek repeated and doesn't seem to know what to do, that is shocking. And maybe when you're flying high, you think that everything's going your way, but suddenly it feels like momentum back to Hikaru.
Momentum Hikaru, this one's heating up, and this one is about to heat up as Magnus, Carlsen and Wesley So are ready to start their Armageddon, and we are underway. Wesley also starts with the King's Pawn opening, and it is Sicil for the kill for the second time.
Wow. Magnus playing the Sicilian in a situation where a draw suits him. That makes Wesley So pause and knight to c3. No open Sicilians here. Will he play for the Grand Prix attack? This is a really flexible move here for white. Wow, forcing Magnus Carlsen to think. You know it's Armageddon, right, Magnus? And knight out to c6. Really odd start to this game, Robert.
No increment until move 60. Then they get 1 second bonus time per move. So for Magnus to invest so much time for a second move in a well-known position, it's surprising to me. Magnus, you can't afford to burn 5-6 seconds on these early moves. Maybe you can if you're Magnus Carlsen, but this is shocking.
Wow, and Magnus reverts to a variation, a branch of this kind of close Sicilian that he's employed on numerous occasions with a lot of success. But very strange to play him, to see him play so calmly here. And a lot of pawn moves here for Black. He's just trying to control squares, trying to keep the game as closed as possible. Eventually, Black will develop. Black will get the dark squared bishop out, fianchetto it, get castled. It's a very healthy position, but a very slow start to this game.
But I like that for Magnus, actually, because when there are tactics flying and you don't have time to calculate, that's when you have to spend a lot of time just to survive. Here, there's no threats in the position, so it's a calm approach from Magnus and from Wesley. Wesley may want to prolong the game, but for Magnus, that means he gets closer and closer to move 60 with a bunch of easier moves. But knight h2, clearly Wesley wants to strike with f4 and open up the f line.
Wow, really spicy, really ambitious move there. And white again is ahead in development in this game. So opening the lines, getting castled, throwing pawns towards the opponent makes a lot of sense. Magnus, I actually do fear for him if Wesley is in preparation, if Wesley is able to whip up an attack. I'm expecting Wesley to castle first. Here we go, the king gets to safety and f4 for the score on the board. Almost guaranteed next move.
We'd love to see that happen, but that's such a double-edged move because you open up the F-line, but you're also potentially allowing Black to open up that bishop on G7, which can be quite a nasty piece. Also, in return, giving up the E5 square. It has been played. Everything has been done. F-line open, bishop open, knight potentially jumping onto E5. The queen from D1 can line up with a bishop from F4, start targeting the H6 pawn. This is already a game for all three results, and that favors one player in the Armageddon, white.
It does favour white. Black, in the meantime, castles. This is a brave move from Magnus. Maybe it had to be done. But, yeah, Wesley now has the chance to muddy the waters. I mean, it feels like there's something in the air out there in Toronto. It's just such crazy games every single round. And there we see the air quality. And I wonder how the players deal with that. Magnus likes a very warm room. We've seen that throughout the entire Champions Chess Tour. It's looking very humid out there. Maybe due to how hot the games have been.
I was going to say, you might like the room to be warm, but humidity, that's another story. I'm from New York. I know how those summers get. And in this position, it feels like things are about to get quite hot on the board because that black king that just castled, it could be in the line of fire. It just goes out to protect that pawn in front of it now. But the f7 square is a bit vulnerable. There are going to be some attacking chances for Wesley. Doubling rooks in the f-file seems to be a likely possibility for him. And I'm really liking the start. Maybe he'll even push his g-pawn forward, throw it at black's king.
Yeah, Magnus, meanwhile, also doing a good job of trying to neutralize the pressure. The more pieces that disappear, the safer he becomes. So offering this trade of light-squared bishops. And again, we'll learn a lot about Wesley's mindset on this next couple of moves. If he just trades the bishops off, kind of starts stepping back, retreating, maneuvering, then Magnus, I think, is in great shape. But maybe there's something more ambitious. Maybe you just leave the bishops and pose questions to Magnus, say, I'm going to trade on my own terms. He still has a 5-minute time advantage, so he needs to maintain the tension. He needs to ask some big questions of Magnus Carlsen.
I like the point of White just keeping the bishop there, because yes, if Magnus was to trade on c4, it gives White the double pawn, but it creates a big glaring weakness for Magnus with that d6 pawn. So just leaving the bishop on c4 to allow tension, and what a move by Wesley. So jumps in with a knight check, and that knight is on pre. Wesley playing for the win.
Knight sacrifice. The knight has to be captured. This is a check. I'm not sure why Magnus is pausing, maybe trying to look into the future. The black light square bishop on e6 as well, vulnerable. So this is a poison knight potentially, but you have to take it. You have to call the bluff. There we go. The idea is that this is an almost unbreakable pin. White's dark square bishop attacking a black knight, attacking the black queen indirectly behind it, and black's king out in the open now. Wow, is this inspiration? Is this a rush of blood to the head?
Wesley took us back to the romantic era of chess, before the engines were invented and killed some of the creativity. Unfortunately for him, it looks like Magnus might kill his creativity, because while there is maximum pressure down the F-line, the engine and Magnus Carlsen both say black should be okay. That knight that went to e5, sure, it was putting pressure on the bishop for white on c4, but it can also drop back to d7 to defend this knight. Things are getting spicy here, though, as the white queen is trying to slide to the h4 square. As Magnus retreats back to d7, he seems to have everything under control.
I hear you, but I just love what Wesley's done, an intuitive sacrifice based on this pin. There are these ideas of getting the queen in with a check. The king moves back, David, and now all you're looking for is one more piece to join the attack, to actually attack that pinned knight on f6. And you can think about doubling up the rook, but another plan comes to mind is throw that e-pawn down the board. I want to vacate the e4 square for my knight. Knight jumping into e4, there are some real threats to counter here.
Yeah, I love it, Tanya. You have to, I mean, you said A, you have to keep throwing fuel on the fire. You have to invest more material. You have to say B, you have to just go all out for the attack now. And this is pretty much the only way. If black gets one more move, if black gets to trade off these bishops and move the queen out of the way, out of this pin, then the attack fizzles out, it dies. Game over, you're a piece down. So an idea, an energetic idea like that one is pretty much forced. It is necessary. Maybe he's just checking the move order here, looking for options, but giving a check, throwing the pawn out the way, adding another piece to the attack, and still anything could happen.
Is the point that if black plays bishop f5 just to intercept the rook on f1 that's trying to barrel it down, are you going to take that bishop? Like, are you really just going to continue sacrificing all your pieces? The engine didn't actually change. It still is better for black, but this is scary with that knight trying to backtrack into f5. Ooh, it's happening.
But it is a different move order. He doesn't give a check first, but we might see this line being played out once the f-file is blocked. I don't see another way to fight the pin. You have to go bishop f5.
I think he's trying to hide the idea. If he played bishop f5, or if he'd given a check first, white's rook would obviously at least have the option of going to take that bishop. He's saying, please play bishop f5, and then I'll get out the way with a check, with gain of time, and then I'll take you. And, I mean, you mentioned the romantic era of chess, Robert. I grew up reading all about all these games, Morphy games, sack, 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 mate. And it looks like at least the start of one of those examples from the 19th century.
I mean, this looks like a timeless love story, talking about a romantic era. This is a fantastic game so far, but the big question is, can Wesley take it to the net right now? He is putting maximum pressure on that f6 knight. Magnus Carlsen in a bit of a trouble. He's feeling the heat.
He's feeling it on the board and on the clock. His bid was quite low, and while Wesley seemed a bit dejected, perhaps he shouldn't have been, because Magnus down to 5 minutes, 40 seconds. The start of this game was calm, but it was the calm before the storm, and Wesley So has been storming in this tournament. 4 match wins in 4 matches, and he is looking at number 5 unless Magnus can find all the correct moves and do so quickly, because to get to move 60 at this stage, under this pressure, it will take the top-rated player in chess history.
Yeah, he's got 43 moves before he gets any increment, so it's literally a fight to the death at this point. And, I mean, surviving the next 5-10 moves is going to take a lot of accuracy.
Oh,
Don't
my
see
gosh.
it.
And that's a minute and a half worth of things there by Magnus Carlsen with no increment and the troubles just starting, the calculation just required. It's only going to get more difficult right now. I mean, we're setting ourselves up potentially for the first time Magnus getting flagged.
This is Wesley So just in top gear, in top form. I mean, all I can think is what could have been. If he plays like this, so ambitiously in every single game, I mean, he would be, I think, one of the best players out there. He already is, but Queen B6, this looks risky. This looks a bit counterintuitive, Robert, putting a queen on the other side from your king.
I'm kind of into that move, though, because if trades happen on f6, so many pieces come off the board that black gets to make a series of moves instantly, and then there's not much in the way of an attack for white. So this is a good decision, I would say, from Magnus. He invested a lot of time, under 5 minutes remaining, but I think there's a great choice by him.
He's just trying to control things. That variation we showed with even more sacrifices for white just looked too scary. I don't think black's defenses would have held up in a practical game. And yeah, because it is pretty much blitz at this point, especially for Magnus Carlsen. He just wants to trade pieces, as you say. And maybe we investigate, we show that line you mentioned. If white were to regain the piece that was sacrificed earlier, just take everything off the board, then we would eventually see a bishop exchange, and white can drop back with the check, avoid the queen trade. But for example, a variation like this, we do a quick count, we see, actually, it's level. Magnus has survived, and Magnus would guide this game towards safety. So Wesley first gives a check, and now the question is to drop back or to block. 2 options. Neither obvious, neither that tempting, but you have to choose one of them. Wow, this attack is still brewing. And Magnus burns even more time before blocking with his knight. This was an option not available to him earlier if white had given a check first. But wow, he's going for it now, Wesley So, and what to play? Do you simply take this bishop back? The evaluation bar jumps up. Maybe you take the knight.
Oh my goodness, the black king side, it's just being shattered. I mean, there are not many pieces in defending it, and that queen, that bishop, that knight on e4, all of them are hunting that king. And you see the eval bar saying white is significantly better. This type of position where Magnus Carlsen, doesn't matter who you are, you collapse under that firepower.
Wesley So is on fire right now at this very moment. Crazy position. We're going to do a quick check-in on this game. Hikaru Nakamura needs only a draw, and to my eyes, it looks like he's well on his way to securing that draw and the match victory.
Yeah, a draw here, by far the most likely result. Also, look at the clock time. It's almost level, only 30 seconds in it. So Nakamura's done everything right here. White bishop maybe slightly better than the black knight because there are pawns on both sides of the board, but it should not be enough to win. There's too little material.
All right, even material, even pawns. It does look like this is headed to a draw. We will jump straight back to where the action is. And Wesley still in, I think, in the same position that we left it. The knight on h5 pin, the bishop on c4 is hanging. What are Wesley's candidate moves right now that he's thinking about?
You take that knight. If you're me, I'm taking that knight in front of the king, and I'm trying to exploit the fact that Magnus is under duress on the clock as well in terms of his king safety. So G takes h5, David. You're the one who pointed it out. I really like it. You're just going direct path towards that king.
Yeah, just one track mind here. Tunnel vision. You need to just focus in, zone in on that black king. Okay, he does it. He takes the black knight. He's going for checkmate. If the light square bishop now saves itself, if it drops back, for example, then a check, a double check actually, forces the black king forward out into the open, and now is the need for the killer blow. I'm struggling to find it. It feels like it must be there. The black king out in the open in no man's land. Maybe you play a move like bishop to f6, and this looks deadly. For example, if the knight takes this bishop, you give a check, you capture on Ooh,
with the rook.
With the rook.
No, but
Even
actually,
better.
you should show the end of that because that's an easy trap to fall in. You take with the knight, it looks like you're winning the black queen because you're also threatening checkmate on h6, but there's rook g8, a move that saves the day here, and black would actually have the upper hand.
Yeah, so the idea would be to actually, same idea, with just with an inverted move order. You flip the move order and the tactic works this time. The black king 2 out in the open, and this would be a deadly combination. The queen and knight, the best duo when it comes to attacking. And while Magnus is actually walking down this variation, he's allowing it all to unfold on the board.
Wesley needs to find it. He has to calculate this through and make the correct move. And over the next 5 moves, this could be all over for Magnus Carlsen. Wesley on the brink of delivering the first blow, but he does change it up. He starts with the check. Does mixing this move order impact the outcome?
Maybe just a much more rational way of doing it. He doesn't want that mess, that melee of tactics where it's easy to blunder, as I did in that variation. Instead, he wants to simply trade everything off. Maybe he wants to take with a rook now and cash in on the dark squares. For example, a variation like this one, I think white will be successful in a king chase. The black king now would be doomed. In all of these variations, the black king is suffering, walking a tightrope. And moment of truth, Wesley takes back with the rook. And this looks decisive.
Wesley So has many fans out there, and they've all been clamoring for him to play just like this. The inspiration we're seeing in a must-win game is bringing out the best in Wesley So, who took down Magnus Carlsen for the 2019 Fischer Random World Championship title. And this game right now, with black's pieces not saving that king on h7, we could see him win in fine style, especially as Magnus, his clock is dipped below 3 minutes at this stage. How do you defend this position with no time?
Morphy,
Gives up the queen.
They'd all be so proud of this effort. I mean, this is desperation from Magnus Carlsen. You saw the shake of the head on the camera there. I mean, it's just shock. Magnus is reeling with shock. This is a free pawn. I think you can just take this. You can drop the white queen back if you need to, but this is just going to end in checkmate. Magnus is down a queen as well, just for rook and bishop.
I've never seen Wesley play this kind of chess. Look at that. He puts the pawn forward, wins more material, and now the rook will join into the attack. Rook f1, rook f5, rook h5, and once that happens, it will be game over.
He's just trying to take everything with check, Wesley.
Oof.
So he's just cashing in on the material. He had that deadly attack. Magnus panicked. Understandably, it was so difficult to defend, and this is a masterpiece from start to finish.
I think Magnus is actually impressed with Wesley right now. Sometimes when you lose, you're really upset. We saw Hikaru with that reaction before. But you have to just tip your cap to Wesley. So the way he's playing, I think he's your king f2. Get your king out of the check's way. That way you can slide your rook on over to g1 to help deliver a checkmate. I mean, Wesley, he is just doing everything perfectly. There's something about Toronto, something about Canada that is amazing for Wesley So's chess.
Yeah, wow. He's just played, I mean, every move perfectly. Look at him, Wesley So. He's even got time to admire the ceiling, admire the artwork on the walls.
Got 6 minutes on the clock. And
It's over. I mean, rook g1
Magnus
check
Carlsen.
and queen h7 check, you win a rook. Yeah, he should look at the ceiling. This game is like the Sistine Chapel. It's beautiful artwork, and it's over. He just won this game.
Finds everything. He's played this to perfection. He gives the check. Magnus blitzing it out. Even Magnus knows this is all over. He's down. Everything on the board. He will fight this out till the end, but it's not going to be enough. Not against a Wesley So as he's shown up today.
Yeah, sometimes if you have a rook and bishop, you can hold a fortress against a queen, but this is the loosest fortress I've ever seen. Black's pawns all isolated. Black's king, too weak, out in the open. Still almost checkmated this black king. This one is over. White can simply just collect all the pawns, march the queenside pawns up the board.
Yeah.
Masterpiece.
I'm just thinking about the Wesley during the Armageddon bids. He was so disappointed and he looked so unsure, and that confidence and the comment he made that he's never going to win. I mean, what was that about? Then he comes on this board with brutal force.
I think it plays to his favor because he's playing into this narrative like, oh, I can't do this. I'm this nice guy who maybe doesn't always believe in himself. But look at what he's done here. If this does not make Wesley believe in himself, I don't know what will. But this is an absolute gem of a game from Wesley. He's just ensnaring this king. The king has no moves. If he gets to deliver one check, it's over. He's also up a couple pawns. What a beautiful, beautiful game. A tactical skirmish that has gone his way.
Yeah, a tip for everyone at home, play chess with a smile on your face. It leads to good results. Take risks, attack, enjoy it, and yeah, just don't look back, Wesley So. He's just closing out this one, finishing touches. It's so smooth. Even pawn to a4, that's just sadistic. He's just saying to Magnus, you barely have any moves left. Black is stuck. White is going to win.
White is going to win. It's under 2 minutes for Magnus. Doesn't even matter. Magnus could have 2 hours on the clock right now. He's not going to save this one. He needs more than a miracle to survive this. I mean, let's play devil's advocate just for a moment. Is there anything that Magnus can do to try and create a fortress in this one?
No, and he also doesn't believe in fortresses, right? That was one of his famous quotes, and he said it, with a smile on his face, but he is trying to drum up some counterplay. If he can win that C2 pawn, the base of White's chain, maybe he will have some chances, but I think White's the one who's going to steal a bunch of pawns here. The A5 pawn, the C5 pawn, all on dark squares, and don't be surprised if Wesley gets another queen later.
Yeah, the only thing to avoid is getting all of your pawns traded off. You need to maintain at least one, ideally 2 connected pass pawns long term. But he still has a 3-minute time advantage. He captures now. Ooh, a really nice check, just throwing Black's coordination off there. Black is forced to block with the bishop, and Black's king is going to get chased around. Things are going to fall with check. And we're all peering in, we're all looking. Oh, there were tactics galore. Black's bishop was loose, the Black king had to go back and defend it. Everything's just working so perfectly. He hasn't put a single foot wrong, Wesley So.
Just outplayed Magnus Carlsen. How do you do that?
He played every move with purpose in this game, throwing in a little pawn push with check when it looks like he's going to make the obvious capture. I mean, look at Magnus, right? Magnus is just like, I'm playing, I'm trying my best, but after this game, I promise you, Magnus is like, wow, that was Wesley when he's at his best, and honestly, there's little even I could do about it.
We have to see where it all went wrong once this is all over, because it just felt like a Wesley So show start to finish. How did things turn out so bad for Magnus, and he's still fighting it out, still trying to find a defense here? Can White just keep getting greedy and pick up the last remaining pawn on the queen side?
I think the answer is yes. This feels like a chess boxing match where just straight from the off, Wesley's been punching. Magnus has been just reeling around in shock, trying to block from here and there, but ultimately shouldn't be enough. Okay, now 2 connected pass pawns. They're about to march up the board. And, okay, only 1 check there for Black. Wesley So still in control. I do have to give Magnus some credit for surviving this long. Yeah. We've been writing him off for a long time. We've been saying it's a foregone conclusion, but still alive for now.
I mean, Wesley was playing against Maxime in the Armageddon. Maxime was fighting with a knight against the queen. Here, Magnus has got a rook and bishop.
Yeah, and checkmate in 1. Be careful. Black's rook is threatening to go behind the White king to G2. The White king's actually caught in a mating net. The good thing is you can run away with the White king. You can give a few checks first with the queen. But, hey, counterplay for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, this was Wesley perhaps not keeping an eye on his king. And now the king has gone to F5. Rook G2 checkmate is a threat. You can't push the pawn to create a square. You still get checkmated. So he's going to give a few checks. Suddenly, Magnus has a chance.
I can't believe we're actually saying that right now. After the game that we've just seen, Magnus Carlsen creating a threat. Wesley So slowing down under 3 minutes. He had to go up with the king to avoid mate in 1. He does it. Magnus gives a check. The king moves forward.
Yeah, he's running with the king to safety. That White H-pawn valuable in blocking any potential checks. And I think that was the only key moment, the one trick to avoid. And now Magnus still hitting thin air. The White king is entirely safe. Nothing to be done there while the pawns march inevitably up the board.
Yeah. The thing is, when you're playing Magnus Carlsen, you can have a winning position, but you have to beat him in every move. And Wesley So has done it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Wesley So takes the Armageddon against the world #1.
There are no words, and you see those players, they didn't share any, but Wesley, he deserves a world of credit. This game is still going on. I almost forgot about it, considering how interesting Wesley So's domination, demolition, whatever you want to call it, of Magnus was. But here we are in an endgame where it looks like Hikaru Nakamura should hold with the black pieces.
He should hold, but look at the clock situation. Both players down on time. We're around move 50 now, so they will get increment shortly. That being said, there's still 2 pawns left, and White's king is about to run in.
Oh, and the bar's going up. Suddenly, Nodirbek's king is infiltrating, it's going after the G5 pawn.
Bishop holds everything together. White's bishop is so good with pawns on both flanks. Black's knight is a short-range piece, cannot control both flanks. Nakamura has lost control. 20 seconds. He's got to make 8 more moves.
And he's lost control on his nerves as well. As we can see, he is panicking right now. The knight defending the G5 pawn for now, but the bishop can start hitting that knight on E6.
But then the knight hops around to attack the bishop. You could tell that Nodirbek is also nervous at this stage. He makes a quiet bishop move. They're nearing move 60. They get a second added per move when they hit move 60. There's a tablet next to them telling them what move they're on.
Oh, wow, and Nodirbek, the pressure's on him to make progress. The position is almost repeating itself right now. He's struggling. He's got around 11 seconds. And, okay.
He made the correct move. Yeah, he almost stopped on the wrong square. He goes bishop e8, and now the bishop protects that a4 pawn. If the knight moves, g5 drops. Hikaru, he has no time left. He's got to move.
Make a move. 4 seconds, Hikaru. He panics and puts the knight and loses a pawn.
But now it should be a relatively straightforward win. That being said, the evaluation bar moves another check. Wow, this is crazy. They've only got 1 second increment each move. He needs to move. He needs to speed up.
And both players are so nervous. They're living on that increment right now. The pawn a4 is defended. The white king is going towards the queen side. a5 is going to drop.
Now, white is winning. White will win that a-pawn. It's a pawn that promotes on a light square as well. White's bishop holding everything. This is simple.
Oh, and Hikaru Nakamura, he gets up. He resigns. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He reacts. He knows he's done it. He takes down the world number 3 in the Armageddon. He was playing comeback in this match. He lost the first game, wins the second one, wins the Armageddon.
He's the comeback kid. That is what he just did. You watched Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the former world rapid champion, take down Hikaru Nakamura, not just once in a must-win game, but twice in a row. He gets the job done. What an unbelievable performance from him.
This has been an insane day of chess already, David. 2 dramatic Armageddon. What stood out for you? Oh, my God.
Wow, that endgame was instructive, and I'm definitely going to go back and play over it later, that game between Abdusattorov and Nakamura. But I just want to highlight the critical moment where Wesley so pounced, threw a tactic in against Magnus Carlsen and took the game to victory. Here we were talking about bishop exchanges, playing slowly, strategically. He said, no, it's all about tactics, romantic chess. Knight to g5, check, a sacrifice. And as we saw later on, throwing all the fuel on the fire, pawn to e5, blowing things open, a queen check to come, and a deadly attack. One of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
Stunning chess by Wesley. And we are going to a break, but we'll be back with all the action from our playing arenas. Dani is getting set up there. There is a very crucial round 6 coming up. Hikaru Nakamura staring at elimination. We will be back with more from Toronto.
If I can ask you to write how you think the top 5 overall standings in Champions Chess Tour will look like this season.
Is Alireza playing? Or is he into fashion now?
Should I put myself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go with Magnus.
Okay, first one is a long name.
My mother is watching us, I have to be careful.
You know what? I can be confident, no? I can put my name.
Of course.
You know, I just beaten Magnus here in Vachier-Lagrave, so I'm returning a favor there. Returning a favor to a good old friend.
So you have Nakamura on top. Why is that?
Yeah, he's just been like winning all his events. Whenever I see him play, he wins. So he's probably gonna take this one as well.
Ding has bad internet, so he is left out.
I just put myself in the middle.
We need confidence. So Magnus, Hikaru, Prag, Alireza, and Wesley.
Yeah.
Your handwriting is very nice. I have to say. That's your only bet.
Yeah, that's my only bet.
All right. Your top 3 goals that you hope to achieve in 2023.
Let's see, the first one would be to qualify to the candidates. I've only played in the candidates once, and it didn't go very well in 2018. So I'm very excited to see what 2023 holds. There'll still be some over-the-board tournaments here and there, but almost half of the tournaments are held online, and they're very important. They got a lot of stake. I'm very pleased to win last year's the Global Chess Tournament. I'm excited to be part of the new Champions Chess Tour and chess.com. It's interesting to see what this new partnership will hold for them. Win some big online tournaments. That would be very nice. For me as a player, I'm trying to balance myself between being very good at classical while also doing not bad at online and speed chess because they're very different things. And so this year is going to be exciting as well as a challenge. And my calendar is actually getting very full at the moment. I also need time to spend between resting, recovering, and also preparing. And number 3 would be too ambitious, but I'd say reach the top 3 in the world.
And then Alireza Firouzja.
At this point, you gotta say that Alireza is a complete wild card because you don't know what to expect at all. I still think that his ceiling is very, very high. Whether he'll hit it seems unlikely, but I mean, I hope for his sake that he can find some form here because he certainly has the potential to do well.
He has been a leader of our generation.
People tend to forget how young he is because he's been established at the top. So I'm looking forward to some more here in Toronto.
Hessa is the prodigy, and he's definitely the first name that comes to mind among many other promising players, of course, but he's always been the front runner of his generation.
I think certainly for him it's a chance to try and redeem himself here at the end of the year. Obviously his rating has fallen, he's not going to qualify for the candidates. So I think he has a chance at redemption. A lot's going to depend on also his openings, how he plays and everything. But again, very dangerous and he could win the event.
Opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from Chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at Displate.com.
We are in Toronto with what maybe was just the craziest round in the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Final. Danny Wrench alongside James Canty, and I don't even know where to start about what just happened.
Wesley Ronto, this is his place. He is here. He showed up today.
It's amazing to see the results before you because, okay, I did pick Wesley, and again, I meant what I said. I think he plays well in Toronto, but I guess I just didn't expect it to go down that way. What a game we just saw. The game of the tournament, the commentators throwing it back. It was romantic. It was full of sacrifices. It was a game out of the OG books. He sacrificed a piece and ends up just destroying Magnus Carlsen in a kingside attack. I know we've got other games to get into, including Nodirbek Abdusattorov beating Hikaru Nakamura, putting him on the brink. Yeah. But let's go back to this Wesley So performance. Yeah. I mean, when you're watching this game in real fashion, it's like you see the sacrifice of the piece, then you see the sacrifice of the. You're like, okay, but really, it's Magnus.
You can't do this, right? I saw knight d7, I saw queen b6. I'm like, oh yeah, Magnus is getting out of this. I was checking. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, he should be okay. And then Wesley found all these moves and resources, then the queen sacrifice, and then Magnus was done for. I mean, you can just tell, you can see the frustration on Magnus's face. Wesley stayed calm and collected. He looked up a little bit. All right, cool, I got this, and game over. Wesley Ronto with the dub.
You could tell that everybody was suffering from Magnus bias-itis, including Wesley. Everybody, even toward the very end of the game, was like, Magnus is going to pull this off. Maybe there's a mating net. Yeah. But Wesley holds it together, calm, cool, and collected. He does seem to like it in Toronto. He caught up with Kaya just after the victory, and well, here's what he had to say.
Wesley So just played an incredible Armageddon game against the world #1. Wesley, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, very good. Praise Jesus for the win, for all wins come from him. But yeah, it was very crazy. It's kind of a miracle that I won.
But I mean, it's been a fun game. Like when I sacrificed the piece, I knew that probably my only chance is to go all out for an attack with Magnus. I don't think the piece sacrifice works, but sometimes you have to take a leap of faith.
I can't even begin to tell you the praise you have been getting from the experts in the studio on this game. Yeah. I mean, where will you even rate this game in your career? Just such a fantastic game.
Yeah, it's crazy. The thing is, I wasn't very happy at all with how the opening turned out. And if I played slowly, I thought I would get absolutely nothing. Like if starting to play d5 next move or knight h5. So I figured I have to go for it. If I lose, I was gonna lose anyway. So I didn't have anything to lose. And it looks kind of interesting. I was sure that black has a defense. But yeah, it was a fun game. I mean, it looks like a very strong, very good game. But then when you check an engine, probably full of blunders. Also in the end, like I think Magnus blundered at some point when after played knight e4, thought he should have taken c4 first. I wasn't sure. But also instead of queen takes f6, okay, bishop takes f6 is better, and he's still worse. Like take, queen h6, and 5 rook f1. But at least he's not down in material. So I was really surprised why he played queen f6. Yeah, we should take with the bishop, and I think black survives, or at least unless I'm missing something crazy.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, Wesley, but this win takes you to the sole lead in the tournament. It's now looking very, very, very likely that you will make it straight through to the semifinals. What do you think about that?
Who do I play next?
You play Abdusattorov.
Oh, my boy, yeah?
Yeah. Also coming from a win. So what should we expect from that one?
Oh, my boy. Well, there's still a lot of things at stake, yeah, because he could win the rest of his matches. So I was rooting for Hikaru, but but it didn't work. So again, one match at a time. It's a miracle that I won against Magnus, so praise God for that.
Amazing play, Wesley. Congratulations, and good luck in the next one.
Yes, thank you so much.
That is the amazing Wesley. So for you, back to you guys.
You can tell that Wesley himself hardly believes it, right? He's going over the variations, sure that there must have been a better defense for Magnus. You see, it was a very well-played game by both. Not a perfect game, but I don't think he realizes just how hard that position was for Magnus to hold.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, he even said it was bishop takes f6, and then he missed that, and even looking at the eval bar on the events page, I'm like, oh, bishop takes was better, but it was crazy because his king ends up on g6, and like all this wild stuff happens. So Magnus made a practical decision to take with the queen there, but Wesley's like, yeah, he's just still worse. Crazy game.
I thought Magnus made the right decision too, because I thought he was probably going to get mated if he didn't. Remember, he also didn't have very much time on the clock, which is exactly what you have to do when you're white in Armageddon. Wesley wasn't confident going in, but he did exactly what you're supposed to do. He held nothing back. He played quickly. He brought the house. And if more people played like that against Magnus Carlsen, you might have more victories against Magnus Carlsen. That's the truth. And so I think that from a practical perspective, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. And if that is a sign of things to come, and these two guys meet again later in this event, sign me up. That's what I'm saying.
Me up, baby.
Sign me up. All right. A guy who was also signed up, according to my predictions before the match, for a loss was Nodirbek Abdusattorov, but he proved me and anyone else who had Hikaru Nakamura winning this one wrong. Let's see what Nodirbek had to say when he caught up with Kaya.
Wow, what a game from Nodirbek Abdusattorov to beat Hikaru Nakamura in that match. How are you feeling right now?
No, I feel relieved. You know, I have to recover as soon as possible, you know, because I'm playing Wesley. So yeah, it's going to be a very tough match, of course.
What was the key in this Armageddon to get the win to beat Hikaru Nakamura?
Just to keep the pressure, just to keep the game going, because, I mean, he clearly prepared for Armageddon and, you know, played very quickly in the opening. But I got some little bit edge. I mean, you can't say it's advantage, but a little bit edge. So, yeah, I was trying to keep the pressure, and yeah, at some point I was okay. I was, of course, I wasn't I didn't believe that I'm gonna win this game, but things turned out well for me. So yeah, I'm very happy.
You're now on 3 points. How do you see your chances now with 2 matches left in the round robin to make it through to the next stage?
Yeah, it's looking good, first of all, and yeah, I don't want to, you know, be relieved too soon. So I'm just taking it as usual. So yeah, we'll see.
Now, Magnus Carlsen, even Magnus Carlsen losing to Wesley So, who's just on fire. So what could be a possible way to beat Wesley So in your next match?
Yeah, I mean, he lost in Armageddon, right? So it's kind of a tricky part of the game. So yeah, I mean, playing against Wesley is always tough. He's a hyper solid player, and yeah, we'll see how he'll approach.
Will you use the confidence you're now having, the momentum you're having into the match with Wesley?
I would say I need to recover from these emotions. Yeah, it's been so tough. You know, I can't stop. You know, my smile during the game against.
I can see that.
Yeah, playing against Hikaru is like something special for me. You know, he is so emotional and he's making so many emotional things that I can't stop. You know, smiling during the game. Yeah.
What does it mean to beat, I bet, someone who's been a role model for you, Hikaru Nakamura, in a match?
Yeah, of course. He's been a model for me. You know, I've played against him when I was literally a kid, like in 2014, 2015 or something like that. So yeah, he's clearly has been my model in speed chess, of course. And yeah, it's very pleasant, and this is my first big win against him in a match. So yeah, it's really big achievement for me.
So you're saying you need to somehow remove a little bit of emotion right now to get ready. How will you do that? What can you do to get ready and focused for Wesley?
First of all, yeah, you know, just forget about the game against Hikaru and just like take it like I'm playing like first game of the day. Yeah.
Some fresh Toronto air maybe before it all starts.
Sure. Yeah.
Congratulations again, Nodirbek, and good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
What an amazing performance by Nodirbek here. Getting some fresh air now maybe before the next one starts. Back to you guys.
You see it right there. It was not the best game either of these guys have played, 85 versus 83% accuracy, but it was enough to get the job done. Nodirbek Abdusattorov shocks the world, beats one of his childhood heroes. You heard him talk about that. He says just how hard it is to play Hikaru when you grow up against a legend online, to really just keep your wits about you in that moment. You can see how much it meant to Nodirbek. You saw him smile right after the game. Kaya, you just caught up with him. You could just feel the energy in that interview, how relieved and how awesome that felt for him.
He was so emotional, so happy. It's so cool to see these youngsters actually beat, you know, people they've looked up to their whole life.
Yeah.
Such a cool moment for him.
100%.
Wesley So's not so young, but I think he does look up to Magnus. So you have just two guys doing something that maybe they didn't think they could do, and So and Abdusattorov. But all right, we're going to dive right into the next round's pairings and do a preview. You've got Lazavik and Firouzja there. Vachier-Lagrave and Carlsen. Will Magnus bounce back? Wesley So and Abdusattorov. Now a match that could decide who's leading and getting a direct ticket to the semis. And then the battle of the Americans, Nakamura and Caruana. Oh my gosh, do we have more in store? And you know what we're going to do?
What are we going to do?
We're going to dive right in.
We're going to dive right in?
We're going to predict it right now.
Here,
I think maybe I'm in the lead right now.
I think after that round, you might. We're going to have to check that for tomorrow morning show.
But all right, let's not check that.
But before we do, we're going to start where all things do, even though he did just lose. Magnus Carlsen versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Canny.
Yeah, one thing I remember Carlsen said in the interview, he was like, yeah, you know what? I have to immediately win after I have a loss. So I'm taking Carlsen. He's probably very pissed right now.
Okay.
I've stalked Magnus Carlsen around the world for 9 years now as a reporter. You rarely see him lose 2 in a row. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I feel bad for Maxime right now because you wanted to have a different type of Carlsen, maybe a Carlsen who could let his guard down because he just beat the co-tournament leader. But no, now you've got a hungry Magnus Carlsen looking for revenge. So, all right, but speaking of that tournament leader, Wesley So is now clearly in first, but he takes on a guy who is literally streaking through the gymnasium. You've got Nodirbek winning 3 matches in a row. Who you got in this one?
He kind of is, but you do have to go with Flexley So. After he just put down Flexley Serrano, I mean, his whole name just changed here as he just took down Magnus. You can't even.
It sounds like a mafia name. Flexley Serrano, like a guy that you call when someone owes you money. But okay, all right. So Flexley Serrano for him.
I think he's going to have a perfect round robin. Wesley So for me.
I'm going with Wesley So as well. Again, although right now I feel like I got to stop picking against Nodirbek. Apparently, I'm the one pissing him off. I think I've picked against him 4 matches in a row now. Everybody, you can blame me for that. But all right, then we move on to the match, that could decide which top American besides Wesley So is staying here. You have Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura. I don't know the tie breaks in front of me, but this is absolutely massive. Who do you have here?
I'll definitely take Hikaru again. I mean, he's just down. It's tough. You know, he has to fight back. I always rock with Hikaru, even ups and downs, so I'm going to ride with Hikaru.
I'm going to disagree with you. Okay. I think Fabiano Caruana will take this one. Hikaru Nakamura is very emotional right now, so yeah.
He's having a tough time. You're right. I mean, honestly, that means you're predicting we're not going to have Hikaru Nakamura in the survival stage, which is mind-blowing. I don't know that it's over if he loses to Fabi, but I'm with Canty. I do think Hikaru is going to win this one. I thought he was going to win the last one, but you're right that at this point, I feel like things are being thrown in the air. We'll see if Hikaru can pull it together. All right, the last matchup we haven't talked about. Alireza Firouzja taking on Denis Lazavik.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Firouzja, I mean, he's still doing his thing, right? Of course. Firouzja is just stronger than Lazavik, I think, on paper, so we'll go with Firouzja.
Yeah, well, I did meet him yesterday having that Mexican food. That was some really nice tacos.
Yeah.
I think that's going to give him some fire. I'm not rooting for, but I'm betting on Firouzja in this one.
All right, I also am taking Alireza Firouzja in this one here, and it's not just because he called me out about predictions yet. I know I've already said that, but again, I'm taking Firouzja. Again, I do think he's going to beat the youngest player in the field, Denis Lazavik here. Speaking of the youngest player in the field, similar to having caught up with Nodirbek, I also had a chance to catch up with Dennis the Menace, as the nickname is now becoming more known throughout the land, and his mom. The full interview, as we said, will be hitting our YouTube and all the other channels where you find the good stuff, probably tonight or tomorrow. But right now, check out a quick snippet of this conversation we had before things got underway. Like any chess player, I feel like I have to adjust the pieces before the start of any big game. I'm Danny, by the way.
Marina.
Nice to meet you. Your mom.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you super proud of him for making it here?
He's an ordinary guy, but he has a talent. He can play chess, and I'm proud of my son.
Yeah. Take us back to when you were a kid. When did you first learn to play chess? What was the first thing about chess that got you excited? And maybe take us through that experience.
My father taught me to play chess, and I played with him a lot. You know, he learned me to e4, queen h5, bishop c4,
okay,
and
yeah.
and I...
The scholars made,
yeah.
This queen h5 first, right? And you beat all the kids with this.
Yeah, I almost won every game.
But it doesn't work anymore. Yeah. Is it easier for you at times to play online than it is over the board? Because you probably played thousands of games more online than you have over the board.
Yeah, of course it's very important for me to have this opportunity to play against strong players. The main thing that when I play online, I'm nervous less. I think it helps me a lot to play at home. Yeah.
What else? Do you have any pets at home?
Yeah, I have a cat.
You have a cat? Mm-hmm. What's the cat's name?
Bushka.
Bushka. I love that name. Babushka. I love it. I cannot wait to meet Bushka someday. I don't know why. I just have a feeling I'm going to meet Bushka one of these days. If you want more from Denis Lazavik, you're going to want to check out the full interview. We got into some stuff, including the fact that he's been playing on chess.com since he was a little kid, winning Title Tuesdays since he was an FM, getting accused of cheating around the world. We got into all of it, and he was honest. It got real. That's what I'm going to tell you. You're going to want to check out that interview. But right now, it's time for us to check in across the sea with the studio in Oslo. I got to ask you guys, like, what are you making of Wesley So's last game there? Robert, David, anyone who wants to answer. That was one of the most brilliant chess games I've ever seen Wesley So play.
I feel like there are no words. I mean, the game that Wesley just played is the type of style everyone who's a fan of his has been clamoring for a long time. I said it when it was happening. It was romantic. It was beautiful. It was a demolition. Wesley deserves a mountain, a world of credit.
And for Hikaru as well, I think we are still reeling from everything that we just saw, Danny. I mean, Hikaru going down in that Armageddon. How is he doing? And is he someone that you'd want to be around right now? He looked very angry after that game.
I don't know how he's doing. I mean, I'm sure he's not too thrilled. It's been hard to watch. He's lost 2 Armageddon battles. Well, he had lost 2 Armageddon battles going into today. So now he loses a third after having already gone down to MVL and Magnus. So it's just, regardless of the fact that Hikaru's struggling, which none of the fans really want, I think losing an Armageddon is not something you expected from a guy who wins a lot of Armageddon.
100%, especially as good as Hikaru is. I mean, sometimes it just doesn't work for you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's just not the right element, not the right timing. The chess guys just aren't with him today. It's just not working.
Yeah.
Especially after taking that first game win in that match. And like you said, I think the whole chess community, they really want to see Hikaru make it into survival stage right now at the start of this event. Would anyone have predicted that Hikaru would be fighting for his life here?
Never.
Never. And although I said before the round, and I don't know what you guys were discussing there in Oslo, but when people were asking me and legitimately putting me on the spot, I wasn't evading the question. I literally didn't know how to answer it. You look at the pairings, you look at the 8 players, and somebody has to go home. 2 players, in fact, right? And so whether it's exactly what you expected or not, and of course we still don't know what's going to happen. Can't wait for this round. It's definitely been a thriller.
It's been a thriller in Toronto. And I have to ask you guys that what are the turnarounds that you're expecting being in the playing arena? You can see the players, their mood, their mindset. There are Hikaru, Alireza, Denis at the bottom of the table right now. What kind of turnarounds can we expect?
I think it's going to be very aggressive here at this point now. I mean, at the bottom, it's tough. It's tough to see. It's tough to know who's going to go home today. Somebody's going home. I think 2 of them actually are going home today, which is going to be really tough. I'm not sure who that's going to be because they still got a match left today. So let's say somebody wins. I mean, the things mix up. But Nodirbek is going crazy. He actually jumped and leapfrogged. Never thought, actually, I didn't put Nodirbek as one of my favorites going into today. But now I have to change everything that I thought about Nodirbek.
Everything is changing here.
Everything's changing.
Tanya mentioned the players coming in, so I did the quick look around. We only had the Frenchman with 3 names sitting there, although it looks like young Denis Lazavik did just enter. So they will be filling in here. Last question I want to throw to David. David, we don't see Magnus lose very often. You're a friend of his. Your thoughts on the mindset Magnus will have after losing to Wesley So?
Well, firstly, it's the manner of the defeat. Magnus, first of all, respects great chess. I've been there when he's had tough defeats, setbacks, and he's like, okay, actually, my opponent played pretty well. Of course, he's frustrated, but I don't think he'll take it personally. I don't think he'll let it get him down too much.
Yeah. As we saw, Danny said it, the players are walking in right now, getting ready for this very, very critical round 6. We've got one more round robin game coming up tomorrow, but this one, so much depends on it.
Yeah, it does, and I think that means the players will trickle into the scene behind the commentators in Toronto. So, bye, guys. Miss you. Wish we were there, but we're having a lot of fun covering the action.
See you guys later.
Bye. Have a great time. We'll see you on the other side yet again.
Bye, Levy. Bye, Levy.
Danny, James, and Levy, somewhat there in spirit right now. But gosh, the players have to just show up for this game. I mean, especially the ones who are really struggling on pretty much their last game. If the ones with just 1 match victory, 1 more loss, and it wouldn't even matter what happens tomorrow.
The problem, though, is that the matches don't really get easier, right? Yeah. Hikaru loses to Nodirbek Abdusattorov. His reward, Fabiano Caruana. So there are no off matches for anyone. Denis Lazavik proved that even he can beat some of these superstars. He beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave earlier, so getting him, that's not a walk in the park.
No, not at all. And Fabi is in form. He did beat Denis Lazavik in a convincing way. And for Hikaru, of course, we all saw what just happened. But one guy, I mean, Wesley So, taking down Magnus Carlsen. He'll be playing against Nodirbek, also feeling really great with his win against Hikaru. How do we assess that match?
I'm not going to even attempt to predict the results. I'm just going to say it's going to be fun games, fun positions. Feels like both players are just at the top of their game, enjoying it more than ever before. I expect Nodirbek to throw some stuff at Wesley. Maybe Wesley will throw some stuff back, judging on that last game. And yeah, it's just about who kind of plays quicker, spots those tactics faster, and here we see Abdusattorov ready to commence action.
And Nodirbek's got to be feeling good about his chances going forward into the next stage of the Champions Chess Tour final, as does Wesley. Who are the players for whom this round is a make or break, Robert?
Well, of course, Hikaru, and any player who only has one match win, Alireza, and for Denis. But I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's somebody that we haven't spoken about all that much, but he did just beat Alireza, and he has a chance to continue that winning streak and secure his placement through to, at minimum, the survival stage.
And there we've got the Frenchman with 3 names, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Hard to tell what that expression is. Probably thinking about his opening approach. Just don't feel sleepy right now. You need to bring up all the energy that you can on the board. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be playing against Magnus Carlsen, who is also ready to go. Are we expecting a King's Pawn opening, a Sicilian in this one?
I don't think it was a yawn, Tanya. I think it was a roar. I think he's woken up and he's ready to play. A Sicilian is very likely. That's Maxime's bread and butter. We've seen him kind of semi-blunder in the opening, but understand positions so well in those dynamic kind of messes that he navigates it to perfection. I think the players now, you can sense the tension, itching to get going. Magnus Carlsen, of course, wanting to bounce back. But this clash is essential. Firouzja against Lazavik. Both players need to win to have any chance now of staying alive in this tournament. And stakes are getting higher. The good news is they play each other. The two tail-enders. You beat a direct rival if you get the match win. And look at Lazavik just making those last-minute preparations. And
on paper, Firouzja has got to be the favourite in this matchup. What does Denis need to do to recreate that magic from his game against Maxime?
He needs to survive with black. David mentioned this earlier in the show, that Denis with the white pieces, super solid. He's very difficult to beat. But with the black pieces, he's been a bit shaky. He lost to Fabiano with black earlier today. So if he can keep his time management under check and play well with the black pieces, he gives himself a shot at minimum to go to Armageddon, where we saw him beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Why are all the players yawning? What is going on? What's up with the Toronto air?
Well, I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but it did look like a yawn, that one, as we see Hikaru Nakamura enter the fray. And essential for him, this next match, the All-American clash, he needs to win. He will play Lazavik in the last round tomorrow, but yeah, no guarantees there either.
Yeah, one guy who won't be yawning but will be roaring is Hikaru Nakamura right now. It really does come down to this, and it's not an easy matchup for him. It's not an easy pairing as he does take on the world number 2 and the very in-form Fabiano Caruana. And look at that, Hikaru's still shaking his head. He needs to leave behind what has just happened, and that is often the most difficult thing to do for a player, but he needs to focus only on the next move when we are going to be underway in just a few seconds. And there we go.
It's the handshake. We're off. Fabiano opens with his king's pawn. Nakamura, he's been playing the Sicilian loyally in recent times, and Fabiano does not copy Abdusattorov's strategy from earlier today. It's the Rossolimo Sicilian. White brings the bishop out. More strategic nature to these positions, to this early stage. And Robert, do you think Nakamura is just going to be setting up shop, trying to hold the first game, strike with white, or how does he even approach this one?
I think he is taking this calmer approach because of his emotions going wild. And that was a roller coaster match against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, winning with black, losing with white in a position that looked like it was close to being a draw, and then losing in the Armageddon when, speaking of close to a draw, the endgame, it objectively was holdable, but without time on the clock, he was unable to do so. This takes me back to my childhood, to Fabiano's childhood. We had the same coach growing up, Grandmaster Miran Sher, and he taught us both these lines. So for Fabi, I think that he's in familiar territory, something that goes decades back.
What were you taught to play in this position, Robert?
Well, it's a moment for Fabi because he moved his rook to e1, so he can't slide his bishop back to a number of squares. Some people slide it back to the d3 square, which looks odd because you're in front of that pawn and you're stopping your own development, but you're going to slowly unravel. You can drop it all the way back next to your king, or you can, in fact, take this knight on c6 and then strike in the center with d4. So all of these are viable. Growing up, I actually was told to play different lines because my coach, he was saying, like, you know, it's okay as long as you have your foundation set, you can then choose what to do next, choose your own adventure. But Fabi, he's really investing quite a bit of time here.
Yeah, and Hikaru off to a fast start in this game. Yeah, to me, it feels like he's provoking slightly. He's saying, OK, take my knight, please. Yes, you're ahead in development. Yes, white will open up the centre, but at least then he would have the bishop pair. Fabi just choosing his adventure this time, pausing. It's a stylistic choice. That's where these top players tend to invest the most time. When it's tactics, they see it so quickly, so sharply, but they're trying to peer as deeply into the future as possible right now.
And for Hikaru, I do think it's a good approach, playing a more solid line, because against Fabiano, he's a machine. He's a calculating machine. You don't want to just throw tactics just because you want to win. Chess is an objective game. You can't just play for a win. You need to play the position. And right now, I think Hikaru's done the right thing. It's a solid start to this one. Fabi will strike in the center with d4 at the moment. But yeah, he's playing this gingerly, is Fabi.
Yep, we'll see a trade of pawns now. Hikaru frowning. What face number is that, Robert?
Oh, I don't want to get into this. Danny already criticized me yesterday. I'm sitting this one out.
All right, well, one thing he can't sit out of is a decision in the center, and he does take it. So we see some trades, and now there is pressure on that c6 bishop, the knight centralized. Fabi will continue with developing his queenside pieces. Meanwhile, Hikaru has to focus on taking out the kingside pieces and getting his king to safety. Are we expecting him to take out the dark squad bishop for Hikaru with a fianchetto on the kingside g6, bishop g7, or do you expect the pawn in front of the king to move forward?
Oof, tough call. I've played Hikaru a few times, including actually in this opening, not the exact branch, the exact variation, but he tends to favour putting a pawn on e6 and a bishop on e7, just staying flexible, at least from my experience. Yet to be seen, though. Of course, there's no right or wrong in this type of situation. It's very much a matter of taste and maybe a matter of his kind of mindset in the tournament situation. I'm not sure which the most ambitious would be there. It depends whether Nakamura is feeling ambitious or whether he just wants to stem the bleeding, having lost 2 games in a row.
Chess is a complex game with different approaches, and we're going to find out which one Hikaru chooses. But I think the most important thing for this particular game with the black pieces for Hikaru would be just to keep it under control, because he does get white in the final rapid game and can think about creating his chances in that one, but not to let Fabi get an advantage, a sizable advantage out of the opening.
But the problem is if you play too solidly, then Fabi can get a bit of a bind. Like, even in a position like this, Fabi can decide, and I was going to say, play c4, and you have this bind in the center. This is actually a pawn sacrifice, but if the knight takes on e4, that would be a blunder. You would actually lose a piece. The bishop could have taken on e4, but there may have been some difficulties furthering your development. You're actually allowing white to continue developing quite rapidly. Knight c3, bishop g5 next, and I don't think that black's king is getting out of the center very easily. So it was a temporary pawn sacrifice that wasn't legitimately a pawn sacrifice because you couldn't capture it. But I think, David, I mean, this is such a clamp in the center that you have to like the position from the white side.
Yeah, it's what we call the Maroczy bind, with a pawn on e4, pawn on c4. It's a bind because you control the b5 squares, d5 squares, therefore you control and prevent black's big pawn breaks. If black cannot break out with the pawns, then Nakamura will most likely be a bit cramped. He does have the bishop pair long term. He doesn't have any real weaknesses, but white has freer play, more space due to those pawns binding in the center, bishop coming out, queen stepping forward. Very easy free play for white. And Nakamura, meanwhile, he does go for the other option. Commentator's curse, I said he'd play e6, bishop e7. Of course he goes for the other one. And the bishop is on a nice long diagonal here. Watch for that diagonal to open up later on. But in the meantime, this will take a slower pace now as Fabiano decides on a plan of development, and Nakamura does likewise.
Yes, a dynamic way to develop the pieces, places the bishop on the long diagonal, and that's not really what a player chooses when you're going for a very solid approach. So I think Hikaru is proving, at least me, wrong here, that he wants to try to create a game and create chances in this one. We will check in with this. It's a slow start. Let's move on to Magnus Carlsen, who just lost his round 5 in a deadly Armageddon to Wesley. So he's playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who took down Alireza Firouzja. And Maxime has managed to get a knight on d4, which means that we can expect a lot of trades in the center. Who would that favor in this position?
Well, it's essential that black clogs that d4 square, because you see there's one pawn on c4. If white could actually push that pawn where that knight is, you have such good central control that black would not be a happy camper. So you're clogging that lane. You're making sure that that pawn push isn't available. And as Tania was indicating, there might be a trade on that d4 square, but I like what Magnus is doing. Trade on your own terms. Knight takes knight on f3 will not be very scary. You can simply take back. You have this bishop that is staring down into the black camp, and eventually you will be able to challenge for that d4 square. So I like the start of this game for Magnus. I would prefer to have the white side of this position, but Maxime, he's been rock solid in the center.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that Maxime was the first to surprise Magnus. If we go back just very briefly to the start, Maxime always, or nearly always, fianchettos his bishop. He normally tries to play the Grunwald defense, bring in knight out, pawn out, bishop to g7. Here, we transpose to a very slow type of position, which normally would favor Magnus Carlsen. So interesting that Maxime, maybe fearing opening preparation, switches things up, but catching up with the current position. I agree with everything Robert mentioned there. With black, you have to be really careful. This diagonal is just so strong. This white light squared bishop, if it ever opens up, will become the most valuable piece. So accuracy is needed at this early stage. And I've actually looked at this position before myself a long, long time ago. And I do remember that you can take this knight and try to plug the square with the bishop instead. Multiple approaches, of course, but Maxime needs to be careful. Things could spiral quickly for black. Not in a positive way if he slips up just once or twice, as Magnus makes a bit of a face there on the camera.
Really nicely explained there. It is all about stopping that light squared activity of Magnus's bishop on g2. And now Alireza Firouzja, it was a tough one against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and he also, along with Denis Lazavik, facing well, an early exit, an early elimination if both these players don't start getting points and they're playing against each other. So really quite a critical match for our standings. And I'm looking at the position. First feeling, bishop on e6, it's got to be a beautiful piece. Black's king has got these holes, light square weaknesses around it. A dream to get the knight from f3 to go to h4, land the check on g6. It looks really nice for white visually. But I see the eval bar says that black is absolutely fine. How would you explain that?
Yeah, first of all, it's a weird position for such an early stage. I guess it's just the fact that black is solid. Black can, right now, regain the pawn that he'd just sacrificed Denis Lazavik. I don't see any reason not to. I don't really see any tempting alternatives. And just to highlight the outline of the position, it might be to do with the fact that black has an extra central pawn, so more flexibility later to push forward in the centre. But yeah, knight takes pawn concretely. I don't see any downsides to this. You're a pawn down, take it back, and undermining this very strong bishop that you mentioned, Tania. If we see the bishop being traded off, for example, then yeah, I don't see anything too wrong, fundamentally. White's king most likely really wants to castle soon. You can never castle on the queen side because there's a hanging pawn on this flank. But once you castle, it will be about whether black can eventually organise to break out in the centre with d5. If not, then white's knight might be the best piece. But yeah, it's just small things to play for here. Roughly level, Denis in thought.
Well, if Denis, who has picked up the pawn, is able to neutralize that bishop on e6, he does have more space with black in the center as well. And at some point, the d-pawn can start pushing forward as well. So it makes sense that it did look really good visually, but without the f-pawn and the bishop on e6. Denis Lazavik doing fine with the black pieces.
He's not just doing fine, he won the opening battle because he temporarily sacrificed the pawn, but he knew the line very well. And you look at the clock, Alireza, he's been down on time in some of the matches, but then in other tournaments when he's feeling super confident, he plays at a lightning pace. And Denis, he himself has actually struggled on the clock in many different games. It's actually been probably his biggest failing point in this event is that when he gets in time trouble, these little mistakes happen. Against Magnus Carlsen in the first match overall, he actually was still within that drawing territory. He just didn't have enough time to calculate. But here, he's done everything perfectly. He's developed. He's tucked his king in the corner. He has an open line for his rook. He's even on material. I think that he's done a really nice job with his preparation and his play in this game.
And you can see a bit of frustration there from Firouzja. He does trade bishops, but rock solid for black right now in this important clash.
All right, well, we will keep an eye on this one as these two players fight to try to make their way into the next stage of the Champions Chess Tour final. And one other player who's trying to do exactly that is Hikaru Nakamura, and he's playing with the black pieces. Once again, it looks like White's managed to create such good harmony. Pieces at the center of the board, the bishop and the knight on d5 eyeing the e7 pawn. And one can feel that, yes, Hikaru can get rid of that centralized knight on d5, but these are always very difficult decisions to take because once White recaptures with that e-pawn, it really opens up the rook lined up on the e-file. I'm liking Fabi's position at this point. All the pieces forward, Hikaru moving back with his knight, no easy targets. Yes, it's not clear yet, but I would pick White here.
I don't like Fabi's position. I love it. These type of binds, I think, are some of the most difficult positions to play from the black side. Because as chess players, we don't like sitting passively and doing nothing. We often want to lash out, throw a pawn forward. But there actually are very clear downsides to pushing pawns in this position. You can't push your e-pawn as black. You lose your queen. That's off limits. You can't push your f-pawn to challenge that bishop because you also lose your queen when the knight jumps into e6. That queen is trapped. You can't push your h-pawn to challenge the bishop because the white queen and bishop, well, they're staring at that square. No can do. And so if you push on the queen side with pawn to b5, then that actually you can transfer the game into a better position for White. You take on c6, you take on b5, you just slide your rook on over to c1, and White's more active pieces. It's a clear edge for White, something that these top players dream of.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen this position in diagrams in books, what not to do with black. Just, it's too passive. I really fear that Nakamura is on tilt here. He's kind of allowed White to achieve everything Caruana wants here. I mean, this is a perfect pawn formation, these pawns on the queen side. This knight, you mentioned Tania removing it. This would just allow a white pawn to recapture and suddenly a rook unleashed. Even more pressure now on the backward e7 pawn, which is going to be a target forever. And I just don't see any plan what to do. And like Robert said, if you cannot do anything active, I mean, how do you wait? I mean, maybe you move this knight around. I'm not sure where it goes. You do something. But in the meantime, Fabiano is going to start advancing pawns potentially. Pawn to h4, an idea. Throw the pawn up to h5, h6. You can build the Christmas tree. Put a pawn on f3, for example, here. And, I mean, look at this. It's nearly Christmas. I'm getting excited here. But knight to c5 is on the board from Nakamura. And, yeah, it just feels like one-way traffic right now. He needs to be creative to break out of this horrible bind that black faces.
All right, Fabiano Caruana with an opening advantage. It might not be much, but it's much easier to play with White than with black in a little space. No clear trades to ease off the pressure. Every trade would favor Fabi in this position, whether it's the dark squared bishop with the central knight or the light squared bishop with the other central knight. And as Robert pointed out, there's no way to push your own pawns to try to force White's pieces to fall backwards. Hikaru, is he also fighting an inner battle right now with the way things have gone? Besides playing, of course, one of the most informed players.
Yeah, he wants to play his way back into form, but that's really difficult when you're playing against Fabiano Caruana. In a normal Swiss tournament where you play people in your score group, you lose a game, then you're supposed to play a slightly easier opponent. Here in this format, when everybody's a killer out there, you lose a match, a heartbreaker of a match, and then you get to play Fabiano Caruana. So there are just no easy pairings, and you could see how upset he looks. I mean, the position I don't think is particularly fun, but I believe that he's more so thinking about what could have been, maybe what he believes should have been.
There are no easy players because of the Champions Chess Tour. It's about crowning the undisputed champion of the tour. And these are the 8 best performers of the season fighting it out in Toronto. And speaking about interesting positions, wow, this is Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, taking some committal decisions with that f-pawn, moving it forward to keep the knight on e5, solid and in control, but the downside of that is that you've created dark square weaknesses. I'm loving Maxime's bishop on c5. I see the eval bar. It's really inched in Magnus's favor after that last move. Is there an immediate drawback to queen to e7?
I think potentially, and it's to do with your point, Tania. Black has great grip on the central dark squares, but you can remove that. You mentioned especially Black's dark square bishop. Why not just go trade it off? Knight to a4, you're putting pressure on this bishop. The bishop cannot move because there's pressure on the knight as well. Once you remove this piece, Black loses control, might be forced back. And as Robert mentioned earlier, if this knight is ever kicked away, pushing a pawn to d4, you build the Christmas tree. Actually, in this position, sorry, it's Christmas skies, so I'm just getting carried away here. It looks like you've got a Christmas tree again with White, the nice kind of formation here. And Black's problem, the main problem, is this this naughty child, the black sheep of the family. This bishop on c8 is totally stuck, dominated by White's bishop on this beautiful diagonal. And yeah, I think all of these small things add up to something larger. And Magnus, despite his clock time, which maybe shows a lack of confidence after his Armageddon defeat, I think he'll be loving his position.
And it's a lovely picture here because we're often told to push our pawns in the center to take up space. And look, another pawn push towards the flank. He's just trying to gain even more ground, kick that knight out of there. Maybe knight comes to e4 rather than on the rim to kick that bishop out of c5. And when you fianchetto your bishops, those bishops stare through the board. They go on the board's longest diagonals. And those bishops for white, they're much better than the bishops for black.
Yeah, if things ever open up, if those diagonals are cleared, White's bishops will be archers, assassins from afar. And, OK, rook to d8 from Vachier-Lagrave. What is he relying on? Magnus's plan is so straightforward, so simple. OK, he wants to trade off the pride and joy of White's position this night, but White's knight surely is just going to land on this magical e4 square, hitting this bishop. Watch out for it sacrificing itself later on near the black king to blow open that flank. I mean, it looks like one-way traffic. It just feels like Magnus is in his comfort zone. Maxime, less familiar with the structures.
Maxime hasn't developed his queenside. His rook on 8, that's just sitting there doing nothing. The bishop on c8, it's at home, can't even move. So this is not a good position for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And for Magnus Carlsen, this is a nice bounce-back game. It looks like he should be able to take it. Black's position looks miserable.
Magnus Carlsen has broken up the Christmas tree, but he's getting all the gifts in the position already with the knight jumping onto the center. He does slow down a little bit, trying to also work out perhaps what he wants to do with that e5 knight. The one thing that you don't want to really allow are trades which would ease off the pressure. So taking on d7 only works in black's favor. You want to keep that knight where it is. If black was to capture, it opens up the f line for the rook to come into the game. I really like the suggestion that you guys had of the knight jumping onto the center of the board, and Magnus reaches out. He makes the move, attacking the bishop, which is the defender of a key knight in the position, the knight on d4. So posing problems for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave there. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana looks like he's putting up some problems to Hikaru's pawn on e6. That knight retreat, only retreated to go forward. e6 under pressure. Not only that, a big h5 in the air.
It's all gone wrong for Nakamura. Just today, it started so well with a win against Abdusattorov, but 2 back-to-back defeats. This third game now, he won't be wanting to castle queenside, as we say, 3 losses in a row, notated in the same way, 0-0-0. h5's coming, black's king is so weak, black's structure is really, really feeling loose right now. I mean, there are tactics in the air as well.
Sorry, I know what you guys are looking at.
I'm too pessimistic, perhaps, but yeah, this looks like Fabiano in the flow.
But there's also a problem. With every pawn push, you leave certain squares behind. So that pawn on e6, the double pawn, yes, but it used to sit on f7, defending more of the king side. So right now, when Fabiano, he already threw the pawn up to h4, he's going to thrust that to h5, and there isn't sufficient defense on that square. You can play e5 for black. That is true. You can kick that knight out of there. But look at your bishop on g7. Is that really a bishop? It's staring into its own pawn. It's not getting out there. The knight can also go on over to b6. You rotate the knight, you fork a queen and rook, you win some material.
But if it was that simple, right, Fabi would have played h5 really quickly. But I think what he's working out is, and what I'm also trying to work out, yes, the move that David is highlighting right now, that actually h6 is a possibility for Hikaru. And if you fall back with the bishop, the g-pawn moves forward, actually winning material. And I saw the eval bar. It didn't budge after h6, which means that there is a good response here. But what is it?
I think we need a helping hand from the engine, from Stockfish here, because h6 does look like it wins a piece. White can sacrifice in various ways. For example, knight takes pawn, but look, the eval bar drops down. And, I mean, to me, this looks dangerous. White can take back with the queen. White can maybe throw in a move like e5. It looks like you've cut the board in half and black's king is in danger. But, yeah, I mean, it's not obvious from a human point of view. h5 is a big commitment. And after h6, Nakamura would be calling the bluff. He'd say, pressure's on you, Fabi. You have to checkmate me. Because you're about to lose a piece.
I didn't even look at that move h6, I'm going to be completely honest. But it does threaten to trap the bishop. And Fabi, he's saying, I can actually hit you with a tactic first. e5, please take my pawn. It's a hanging pawn. No, it's not, because there's too much traffic down the d-file there. And white will gladly trade queens, land a rook on the 7th rank, and win a bunch of black's pawns.
Yeah. What happens if bishop takes pawn? Will Fabiano unleash the tactics and play rook takes bishop and then just sidestep with the white queen, saying, oh, Look at your queen, it's attacked, but also look at your tower of terror, these tripled pawns. I mean, they're all going to drop off one by one by one. This looks horrible for black. I really like this. I think maybe a more practical decision from Fabiano here.
That's a really cool line with the queen side stepping, attacking black's queen on d7, and the pawns are going to all fall one by one. But Hikaru, he decides not to allow any of that and instead goes for a flank break with b5. And we will keep an eye on that one and jump back as black has made his decision. And meanwhile, there are decisions to be made in this one. Magnus Carlsen, he's decided to fall back with the knight, so not allowing any trades. And there is a big threat on the board. Those two knights are eyeing a jump on the f6. Look at the eval bar. Is Maxime about to get checkmated?
I was going to say, I think there's really one decision here, and it's when will black resign? Because look at this position. A knight is about to land on f6. There's nothing black can do about it. And it's not even just a piece sacrifice that's unclear. You could even take back with a pawn instead of going for checkmate and win that bishop on c5. So there is nothing wrong with white's position. It's a clean attack. That black king, it's devastated, it's hunted, and it's going to tip over.
It feels like Magnus has been inspired by Wesley, so checkmating him almost in the last game, going for this kind of flash attack. Just he's gone straight for this black king now. And for example, I mean, there's no obvious moves here for black. If you just move a pawn, okay, he plays bishop to a3 instead. But same idea, I think you just land in a knight right now. Maybe this concept you mentioned, Robert, check. If the black king moves, you can just take this pawn, come in with your queen. This is going to be disastrous. If you take the knight, you pretty much have to take the knight. Then I think multiple ways to win this. The one you mentioned, taking with the pawn, attacking the black queen, forcing the black queen to stay on this diagonal to protect her bishop. But now the white knight can just come in, threatening checkmate. I mean, this is just fatal. Pawn to h6. Now you deflect the black queen. And once she moves, checkmate incoming. On g7, h7, everything. It's over.
Magnus has this incredible ability to just come back from a devastating game with little turnaround time. We've seen him make these comeback wins with his back against the wall. He lost to Wesley Stowe in a game that just felt so one-sided. Then comes back, plays Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And what is this? Move number 18, completely winning. Knight f6 is a killer threat on the board. Maxime in big trouble. Has he made the move bishop a3?
He did.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen, if he goes knight f6, it's game over, and he's going to do it.
Yeah, he for sure will do it. But I think what David said earlier is true, that sometimes when you lose a game when you're not playing your best, that's when you're shaken, your confidence is no longer there. But when your opponent just crushes you like that, I think Magnus just respects Wesley. I really believe that's what happened. So he's not actually that deflated. He's like, well done, Wesley. So he's impressed, and he's also impressing us in this game because this is a miniature, it's over.
Yeah, I loved Magnus's interview with Danny yesterday where he was like, we're not done. Let's talk about those predictions. You only motivated me, if anything. And I think that loss to Wesley in the previous game, the first kind of blemish on his scoreboard in this tournament, I think it's really woken Magnus up, even pushed him to higher levels. And checkmate incoming, queen to b4. This won't change anything at all. White's queen, that pawn on f6 counts as an attacker, and the white knight joining in very shortly. Maxime's just playing on, praying for a miracle. But Magnus, after a bit of calculation, will land that killer blow.
And just to understand, how do you finish it? So the knight comes in, you're threatening a mate on h7. The only way that Maxime has is to run. Magnus is showing us the way. I think we can just sit back and enjoy the beauty of Magnus Carlsen's chess.
He's not even material down. And we see a handshake. Maxime resigns. Miniature, you called it, Robert. Brutal victory from Magnus Carlsen.
Just what he needed after his loss against Wesley. So wraps it up in just 20 moves against the 2021 World Blitz champion Magnus Carlsen, once again on fire. And the h5 break that we were talking about, it has arrived. It's on the board. h6 is still an option, which would force Fabiano Caruana to actually sacrifice. He's got to go all in now.
We're going to see this, and this is a very forcing sequence where the white queen gets in there. The black king tries to escape, and this isn't that simple. I don't see the knockout just yet. And for Fabi, the good news is he has 4.5 minutes, but that black king only has the bishop next to it. It's the only piece defending it. It looks scary, though.
Magnus, get out of the way of the camera. We want to see Fabiano. That is the back of the world number one. And rook d3? Wow, he's playing for tactics. There was a trick there. I think he was playing for it. But now black's pieces are kind of adopting these defensive posts, these defensive positions, and no breakthrough. You need to land a check. But that rook lift may be mistimed. And Nakamura apologized for something there. I'm not sure what that was. He was just like, oh, whoops. But it looks like he's defending. He's still a piece up as well. Fabi is all in right now. He needs to back up this attack.
And Fabi played that move so quickly. He barely paused before the rook left. And it was clear that there was something more immediate, more direct in that position. Perhaps, David, you can show us what was it that Fabi missed?
I think he should have simply backed up his knight and prevented what happened in the game. Knight to f4 would not allow bishop to h6, for example, because a check would be deadly and black's bishop would drop. If rook to g8 in this position, then he would have had various tempting options, including a check, and maybe just moving the queen out the way. I'm not sure exactly where, but maybe dropping her back, for example. A knight to g6 would have been deadly in the near future. This is difficult to see, so we can forgive Fabi for not spotting it, but rook to d3 was based on a nasty trap. He was hoping for bishop to h6, and this would have been a beautiful knockout punch. Knight to f8, check, throwing the knight off the board with gain of time because you're next landing a queen on g6, and this would have shortly ended in checkmate. So he was playing for this trick, Fabiano, but the problem is when you play for tricks, sometimes you miss the opponent's resources, and rook to g8, suddenly there's no checks, suddenly no way to break through, and pressure's on.
And bishop h6 is now a threat on the board because the g6 square is defended. So dislodging that white queen would put brakes to Fabiano's attack. And he goes into a long think, a minute and a half burn. The clocks are leveling out. Does Hikaru sense his chances now?
He has a new lease on life in this position. I still think it looks good for white because bishop h6, it may help save the black king. It doesn't actually threaten anything. And Fabi decides to liquidate. I'm very surprised by that decision because I didn't see a next move for Hikaru. But we are about to see Hikaru trade queens. The knight will fork pretty much all of black's pieces, but we'll get two bishops for a rook and a few pawns. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, suddenly it's just, I mean, it's a crazy, really irrational position. Look at this. Black has a massive threat of rook takes g2 check. The pawn in front of white's king is undefended. Fabiano has to try and deflect that rook. He takes this one. It's important to take the correct piece there. And as you say, Robert, after rook takes knight, which I'm expecting right now, that we see on the board, two bishops. And it's very strong bishops as well. Who cares about the number of pawns? White's pawns aren't breaking through anytime soon. It's anyone's game.
It's two pawns for those two bishops, and until they get rolling, it's hard to imagine Fabi having any chances here. Can he start thinking about trying to dislodge that bishop from the center, bishop on e5, bishop on c6, somehow try to get f4 in? That would be the dream, to try to target the e6 pawn.
Yeah, he has to try. I think that would be the kind of final stage of these next maneuvers. But the problem is it might be hard to achieve. Anytime you push pawns forward, the white king might come under some fire. Black's rook will come back to the g file, most likely, and just sit there, and white's king feels a bit uneasy. Yeah, I'm suddenly favouring black.
Maybe you just throw it on the board anyway. You go f4 and you try to trade off as many pawns as you can, because to me it looks like Fabi needs to now think about bailing out, trying to neutralize black's pressure, and he does it.
Yeah, because if this game goes on the way it has been, then Fabi was more likely to lose than win. He doesn't really have any winning chances, so I'm with you. Take this pawn on e6, get rid of as much material as possible, make sure your king doesn't get hunted, and I do think that he should be able to hold this, but Hikaru, we know how dangerous he can be when both players have minimal time on the clock.
Yeah, impressive from Hikaru, I've got to say. Just ice-cold defense there. Tough start to the game. The opening really was suboptimal, but ever since he's played great, really resourceful chess. And Fabiano, I've got to say, f4 was also commendable. Just switching gears. Yeah. He knew he was winning Fabiano. He was on the attack, trying to checkmate. Suddenly he's on the back foot, trying to defend, trying to hold this one. But he's found the right move so far. But another threat to deal with. How do you hold your g2 pawn?
There are two moves that I see. You either come back with your rook and get all passive, but what I would also be thinking about is offering a rook trade on the g line. Yes, I give up one more pawn, but I'm just trying to get closer to the draw here. He does it.
The engine is going down in black's favor. Only Hikaru has winning chances here. He's got two bishops for a rook and just one pawn. So that point value would seem about level, but the difference between these bishops and the rook is clear. The rook can attack one pawn, try to, but those bishops both defend, and the white pawns are seriously weak at this stage. To be really careful if you're Fabi. One thing I'm going to note is the a1 square is a dark square, so if Fabi can trade his rook for that dark square bishop, that can increase his drawing chances if he can trade off his c4 pawn for the d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's instructive, Robert. Already thinking about how to save this game long term, because you can save it move by move, just survive, hold everything together, or you can conceptually look for these saving resources. And in the meantime, he's just trying to harass Black's light squared bishop. The a6 pawn is really weak for Black, so a good idea there. Still feels closer to a draw than a Black win, but it is very much a 2-result game. White has 0 winning chances here.
Some practical decisions there by Fabiano Caruana. In trying to hold this game, he gives up pawns, but he wants to try and trade off as many as possible. And to your point, Hikaru is okay giving up the A pawn, but wants to keep the central pawn alive. That is his winning chance. Once he starts moving up the board with the D pawn, it will give him way more chances than the A pawn. So that's a beneficial trade for Black.
And what Fabiano needs to do right now is make sure his king and rook team up on a square, so that even if that pawn keeps pushing, you sacrifice your rook for that pawn and a bishop, because a lone bishop and king cannot deliver checkmate. That's what Fabi's aiming for. He is down under a minute. He also has pawns of his own that he can start pushing forward with, but he moves his king forward, takes away squares from Black, and he's holding nicely.
How confident do you think Fabi is of this hold right now?
Not that confident, but he is a player who will calculate his way. He most likely will be able to just hold this. I mentioned move by move. Just as long as you avoid blundering, it should be fine. But always in the back of your mind, especially when the momentum has changed and you were winning earlier, there's a bit of doubt. And Black is ready to start pushing that D pawn.
Wow. And now under 40 seconds for Fabiano Caruana, who, despite those 2 passes on either flanks, is actually the one who is on the defense in this one.
Right now, you see the clock. Fabi, he continues to think he should, as soon as he sees a draw available, don't blunder your rook here. If that bishop slides back 1 square, delivers a check, and hits the rook in the corner. So Fabi, he needs to make sure his rook is on a safe square, and he needs to keep his king away from those bishop's checks.
Yeah, he was reaching for his rook, Fabiano. Took the hand back, a bit of indecision there, but he does eventually move it to a safe square. Just keep them on opposite diagonals, just as far away as possible from each other, the king and rook. Maybe one king on a light square, rook on a dark square, something like that, so you avoid blundering into any double attacks. But he's doing the right thing. White's pawns should be enough of a distraction here. Check, always a good idea. Just probe, kind of find out the intentions of the opponent's king.
Hikaru has to show some incredible technique here to create chances. He also has to be a little careful of the G-pawn moving forward, because White's king is so close to the central passer. D2, not possible anymore. At least Hikaru can start giving checks now. You put your check on C5, he does it. If the king moves back to D2, give another check from B4, he does it. King goes back. Now if he pushes the pawn, your idea of the rook sliding behind the king, giving a check, immediately pick up the D2 pawn, that would end the game on the spot.
And that's maybe what Hikaru should do right now, because if he keeps playing on, White has this advanced G-pawn of his own. It's not that far away from promoting, so Hikaru needs to be careful. He's down under a minute himself. I think he should just take the draw, get White pieces in game 2.
It reminds me of that one draw that he did not take against Wesley. So in game 1, where he could have repeated the position, bailed out immediately. He played for more, and it backfired. If Hikaru plays D2, it is a draw on the spot. He pushes the pawn, a check by Fabiano Caruana, give up the rook, and I think he's going to go for it, because I also don't see an alternative here, David.
Yeah, it would be a logical conclusion to this game, the draw here. Push a pawn, White gives up the rook for that D-pawn and a bishop, and you can see he's coming to terms with it himself. He knows there's no realistic way of kind of pushing this game further. He's reaching for his bishop. Second time we've seen this position, he could just repeat as well, give a couple of checks, and a draw imminent any second now. There we see it, Nakamura, under 10 seconds. He needs to take the draw, bank it, and move on to the next one.
Does it. And he repeats. Oh, he doesn't!
Wow, that is brave. Bishop D6. He's allowing the white pawn to push.
Wow, and Hikaru also had that expression that he's just resigning himself to the draw. What is happening here?
Do you see his face, though, after the pawn push? He's like, what is happening? What am I doing? When he's getting in time trouble, he hasn't been his usual self. And look at him, he's trying to bounce back. He's trying to dance to whatever music's in his head. But that G-pawn is very dangerous. And if you play bishop e5 check, that rook can sacrifice.
Ooh, he's pushing his own pawn, and now we will see this draw that we've been talking about as play fizzles out. He still has to be slightly careful.
He played that move with 2 seconds and a head shake. Can White actually just push the G7 pawn?
He can, but he'll put his bishop back with check, and that's why the king goes over here. Now rook takes D2 will be a draw. It is a draw indeed.
And finally it does happen, and Hikaru relieved after that draw. He tried for more, But Fabiano just keeps it all under hold. And Hikaru seems to not be able to believe what's happening in his game right now. How these chances are slipping, and he's got to be relieved that in the end there was a draw. Meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja and Denis Lazavik also ends in a draw, but we've got one game remaining. And this one, it's a bit of a race. A rook is going to sacrifice itself for the black pawn. Black sacrifices itself for the other pawn. We're going to have a king versus king, and this one ends in a draw as well.
Wow, peaceful results in this one, but it's been anything but peaceful this round. Magnus with the quick win, and the other games eventually fizzling out. Some really high-class endgame play there. Still some ups and downs, and a lot to play for in this second game of the round.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to catch up with Magnus Carlsen, and that was quite a miniature. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Wesley ends in a draw. A peaceful end to a long marathon, and of course the fight continues. And I think for Nodirbek also, he can be pleased with this. He's playing against a player who's just taken down Magnus Carlsen. Wesley hasn't lost a single match. He's undefeated. Nodirbek starting with a draw, a good result?
No, he had the white pieces. No, he is not afraid of anybody. So he drew that game with the white pieces. We see two other draws. Magnus the only winner of the round, but I'm going to circle Denis Lazavik drawing with black. That's a big result for him.
A big result from Magnus Carlsen, who took down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces. Needs only a draw in the next round, and we've got Kaya with Magnus Carlsen.
Brutal comeback there from Magnus Carlsen. How relieved are you that you do come back with a win after what happened with Wesley?
Yeah, I mean, the job is not done, but it feels good to win. And besides my games so far, I've been kind of very dull and technical, so it was really good to get proper attacking win.
Yeah. How much of what happened against Wesley decided the way you entered this game against MVL?
No, nothing. But I mean, I didn't have like extremely aggressive intentions. I was just playing, and then the way it happened, he just allowed me to checkmate him basically. So, yeah, he was just shaking his head in disbelief afterwards because he really didn't play so well. But I'll take it, of course. It's a much needed win.
Is brutal the right way to describe this game?
Yeah, I think he made a mistake early on by playing bishop d6, allowing me to get the setup with a strong knight on e5, and after that, I'm sure he has better options, but I think psychologically he already felt that he was in big trouble.
So next game, is it more the same, or is that more about being solid?
I haven't thought about it yet, but we'll see. Finding it hard to be completely solid, so we'll see.
Thanks for the brutal entertainment, Magnus. Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
All right, it's a comeback from Magnus Carlsen. One game to go against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Magnus Carlsen with a proper attack and a brutal finish. David, what impressed you the most about that game?
Well, it was just how Magnus seized the opportunity. He pounced, and out of the blue came this checkmating attack. It was emphatic in the end, but let's show how he built it up and crowned it. It was here we were talking about white having an advantage in multiple ways. We were thinking mostly strategically, but he went straight for the black king. He sensed that the black king doesn't have too many defensive pieces around it, and he started throwing pawns forward first. A pawn storm, it kicked away black's main defender, the only real defender of the black king, and now another knight jumped in, and this is the final mistake from Vachier-Lagrave. He needed to trade off pieces, get rid of the attacking ammunition, instead retreating, a poor decision, back with his knight, and now queen out. And the knight dropping back. Simply, one knight is coming in, combined with the queen. That will be a deadly duo and no way to survive. If we fast forward to the final position, the queen did eventually break through. Black's king is powerless, and checkmate was imminent.
And it was just Magnus showcasing his versatility. In the pre-tournament interviews, when asked about style, he said, I'm universal, I prefer technical. He's showing that he can also play a beautiful tactical game. He crushed Maxime in that one.
He got to deliver that checkmate on the board. A beautiful miniature, the only decisive game of Game 1 of Round 6. We've, of course, got a big Game 2 coming up, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has to make his comeback against the world #1. He has to win on demand with the white pieces. That solid game is not coming up between these two. But there's more chess coming. Subscribers, stay with us with some special footage just for you.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
And then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He did beat you in the grand final in the most recent tournament, so...
Yeah, not only did he beat me, he actually beat me in consecutive matches. It seems that he's sort of regained his confidence, which is really good to see. He'll be like top 3 tough opponent for sure.
I really like Maxime. I like his chess. He has like clear weaknesses and strengths, but his strengths are things that he does better than anyone else.
He was my teammate in European Championship. We cannot really tell each other everything, but we try to be as much as friends as possible.
Very dynamic player, very tactically sharp, and you never get boring positions against him.
I think he's changed his openings, and he seems to have a little bit of momentum behind him in the last few events, so I think he's sort of a bit of a wild card. If he plays well, he's a very dangerous player. If he doesn't, it could be a short event for him, but again, I think the form will matter a lot.
That music is just the chill we need to all the crazy action that we've been watching. So definitely check out that playlist, the chess.com lo-fi playlist that we've got on for you. And if you need more incentive to watch chess, then all you gotta do is watch 4 hours and you unlock 2 weeks of free diamond membership on chess.com. Watch 4 hours of chess, enjoy the game, and grow the game by getting your free 14 days of Diamond membership. All you gotta do is go on go.chess.com/connect. And we are heading back to beautiful Toronto, and we're heading back to some beautiful chess as Game 2 of Round 6 is about to begin in this stunning, stunning city. And we are being treated to some stunning chess right now. The one player who's got to make it back is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He starts with the white pieces. How does he create his chances?
Well, he's proven he can come back, storm back against Magnus Carlsen. He did it not just once, but twice at the AI Cup. That's the reason he's here today. So Maxime, he knows that he can do it, but I think Magnus might have learned a lesson or two and won't let him.
Magnus was happy with the way things went in that game, and who wouldn't be?
Exactly. Magnus was thrilled. He did joke that he doesn't know how to play solid, or he hasn't been able to keep things solid. So I'm expecting Magnus to try and fight fire with fire in this one. And Maxime, it can't get much worse. That last game was, not his finest moment. So I am expecting him to bring a better showing now. And who knows? He might be able to bounce back.
It was 3 solid results on the other 3 boards. Are we expecting more Armageddons coming up?
Oh, we definitely will have more Armageddons. Denis Lazavik has the white pieces. He doesn't really lose with white, and he's taking on Alireza Firouzja. I do think that one, at a minimum, will head Armageddon.
Wow. Alireza Firouzja, Denis Lazavik both need a win to stay in the race to make it to the survival stage of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. And it is Denis Lazavik who arrives first and meticulously adjusting his pieces there. He's got the knights turned sideways. It's always interesting to see how the players want to play. But it's one knight on the side and one facing forward. David.
Wow. I must admit, every chess player has their ritual, but this is making me a bit anxious, the way he's placed his knights here. Also, the bishop's facing back towards himself with the bishop's slits there, facing himself. That looks odd, I must admit.
Maybe it's Bushka the cats, the way that Bushka enjoys the pieces. So let's just do it for Bushka.
And Alireza, he's got that red-hot hoodie on. He's got to play some red-hot chess as well. But he starts with the black pieces. Will Lazavik get his solid structures, or will Alireza be able to be creative? The other very creative player is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We are expecting him to start with the king's pawn opening. That's what he usually employs. Is Magnus going to try to shut it down with a potential Berlin?
Ooh, Maxime is known as a Berlin killer, though. He often goes straight for the endgame, and he has so many ideas there. His field for those endgames is extremely strong. I've lost to Maxime myself in the Berlin more than once, so it's not going to be easy. Magnus has been employing the Sicilian defense. We saw it in that Armageddon against Wesley. Even though he just needed a draw, he's been playing ambitiously, and he's clearly choosing his opening now, Magnus Carlsen.
I was just about to say that these early moments, just before the start of the round, what is going on in their mind? What do you think they're thinking about? Is it the opening? Are they still thinking about the last game?
It depends on the player, it depends on the performance, because for Magnus, he was choosing his opening. For Hikaru, there was disgust at the previous game. For Nodirbek, it's like, why are all these cameras on me? Can you leave me alone for a second? Stop talking about me. But look at these two. They've been in great form, and I'm going to be interested to see how aggressive Wesley is with the white pieces, because he has nothing really to lose. He's 5 out of 5. He's sailing through the semis no matter what.
The one player everyone's been talking about is Wesley. So he has taken down Magnus Carlsen in the round-robin stage. He's looking confident. And what's always amazing about Wesley is how he downplays his own play.
Yeah, at this point, I think it might just be a ploy. Throw us off, throw the opponents off, take the pressure off himself. Wesley, he's too modest, if anything. And,
no one's buying it.
Yeah, nobody's buying it anymore, especially after that game against Magnus Carlsen. He is bang in form in Toronto, pretty much on home territory at this point, it feels like. And I would love to see him approach this game the same way he has been approaching his white games throughout the event.
But he may seem invincible, but if there's anybody that can take him down, it is Nodirbek. And I'm realizing now that with 2 match wins, and if Wesley loses against Nodirbek again tomorrow, Nodirbek can catch him. So Fabiano's another player who can catch Wesley if Wesley is to lose this match and the next.
But Fabi, just like Wesley, is feeling quite good about his chances to move on to the survival stage. But who is not is the player who's not on the screen yet. And we see him walking in. Hikaru Nakamura, after a roller coaster of game 1, could have gone either way, eventually ended in a draw in that end game where perhaps Hikaru was pushing just a little bit. And now he has to push all out. He goes with the white pieces. And we're going to have the moves, the openings in just a few seconds. It's clock time, it's go time, it's the Queen's Pawn opening.
It's the Queen's Pawn opening, and just backstage here at the studio, I heard a cheer from some, a groan from others. I think they might be having bets on first moves, and wow, the arbiters had to step in here
I was not happy.
I think the clocks, there might have been a bit of a malfunction, a bit of a false start there. Shout out to Judith, our arbiter, who's sorting out those tech issues, and now we're off.
And now we're really off. 1d4, Fabi to play, and he brings out the knight.
Okay, and a Trompovsky attack yet again from Nakamura. He was playing this throughout the first day or two of the Champions Chess Tour finals, but it won't be a surprise now.
For the first time, I just thought about this. These two will square off in the candidates tournament several months from now. So it's kind of awkward where you want to beat them in this match, but you also want to save some of your killer preparation for that tournament, which decides who gets to play Dingley Ren for the World Championship. So there is that dynamic at play here, and for Hikaru, it makes even more sense that he keeps playing these offbeat lines. I don't really expect him to play them in classical chess.
Yeah, I think we'd all be shocked if Hikaru started experimenting with the Trompovsky in an event like the candidates. Fabiano, meanwhile, has sacrificed a pawn. Black's structure has been slightly compromised as well after that trade bishop for knight. We saw this position yesterday with Nakamura playing this slow move a3. How much homework has Fabiano done in the evenings after the games? Has he prepared this position? He pushes his pawn just one square. I think we saw pawn to e5 as well earlier in the event, and some quick moves as Nakamura. He had this against Vachier-Lagrave, if I remember correctly. He gives back the pawn, but now he will land a check with his bishop. Or no, this time with the queen. So a new move for the event, forcing the black knight back. Level material, bishop to b5. He's playing actively to compensate the fact that white's doubled c-pawns are extremely weak long-term.
This looks very strange to me. I trust Hikaru in these situations, but when I look at this position, I'm like, how could black be worse? But that's where deep preparation comes in handy, and I'm looking at that queen on a4 because it can go from this side all the way over to the king side, and if that black king thinks it's going to be safe castling in that direction, well, think again, you might not even get there. So white lacking development, black's king still in the center as well, both sides with the compromised pawn structure. I would think that black should be doing well, and Fabiano, I mean, he's responding quite quickly. I think he knows that he's doing just fine.
And as Hikaru thinks about how to continue after the developing move by Fabi, we will jump back to Magnus Carlsen here and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Again, just reminding everyone, he has to win this game to take it into Armageddon. And that's how, when this position crops up, the first thing that we would notice is that white has actually provoked black to push the b-pawn all the way to b4. And that leaves a really, really juicy post on c4 for the knight to land on. And I personally love that for white, to just have this long-term spot on c4. You could land with your queen there, which could be a big threat. The knight can come there, find itself to arrive on the central squares, d5, f5, via e3. It's not much, but I think Maxime should be pleased with the opening outcome.
Yeah, Maxime, this is his bread and butter. He's been an expert in the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, which this has stemmed from. He's been an expert his entire career. So he knows where to put the pieces. That square you mentioned has just been occupied, Tanya, by the light squared bishop. Also reminding black that the a6 pawn is a bit weak. If you touch it, maybe more weaknesses. Strategically, white is on top, but black dynamically is doing okay here. It's still a very well-known position as far as I'm aware, still opening theory, so it might depend on who's done the better home cooking here, who's researched this position better.
And in the past, there was some homework done for Magnus Carlsen by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in a previous World Championship match. There was a very funny opening, and people are like, where did that come from? How did Magnus learn that? And they look at the database, and it was a game from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But this game, it reminds me of a famous Magnus win against Levon Aronian. He only needed a draw in the Sinkfield Cup, and instead of just agreeing to a draw, he won with the black pieces in this variation. There were some subtle differences, but it seems like Magnus, he feels at home in this kind of line.
It is the anti-martial, I believe, that has been played by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And perhaps if you've got a moment, we can show everyone what that is and how and where this stems from, the position that we're talking about and the preparation that Robert was referring to.
Yeah, so this current position, roughly level, but maybe we slightly prefer white due to a nice outpost that this white light square bishop sits on. But to show how we got here, let's backtrack just a few moves where in this position, one of the main positions of the Spanish opening, black castles kingside, and that is a big hint, it's a big clue that black is actually going to break out in the center. If white, for example, plays pawn to c3, one of the most popular moves, then the Marshall Gambit stems from pawn to d5. And I've had this against Magnus myself this year even. He's a big proponent of this one. He's played it in World Championship matches. Yes, it's a pawn sacrifice. White can take on e5, but there's a lot of theory attached, and black is known to be doing pretty well. Black's in good shape, theoretically. So white go for such forcing lines when you can play a slower type of position. Normally a good idea, keeping tension in a must-win situation like Maxime is in here. Pawn to a4 is the anti-Marshall, avoiding that gambit due to the pressure on the a file. White now threatening to capture on b5. Magnus's favourite move in recent times has been to shuffle with his rook to b8, but instead playing b4, as Robert mentioned. He's done this before, and after the pawns get traded off in the centre, we see, as we catch up, this position and a new move, or at least since we were last here, knight to a5, attacking this bishop. I don't think white wants to part with a pride and joy. Anytime you play the Spanish opening, the Italian game, any e4, e5 openings, you never want to let your light-squared bishop be traded off. So I'm expecting it to take a step back and retreat in one of these two directions. An interesting move there from Magnus. He's just fighting for squares.
I like it. He's not allowing white to get a clamp on all the light squares over there on the queen side. So I think it's a very good choice from him. He's somebody familiar with the intricacies of this variation. So Maxime, he is kind of deep in thought for the first time in this game, but he knows that he does not really want to give up that bishop.
Yeah, it will retreat most likely in this direction, I feel, just to keep some pressure here. Maybe you want to push a pawn, kind of activate this poor piece that's still fast asleep on c1. And yeah, the game will go on. It will become about maneuvering, who controls the squares better, who kind of finds better posts for their pieces. But yeah, good start, I think, promising start for Vachier-Lagrave to this game.
Early stages, Maxime taking his first big thing, so perhaps a new move there by Magnus, jumping with that knight to a5, making sure that white's pawn still stays on a4 and can't move forward, really clamping down that a6 weakness that we were referring to earlier. And now Maxime having his thing. Does he keep the bishop there, allow the trade, or does he fall back with the bishop? This is the only game where a decisive result is required. While the other games did end in a draw, and we will go on to Wesley So playing with the white pieces, who currently is also in the think. And once again, the last move we can see by Nodirbek, who pushed the pawn, defending the b5 pawn. And decisions here required by Wesley when it comes to pawn structures. And those are critical moments, structural changes. Do you keep the tension on the queen side? Or what I would prefer, to push the a pawn all the way to a5. And the reason for that is not particularly space, but I just want to stop the black knight from d7 to bouncing up to b6 and bouncing up further to c4. I like this position for white. White has got these long-term plans. Slide the rook from f1 to c1, start targeting the c6 pawn. The knight from f3 can fall back to e1 to d3. It just feels that white's knights are finding itself easier to land on the outposts, while black's knight doesn't have enough squares. And also, one last idea I want to point out. The bishop and the queen can actually line up on the light squares on the b1, h7 diagonal, start to provoke more weaknesses on the king's side. I think Wesley's done well out of the opening in this one.
Yeah, this is the infamous Carlsen structure. I can tell you've played it a few times yourself, yeah. Tania. A bit of an expert there. And it did stem from a Queen's Gambit declined. It comes from various openings. And just to backtrack just a few moves to show how we got this structure, white in this position played pawn to b4. We sometimes refer to this as a minority attack. Black has more pawns on this flank, but white's duo here, the A and B pawns, aiming to clamp down or create weaknesses or isolate pawns. And if we catch up with the current position, castling and a big decision, pawn to b5, looks like it's, looks like it's going to backfire for this bishop. This is the worst piece by a mile, but it's more about fixing the structure. And Wesley, does he go for the move you mentioned? No. I'm really surprised he didn't play a5, taking away the square from the black knight, slowing down black's play. Instead, bishop to d3, in this position. And what is the idea? Knight to b6, it's coming in.
Yeah, I think that he just wants to keep his options open, because if he plays a5, there is no pawn breaks over on the queen side. It gives black play, a freer hand, I should say, over on the king side.
Yeah, interesting decision. And for example, if white does push forward, the question would be, if black jumps in, to take or not to take, is the knight strong enough to part with a beautiful bishop for? Really interesting position. Again, this is all strategic. It's very few forcing lines, very few tricks, tactics. But yeah, it's just, again, about who understands this structure better. And Wesley, he's spent a bit of time. Maybe Abdusattorov, he's saying, I don't want you to checkmate me like you almost did to Magnus. I'm going to make this a fast, slower type of game.
Yeah, it's a different approach from the one that I was discussing with pushing the a-pawn, but I still feel that this gives Nodirbek chances to actually activate his pieces. That bishop could have come to d3 one move later, but you just take away a key activating square from black, that b6 square. So Wesley deciding to actually keep the tension on the queen side, a potential long-term opening up of the a-file always in the cards, but a5 just seemed like a more chill move. And speaking about chill moves, there's also been a lot of chill music that you guys have been listening to on our stream at the start, at the end, and it is the very cool chess.com Lo-Fi Girl playlist that's been on. And we've got some big news for you guys because you can get yourself a signed by the Champions Chess Star winner, a Lo-Fi Girl vinyl for yourself by entering our giveaway, and it's all on, the information is all on our social media channels. So definitely check that out for all the chill music. And this position has no chill suddenly because the a-pawn did move forward a move later, forcing the knight to jump to c4. And we see a big break in the center. We will come back to this to see the decisions that Nodirbek takes. But meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura deep in thought. Wow, a lot has happened in this game.
Yeah, this one has evolved, and I'm not sure who it favors. If we look at the evaluation bar, we peek, we cheat, we see its level. But in terms of ease of play, I think I would pick white. It feels like the black king's slightly more loose. Queen and knight often do thrive against queen and bishop. Black's b7 pawn a bit weak. That being said, it feels like Fabiano has enough control here. What do you make of the position, the body language, Robert?
Yeah, I do agree with you that it should be easier to play for white because a bishop is inherently limited to its own color complex. That knight could take it all the way to the king side to a square like h5. We could be telling a different tune. But here in this position, not enough pieces are remaining. I think that with just 5 pawns per side, 1 rook, a minor piece, and a queen, it looks like both players, they know that the draw is relatively near. But Hikaru, he looks focused. He looks like he really wants to push.
Yeah, he will want to push. I'm not sure what Fabiano should be doing here. If queens come off, I think that would favour black. It would remove pretty much all of the danger of having a weak king. I was going to say if rooks come off, it's unclear. Maybe that would favour white, if anything. Minor pieces coming off would favour white because he has the safer king. And Nakamura widens his eyes slightly as the bishop drops back. I must admit, this was not on my radar at all. It looks like you've only exposed the black king to checks, to these checks along the G line. And maybe no kind of concrete way of taking advantage of that, but a slightly negative decision taken by Fabiano. He just wants to eliminate white's c-pawn, but that didn't look like the top priority.
No, but liquidation is the name of the game for Fabi. He just wants to secure that half point, send this to Armageddon, and he's aiming directly at that c5 pawn. I'm with you. The king looks more exposed. If that rook on b1 were just a bit more active, we would be talking about an attack against the black king. But for now, it's just a queen. The queen cannot checkmate a king by itself in a position like this. So I do think that Fabi has everything under control.
And Hikaru does put his rook on an open file, hitting thin air for now, but a bit of a threat of lifting the rook up to a7, 7th rank, 7th heaven, lots of targets there. And the big question is, can Fabiano take this white pawn that he's been looking at? I would be a bit scared, but that is the first one to look at first. We always look at the checks, captures and threats first, and Hikaru saying, do it, take me, please. And okay, maybe we show the reason Hikaru is so relaxed in his chair right now. He's saying, okay, after rook to a1, trying to come into a7, attacking this weakness. Bishop takes pawn would be met by a simple capture. And I guess he's going to take this pawn rather than the b7 pawn. I don't think, well, both of them are weak. Both are going to drop off. But I don't think he actually cares too much about b7. It's more about the weakness of the black king. And Robert, you mentioned one idea of getting this rook into the attack later. You can't do it now, but later, maybe a rook lift. One of the themes of the tournament. And the black king severely exposed right now. So I would hesitate, I must admit, from bishop takes pawn, but Fabiano, he knows better than me. What else can he play?
That is the big question, and he answers it. He is going for the trade that you pointed out, and Hikaru immediately snatches the bishop. Are we going to see him pick up the f4 pawn? And black's king safety, that is the only thing. If white can bring the rook into the attack, that would give some serious chances to Hikaru. But it doesn't look like it's going to be so easy, especially with the black queen on c5 controlling the a3 square. Are we expecting that Armageddon is the most likely in this position?
Well, Hikaru has his lips pursed a bit. I think he's looking for a winning chance. And you see the evaluation bar going up. The exposed black king. You look at the pawn structure in front of each person's king. White has those 3 pawns, the standard pawns in front of it. You got your moat in front of your castle. Now, for black, there's no g-pawn, so there will be some checks. This is a big moment where if Hikaru wants to win, he should keep those queens on the board.
It's a big decision for Hikaru Nakamura right now. He will make his intentions clear. If he trades the queens, that means he's ready for the fight in the Armageddon. If he keeps them on the board, Hikaru wants more in the rapid. Meanwhile, Maxime has only 1 shot. He has to keep the game going. There is no Armageddon if this one ends in a draw. So for Maxime, he has to find his advantage. The one thing that I do notice in this position, David, is that with the rook on c1 and the tension between the c3 and the b4 pawn, it looks like long-term White's going to have the better pawn structure. Once the c-file opens up, there is pressure along and a c7 weakness. Is that going to give something to Maxime to play for?
Definitely. It looks like a serious long-term advantage here for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I must admit, I'm more used to seeing Magnus on the white side of these positions where he's squeezing his opponents, taking the long-term advantages and turning them into something bigger later on. Let's just highlight that kind of theme you mentioned, Tania, because it's just weaknesses for black. Weak pawn on c7, weak pawn on a6. Right now, b4 is being undermined, and a beautiful piece, the best piece by far in this position, is this knight. Magnus, meanwhile, going for white's pawns. If he had traded off instead, then the white knight would simply move out the way. This is an isolated pawn and will likely drop off in the next few turns. So instead, he does counterattack against b3. And now 2 ways to defend this. Either you play pawn takes pawn, or you maybe move your knight to the edge of the board, threaten a sneaky fork. I mean, I still like white, I must admit.
It's a pawn sacrifice, though, because if white does take the pawn on b4, Magnus actually can't take back. If he does take back, then the sneaky knight a5, it not only threatens that fork on c6, it just directly puts pressure on the knight on c5. So either you lose your knight, or you are going to lose this rook because of the knight fork. So Magnus sacrifices a pawn after pawn takes b4. That must mean he's going to go knight e6. And I would not have had the courage to sacrifice a pawn like this. And Magnus says, why not? My knight's going to go to f4. That pawn on b4 is a goner anyway. I really like this plan for Magnus.
Wow, that is really creative. That shows deep vision from Magnus Carlsen. Just giving up a pawn. It still looks scary after knight to a5 coming in, but you simply protect this square, and suddenly this black knight is beautiful on e6. You've gained time to control the weakness, and as you said, Robert, maybe come in towards the white king later on, given the opportunity. It's actually impossible to hold this pawn, which is attacked twice. So you're liquidating, you're simplifying into a holdable position. Still looks pretty nice for white, but Magnus in control enough there to hold the balance. Knight to a5, therefore, maybe immediately, but Maxime maybe frustrated. Maybe he missed this one. I certainly would have missed it myself. Knight c5, big move, great move.
And take on b4, so knight e6, very quickly played there by Magnus. And for Maxime, he might be looking this with, some confusion. I just want a pawn. I have an open c-file. My pieces are good. But Magnus, he's doing enough to hold everything together in that b4 pawn. It should not be long for the board. This is an amazing way to hold the balance for Magnus.
Agreed, Robert, but I think also credit to Maxime, right? Just the way that he's created his chances. He's got that extra pawn right now, the c7 weakness, and you're talking about black's knight jumping. Maxime's also got threats of his own. So when you've got to fight for a win against a player like Magnus, this is the most that you can hope for from an opening.
The problem is, it's the most you can hope for, and you look at the eval bar, and it's very little. To my eyes, I have 4 of them, I wear glasses. You look at this like, well, white must be better, such active pieces, and the engine just laughs and says, well, Magnus Carlsen played it, I'm approving of it. Robert, you're wrong, and hey, Magnus is right. So you're right that as well, that Maxime has played a great opening, a great start to this game. Now what? Where does he play for the win from here?
And so much is on the line now for Maxime and some of the other players who are fighting it out. With only 2 rounds remaining of the round robin, 6 players will make it to the next stage of the Champions Chess Tour final, the survival stage, and 2 will be eliminated. And we are being joined by Danny to talk about all the different scenarios and who's facing the danger. Danny, tell us, who makes it, who doesn't, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to work through all the possible scenarios here and talk a little bit about the math and the stats. You guys are doing a great job describing the drama on the board. So here's what I can tell you is if Wesley wins, not only does he make it to the semifinals, he's guaranteed first pick. He is the top seed. If Magnus wins, he's guaranteed a spot in the semifinals. If both those things happen, we know who the top 2 seeds are. But make no mistake, Hikaru, Lazavik, Alireza Firouzja, and MVL all basically have equal chances at this point to go home. But I think one of the biggest storylines to talk about is the fact that Hikaru plays Lazavik tomorrow. Neither of them want to still be on 1 point when that match happens. And Firouzja gets Magnus tomorrow. So if anyone maybe needs to win now more than ever, it might be Alireza Firouzja. So I'll take whatever questions you have if I missed an angle you think, but you guys are doing an incredible job. Drama on the board, and that's the drama off the board. I hope everyone's on the edge of their seat.
Well, Danny, you're there live. Do you think the players are aware of all this? Of course, they know their next pairing, but do you think they're aware of how they're jockeying for position compared to people who may be in the same score group?
I think at this point, all 4 of the players in bottom know that it's borderline win or go home at this point. I would doubt that either of them or any of the 4 I mentioned really understand the full stakes or scenarios. I don't believe that anyone's fate is fully secured, even if they lose here, because of the awkwardness of the fact that 2 of them play each other tomorrow. Of course, in Hikaru and Lazavik, Firouzja playing Magnus. So I think because of that, they're probably in that typical athlete's mindset of focus on what you can control now. But I'm sure that they're aware that it's big trouble right now.
And Danny, the 2 players who can kind of feel safe is Wesley and Magnus right now. Now, if they finish in top 2, yes, they've made it through to the semifinals, but there's still a little difference in finishing first and second. Talk to us about that. What is at stake when you finish first? Is there an advantage? What happens?
Yeah. The person who finishes first gets to pick their opponent based on what happens in the survival stage. So at this point, I don't know that you're, really thrilled with whoever you're picking, so I don't really know what the advantage is there. In fact, I'll even be honest that we heard some behind the scenes from the players. All the top seeds have been given white at every one of these round robin matches. I've heard feedback that the players don't even necessarily feel like that was an advantage. In fact, maybe some top seeds in the future would rather have the right to choose their color. Just being transparent about feedback we get from the players, who knows, maybe that'll be something we change in the future. So it's hard when you have 8 of the world's best players to really say there's an advantage other than you pretty much have to win every match you play. But I think from a confidence perspective, knowing who Wesley is and knowing that when he's in that zone, he seems to be on another level. So I feel like it matters more that Wesley holds on and wins this match against Nodirbek and takes that top seed than it even does to Magnus.
All right, Danny, well, we'll keep checking in with you on the updates because this is really the most important critical moment here for the round-robin stages. And this game could mean so much, like you said, for Alireza as well. If Alireza wins, it is big pressure on Hikaru Nakamura, though Hikaru does play against Denis Lazavik tomorrow. On paper, Hikaru will be a big favorite, but for Alireza, he'll play Magnus Carlsen tomorrow. And it's a fight between Alireza, Denis, and Hikaru right now, who have a 1-match victory. And 2 of them will be eliminated. So everything to play for here. And this one is an endgame, a critical game for these 2. Who does this endgame favor?
I like White's position, but I like Black's clock. This is not an easy endgame. The evaluation bar is slightly in White's favor. I do prefer Denis's chances because Black has those double B pawns. Those can become a target. And White's controlling some of the pawn breaks on the king side. Watch out for a capture on F5 at the right moment, or the bishop capturing that knight on C4. The pawn on B2, it's hanging, but you're opening up the B file. A rook will slide over, and that could be dangerous. So I do like Denis's position. I think he's controlling both sides of the board.
And I'm still thinking about what Danny just mentioned about all the qualification spots. And right now, Hikaru, something very big has just happened. And it slides back. But Hikaru, Firouzja, and Denis at the bottom of the table, is there a scenario that 2 out of these 3 players actually make it to survival stage?
It's possible. I think it's all possible at this point, but it would very much depend on the tiebreaks then. It would be head-to-heads. It would be other things that are out of the players' hands. In order to keep their fate in their own hands right now, their destiny, they need to simply win this game. These 2, especially for Firouzja, who plays Magnus tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. Right now for Alireza, he plays Magnus. He has to get the full point in this one. And it looks like Denis has kept everything under control. Are we likely to go into an Armageddon? Because then it's just chaotic. It's just anyone's match then.
I still like Denis's position here. I mean, the way he's been playing, he sacrificed a pawn on b2 to open up a file. You lose a pawn, you open a file. The rook slides behind that knight. It's aiming through it all the way down to the black pawn on b6. I really am looking at this with an eye that Denis is better, and maybe he can actually outplay Alireza Firouzja, who's much higher rated, but in some trouble.
And we've seen Denis score some big points against the players here, the underdog. If you love the underdog story, then the player playing with white, he's been very impressive, the 17-year-old Denis Lazavik. I did see the evaluation bar there. It did a big jump on the Wesley so board. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What magic has Nodirbek created here with the black pieces? His queen is hanging, but that h4 pawn, which actually hits the queen, can be picked up.
Yeah, I think he was just slightly careless, Wesley. So in what was earlier a risk-free position, or almost risk-free, he was even a pawn up. Suddenly he's lost control. The black queen, black rook, black bishop, all pointing towards this white king. And, OK, he's had to throw a pawn back. I'm fighting the urge to sneeze right now, but pawn to h4 and...
We got you, David.
Thank you. White's knight has found a safe square, but it feels, again, almost like that Nakamura game earlier where Abdusattorov had all these kind of sacrifices, these attacking ideas. It feels like something is brewing.
But he just rushed that decision because that pawn on h4, give me that. Thank you for the material. But he actually didn't have to take it right away. I saw the eval bar go right back towards the center, which gave me the clue I needed because I would have stolen a pawn as well. Just a move ago, instead of going queen takes h4, apparently queen f4 must be better because the knight, instead of jumping back to e3, a central square to challenge that lovely bishop on d5, it has to get a bit more passive, f2 or h2. h2 is an ugly square, so f2 it is. And now h4 is hanging. That rook on e6 has an open line to the e2 square, or e3 as you're highlighting. It looks like this would have given black some good chances.
It's such a human move to just capture a free pawn close to your opponent's king, and he does it. And sometimes the most natural moves are not the best ones.
Yeah, the problem for Abdusattorov now is that Wesley is going to be able to trade off this bishop, that beautiful bishop on an outpost, which was controlling both sides of the board. And once that bishop disappears or is captured, I think he should be safe in the endgame. Black simply will not be able to whip up an attack with only a queen and rook combined. The problem is, for example, if you drop back, this endgame is likely to end in a draw. White will just put a rook on c1. Actually, they're following this route, the players. And White will, sooner rather than later, be able to trade off queens, head into a drawish rook endgame. Wesley survived the worst. A bit of a storm there. He did let things slide, but Nodirbek unable to take advantage.
And you made that video on Nodirbek in his endgames. I actually think he needs to be a bit careful here. If those queens come off, White does have an advantage with some advanced pawns on the queen side. Black may have to be a bit passive. I do think it should be a draw, but you say should in rapid chess, and then they laugh at you because when you get low on time, that's when the mistakes happen.
Yes, and this one level, but other action happening elsewhere.
Big action happening, especially on the Hikaru Nakamura Fabiano board. And we've been talking about this with Danny as well and the possible scenarios. Hikaru currently in a queen's pawn endgame. He's got an extra pawn on the board. If the queens get traded, the king's pawn ending is completely winning for White here. And Hikaru for his path to the next stage of the Champions Chess Final. This is so critical. He converts this one.
Yeah, he needs to grind this out. The good thing is he can play forever, literally forever. You play 49 moves with a queen, then you push a pawn. You play 49 more moves, you push a pawn. Black's problem is that the f5 pawn is so weak. If you put Black's f5 pawn back on f7, I think it's a pretty straightforward draw. No real way to make progress, but White can combine some checks, maybe pushing the h-pawn forward to add an extra attacking piece with threats against that weakling on f5.
It's one of these positions that I wonder, when you are the #2 rated player in the world, challenging for a world championship title, do you study endgames just like this? I believe the answer is yes. Whether you remember them, that's something completely different. But Fabiano, he centralized his queen. He needs to make sure he doesn't drop a second pawn. And then the question for Hikaru is, what pawns can you actually trade? You trade too much, then even a queen trade at the end may result in a drawn king and pawn endgame. So we have seen a check. The eval bar is actually quite close to the center, which means that Black should, with optimal play, hold.
The thing about these positions is that even if there is no direct path for Hikaru to force a trade-off of the queens or a clear plan of improvement, it's just so much harder as Black to defend because you have to keep watching out for these threats. And Hikaru is not only playing against Black's forces on the board, but even Fabi's time. He's down to less than a minute and a half on the clock. A huge 3-minute advantage to Hikaru right now. I think that's exactly what he needs. I think Hikaru is going to convert this one. Playing on the clock, always eyeing those queen trades. One set of pawns gets traded off, but the f-pawn can start marching down at some point.
I must say I'm shocked by Hikaru's decision. I think an informed Hikaru would have maybe refrained from touching this g-pawn. He's traded off the weakness that I highlighted. Suddenly black's queen is perfectly poised as well. He's banking on some tricks here, maybe to force the queens off, or I'm not sure quite what he's trying to do, but he has created a passed f-pawn. This was the idea, to evict the black queen and start pushing forward, but it feels rushed. Now it's easier, less material. Black's task has been, eased here.
And at some point, not now, black could consider playing the move h5 and initiating a pawn trade, because without those pawns, with just a queen for black and then a queen and pawn for white, with the black king sitting where it is, there's no winning chance there. So if h and g pawns are off the board, this should be a draw, but that's why Hikaru needs to keep more pawns on the board, and I share your surprise that he decided to play g4 that early.
Is it time to now push the f-pawn as well with the check on the board? Go f4, that was the idea for Hikaru, but he reaches for the king. He's going up. Right now, h5 is not that easy to achieve because there's a check on e8.
Yeah, Fabiano's doing the right thing, though. He doesn't even need to touch any pawns. He can just threaten to come behind. Black's queen threatening to come into the corner to h1, deliver some nasty checks. He's just trying to harass this white king. And I think he's actually a favourite to hold, despite having only 1 minute on the clock, because black's moves are relatively straightforward. As long as you don't blunder, it's going to be hard for white to make progress. Some of these endgames, even without a black h-pawn, are often drawn. So this one, still a long, long way to go. I think we'll see an over 100-move game here.
Wow. So you're saying a hold by Fabi. What about you?
I was initially saying a hold, but I'm looking at Fabi invest all the time right now, and that would make me believe in Hikaru's chances, because Fabi's down to 45 seconds. This is actually going to be a tricky endgame. I do believe he can hold it, but he needs to make a move in the near future.
We are predicting an over 100-move game in this one. I think Hikaru is going to grind this one out. It's so hard to defend this with 40 seconds on the clock. The queen jumping around, potential trades with a check coming in. We're going to keep an eye on this one, on that game. But meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's down a pawn and he needs a win. That ain't happening.
Bad news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, for French fans here, because this is one-sided. It might end in a draw. There's not that much material left. But it's very much Maxime trying to fight for that result, trying to save himself here. Magnus has done a great job. He's eradicated all risk. Queen's off. Oh, really sad retreating move there. And at the very least, Magnus can trade a set of rooks, push the pawn to e3, trade everything off. A draw is the very minimum.
Does Magnus only have 5 seconds left, though? Like, he really got low on time at that moment. The good thing is it's such an easy play for black. You can make a draw whenever you want. So Magnus, he will secure this match victory.
And we see another set of pawns being traded off. Magnus up a pawn. The only thing he shouldn't get flagged or make a blunder on seconds, especially there's a knight, so you've got to watch out for checks. There's always a good advice. Keep your king and rook as far away from each other as possible to not walk into a fork.
That's what he's doing here, Tanya. Good advice, good practical wisdom there. The problem now for black is that white can give a flurry of checks. White has protected everything, his own pawns.
Maxime's not even trying, David.
A draw.
And that's it. He repeats the moves, and Magnus Carlsen takes it in the rapid. No Armageddon in this one. And we will go back to Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana. If it ends in a draw, we go into Armageddon. But right now, Hikaru pushing for the win.
And Gucci Reza definitely in front of the camera. That's a red sweatshirt if I've ever seen one. Alireza, he managed to draw against Denis Lazavik, but he was in some serious trouble. This position, it looks like it's trouble for Fabi. Those pawns are storming forward, but the engine is not caring. It says it's equal, and the reason why is the white king is very exposed. It's hard to leave that king. It's going to be susceptible to so many checks from the black queen.
That's some grandmaster level chess analysis. I just feel for most of us, seeing those two pawns move down the board, Fabi with 35 seconds on the clock, the king's moving forward, still practically, unless it's a draw on the spot and white's king can't hide, I think Hikaru will have a real chance. But can he actually save himself from all the checks that are coming in immediately?
Well, David, you know how to grind like a grandmaster. Do you know how to defend like one here?
Oh, that is tough. Sometimes grinding out the half point is the hardest thing. And
no more checks.
No more checks. Black needs to go passive now. You need to just make sure there's no knockout. White is threatening to come in with some checks, push some pawns. I like it. Centralization in queen endgames always good wisdom. And again, the threat, the ghost of this idea, bring the black queen into the corner with some checks. I think it's just going to stop Nakamura making any real progress. I have looked at a lot of queen endgames. I still realise that the more I look at them, the more I realise there's more to know. It's just impossible to make generalisations. But Fabiano, he's done everything right so far. He's kept his king as safe as possible, centralised his queen, looking for counterplay, looking for checks. Still pressure on Hikaru to actually do something to break through.
And it's another example how a lone queen can't deliver a checkmate, because you can give a check with the white queen, but you also need a pawn. But as soon as you push your pawn, that gives the black king some squares to run to. For example, if the pawn pushes now, the black king will step up, and there are no more checks available to white. So this looks like a hold from Fabiano Caruana. And yeah, you see that Hikaru, he's just moving his king back and forth.
Oh, I actually think they've repeated the position potentially a third time, but I'm not 100% sure. Clearly, Fabiano isn't sure because he did not claim anything there. And Hikaru still unable to make progress. This is a nice move, pinning white's f-pawn. Still so tough to actually make progress, to do anything substantial, to pose problems to Fabiano.
It's as if Hikaru's just done everything. He's moved his pawns all the way forward, and it's maximum that he can achieve with the white pieces. He keeps the game going, but Fabi just playing confidently, but he does fall under the 20-second mark now. A little hesitancy there by Fabi, and he falls back with the king. So the position is changing a little bit right now.
That was a great move by Fabiano, because with that white queen on e4, pawn f6 check would also hit the black pawn on h7. So a really nice retreat from him, not allowing any sort of discovered check. Well, a check wasn't discovered, but it would be discovered attack against the pawn on h7. And you see that Hikaru's doing everything he can. Fabi fending him off perfectly.
Yeah, white has centralization now, but that doesn't count for too much as long as the black queen's able to deliver some checks. The white king would love to somehow advance up the board, but it will always get kicked back. And okay, first Hikaru's going to test Fabiano here, still low on time. Actually, both now low on time under the 1 minute mark. And all the checks in the world.
And you can't pick up on h7, let's just point that out, because of a check on h2, so that was never possible. And it just looks like Fabi has just been so resilient and just finding these confident moves with the queen, knows where to place his king, his queen, the coordination. It's amazing defense. I think most of us would have fallen by now.
And I think Fabiano yesterday would have fallen. It was not his best day. He was not in great form. But today is a new day. He won his earlier match, and against Hikaru, he hasn't played perfectly. He's made some slip-ups, especially considering the advantage he had in game one. But there has not been a mistake since we've been in this queen and 2 versus queen and 1 endgame.
Yeah, exhaling there, Hikaru, a slight shake of the head. He knows that he's not making any progress. He knows this is still a draw objectively. He's unable to land any tricks. And the white king is just so bare that eventually some checks will start to turn things around. Okay, he brings the white queen to a passive square to defend. Or does he? Still hand on his queen. Indecision.
He doesn't even know where his queen was. That's the problem. He didn't know where his queen was. So then he gave a check because it obviously wasn't in that square. But Hikaru giving this check, we've seen this position before. I'm not sure how many times. And Fabi's trying to make a claim.
Fabi does make a claim, and Hikaru's got 7 seconds on the clock. And Fabi says that if he moves the king back to f8, this position has happened 3 times. That's Fabi's claim.
And I'm just doing a quick check here. It's happened once, twice. Ooh, I'm not so sure. I think it might just be twice. The white queen has checked from b7 and only on a7 twice as far as I can see.
And we can let everybody in on a conversation that we had just yesterday. We're talking about making a claim is so tricky because if your claim is proven incorrect, your opponent actually gets more time. Now, and maybe in this position, Fabiano is not so worried that the extra time will help Hikaru much because he knows he has what should be a drawn position. And it does give Fabiano time to sit and think and breathe a little bit.
It does, with that extra minute. I think Hikaru would be happy to get that extra minute if the claim is rejected. And David, you're telling us that it looks like it hasn't happened thrice.
I think it's twice. I think it's only 2 times. And wow, this is a really tense moment. The arbiter will be called. The arbiter will be checking just like I'm doing. My head has gone a bit fuzzy. It's been a long day, a lot of games, a lot of moves, but I can only see this position twice with the white queen on a7.
And we've already confirmed ourselves 2 Armageddons as Nodirbek, Wesley go into 1, and it will also be between Alireza and Denis Lazavik. Is this going to be the 3rd Armageddon? The arbiter comes in, Hikaru steps out to check to confirm. I think Hikaru wants to play on.
Hikaru does want to play on, and it will only be the second time. For those of you unfamiliar with some of the rules of chess, if the same position is reached 3 times, then the game ends in a draw. So the arbiter is ruling right now that this is not the 3rd time that the position has happened.
As David did mention, and it's happened twice.
But what happens when he makes a claim and he's wrong?
You get 2 minutes.
Oh, it's not 1 minute. He gets 2 extra minutes on the clock. Hikaru Nakamura with more time.
Yeah, and actually we were talking, Robert, about Fabiano's track record.
Of course. Yeah.
Let's listen in.
Of course. So this is 1. This is 2, right?
Yeah, it's 2. It's 2 times.
And 2 times.
Only twice.
David, you were right about that. And the arbiter confirms the wrong claim. Hikaru Nakamura gets awarded 2 extra minutes. Fabi has to fight this out and keep it together. The position is a draw. He's been doing everything right. But do you think this claim and the rejection, can that throw you off psychologically?
It certainly can, because now Hikaru gets more time. While they're talking about this, I would also ask, what move number was the last pawn push? Because for Fabiano, there are 2 options to make a draw. Either there's a 3-time repetition, which didn't just happen, or there are 50 moves made without a piece capture or a pawn push. And I think we're about 20 moves into that cycle. Hikaru, plenty of time to think and try to give Fabiano the biggest challenge ahead.
Yeah, you're right, Robert. The last pawn push, the last capture or pawn push was move 57. So the magical number is 107. If the move counter ticks to 107 and White hasn't pushed a pawn or made a capture, the game will be drawn if Fabi claims, which he might be reluctant to do now. And I was saying to you just yesterday, actually, Fabiano in a queen endgame against me exactly 10 years ago. Actually in December 2013 as well. This is a bit odd. He also falsely claimed after only twice. So he's got a bit of a mixed record there.
How did that end?
It was a draw. I was winning, but I was 2 pawns up. And yeah, he managed to save it.
Oh.
But this one, tricky queen endgame. And now he will be 2 minutes down. This is going to be tough.
And it's still a far way off to reach the 50-move rule. And I think they're still waiting for the arbiter to come and adjust the clocks before they start making a move. Hikaru, meanwhile, does give a check. So we are off, but she needs to add 2 minutes to Hikaru.
And they might have already been added, 2 minutes added. Of course, we'll keep everyone updated with the clocks. But Fabiano, he knows that this should be a draw. He doesn't need an engine. He doesn't need an evaluation bar or a table base. He is going to make this draw if he finds every single best move, which he seems capable of.
And it was confirmed that the time was added. Hikaru Nakamura with those extra 2 minutes. And they continue to play. So the queen comes back to h3. And David, what's going on?
Queen to h3. He's allowing some checks. This is a bit odd. It feels really strange, this setup for White. But I think the idea is to push the king up on the h-file. The White king going up to h5, h6. He's just trying to guard against checks from behind, but why break the formation? Fabiano doesn't need to do anything special. King to g7, a nice, solid move there. And Hikaru, sooner or later, he'll have to push the f-pawn. He just needs to figure out the right moment.
But that problem with pushing the f-pawn, it always gives the king that forward square. So what Fabiano is doing very intelligently is taking away a queen check once that pawn pushes. So now the pawn can push, the king steps up, the white queen can't check the king. So he's keeping everything under control, keeping checks in his queen's eyes. And, well, that's why Hikaru, he wants to give a check for himself. He paused. He's not sure where to go.
And those extra 2 minutes have disappeared. Hikaru now reaching the 20-second mark. No progress has been made.
Yeah, nothing at all. The position has barely changed, and you can sense the frustration. We even heard the frustration there from Hikaru. Simply no way to break what is pretty much a fortress now for black. And queen back to h3. The black king can come back where it came from. You can give some checks. I think Fabiano is holding this one calmly, perfectly.
He's even moving his king, right? Like, that was not necessary. I would have been tempted to move my queen. Oof. But he's trying to make sure that the white king can't march forward. And, wow, that was a slap on the clock.
Hikaru's got 9 seconds now. He goes forward with the king. He's tried everything. What a defense by Fabiano.
Yeah, perfect defense. He's done everything right. He's centralized the black queen. That's the main thing. And no way forward. I think we'll see a handshake soon as Hikaru tries one of two final more moves.
Don't trade.
No way to avoid the checks. No
way to run. Yeah, nowhere to hide anymore. And Hikaru with a shake of his head, reflecting the position on the board. Fabiano with a fantastic save. And he really kept his cool despite the whole fiasco of the rejection of the claim.
Yeah, just great nerves there from Fabi, not flinched. Yeah, he's just, and now we see the handshake. He's just defended superbly.
Superb defense, which means 3 Armageddons one more time, as this one also goes down to the wire. Hikaru tried to push it till the very end, but Fabi on top of his game, keeping it together. Really, the key of the whole endgame was an active queen in the center for Fabi, delivering the needed checks.
And for Hikaru, we see he's upset as the players are there writing their times down. He did play a pretty complete game. He was never winning. So for Hikaru, maybe he should feel a little bit better about that game than some of his others.
If you put it with white, there's no point. Unless you're putting 15 minutes, there's no point to
Yeah. We are waiting for them to write down their Armageddon bids and also circle the color that they'd like to go for with the winning bid.
Yeah, unless you're super prepared.
There's some rules being discussed, and there we see now. Fabi is standing up, writing his bid. 3 Armageddons coming up next. The action just doesn't stop. I have a feeling, David, we've been calling the Champions Chess from the start. These are the most number of Armageddons that we've seen happen.
By far. Throughout the season, we've had longer matches, maybe 4 games being the norm, where there's more. Nice to hear the players laughing now.
Did they see each other's bids?
Did they make the same bid?
Yeah, same number.
Oh,
yeah, same number. I think they went 959.
How do you bid 959 and both of them get 959? Oh my God, and they've got to bid again.
Always bid 58. That's the key.
But then, you think your opponent's going to do that, so you should bid 57 and keep going lower. But I am curious to see what the new bids will be.
What are the chances of them getting it the same bid twice?
I'm not a mathematician. I don't know how to do those odds. Very, 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 very low.
Very simple.
Judith's checking that they're at least different bids.
Sounds good. We are good.
Sounds good.
Meet Michael there, and I'll be just following you right there. Okay, thank you.
Oh, wow. The bids have been accepted by our arbiter, and we will be revealing them soon. What a round this was, as Hikaru Nakamura, Fabi there, getting a bit of a stretch in after that long marathon game. They are getting ready for their Armageddon. And that means we've got 3 coming up, as Magnus Carlsen is the only player who took it in the rapid, taking down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with that first game win and a second comfortable draw. The other 3 go into fighting Armageddons, and we will be revealing the bids. David, what was the standout moment for you from this round?
Yeah, in a round of all draws, I have to pick out the one which I feel should maybe not have been a draw, and it was young Denis Lazavik against Alireza Firouzja, the 2 tailenders, both needing to win this match to keep their hopes alive of staying in the tournament. And Denis Lazavik, I feel, agreed to draw prematurely. In this final position, White has fantastic chances of grinding out a victory. It's a 2-result game. White has no risk. White has a better structure because Black's isolated pawn here is a big target. Black's rooks as well, very passive. And, for example, putting a bishop on b4, bringing it into c5, maybe later repurposing, remaneuvering this knight would have given him a big bind and great chances. Alireza Firouzja sneaking in a draw offer, I don't think Lazavik should have accepted.
I don't blame the players. When it's within the rules, it's within your right. But I say don't allow draw offers. Never. Ban the draw offer. I've said it so many times now. We would have seen a conclusion to that game that perhaps made more sense.
Well, that one goes down to Armageddon. The only one that didn't saw Magnus Carlsen win a stunning miniature in Game 1 against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Kaya caught up with Magnus after his win.
Here with Magnus Carlsen, ready for semifinals. So first of all, how does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. Obviously, I knew even after I lost the match to Wesley that I still had about 4 chances to to get to the semifinal. But it's it feels really good to have taken this chance. Today was a tough day. I could feel from the start that I wasn't really on it. Today I was just feeling sluggish. So to get through this day feels really good. 5 out of 6 matches won is also good. So now I'll play tomorrow, play 1 match without much pressure, and then I'll get some rest the rest of the day and enjoy enjoy the other guys fighting it out.
Yeah, tomorrow you will have a short day tomorrow. So do you think that is a big advantage heading into some intense days?
I think it's a slight advantage, but yeah, I mean, probably not too big a deal. But it always feels good to not go into the last round with a lot of pressure.
You will have sort of something to say in terms of who's knocked out tomorrow. You play Alireza Firouzja, who is fighting for his life in the tournament. What can he expect when he plays you tomorrow?
No, as I said, I'll play without too much pressure. I'll probably need a lot of help as well to get first. So yeah, let's see. But yeah, I mean, like I'm not gonna focus too much on the tournament situation. Obviously, you know, there are people that I consider more dangerous than others that I might want to knock out, but nah, it's not gonna be on my mind.
And in terms of choosing semi-final opponent, how much does it matter to be first, to be second, and to be able to, well, at least be second in your choice there?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be second, but as second, you don't really get the choice. But no, I would say that yeah. After I lost the match to Wesley, like all those thoughts are kind of out the window. Obviously, it's a slight advantage to be able to choose. But now that I know that I most likely won't have that opportunity, then that's also fine.
Now, Magnus, we've been, and especially you have been looking at the drama happening with Hikaru and Fabi. They're still playing, so there wasn't the repetition there.
Yeah. It's typically quite a risk-free strategy to claim a draw in such situations because your opponent gets more time and you get a little bit of time to calm down and think about the position. So yeah, it's a bit of a. I think he thought it was a draw, so I don't think it was any trickery involved. But it's the way the rules are. It's just a good strategy, and I think he will hold it.
Hikaru also obviously fighting for his life in the tournament. Would you be disappointed to see him knocked out?
No.
All right, Magnus, thank you. Congratulations on a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Back to you guys.
And these are the stats after his fantastic win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Look at that accuracy, 97% almost, and what a game that was. And we also see some brilliancies there by Magnus Carlsen. What stands out to you the most from those stats?
Par for the course for Magnus Carlsen. He keeps 96.6% accuracy. He's been like that throughout the tournament. I know he lost to Wesley earlier today, but that was because of Wesley's brilliance, not because of Magnus's blunders.
Yeah, Magnus, it feels like he's working up the gears. He's traditionally known as a slow starter, but he's burst out of the traps in this tournament. And I mean, he's looking like more of a favorite than ever right now.
What a game that was. And Magnus also said that he's not going to be too disappointed to see Hikaru's early exit. Well, Hikaru's going to be fighting out in the Armageddon, a very critical one, and that's not the only one. There's also, of course, Wesley and Nodirbek playing, and we've got Kaya with the players revealing their bids.
Wesley peaking again. It's going to be Armageddon drama coming up. So we're going to reveal the bids for these two players. Go ahead, you guys. Turn your boards. I'm going to peek this way first. 10, is that 0-0? Yeah. 10-0-0. Okay, and we have... Let me see, Wesley. Oh, so sneaky. 9-28. That means you're...
That's 38.
9-38.
That's 3. Yeah.
Need glasses. But sure. Definitely means you're going to play with the black pieces.
You tried to take away 10 seconds. That's very important.
That is important.
Yeah.
So what is the thought behind this bid?
Well, I saw Nodirbek's been bidding almost always over 10 minutes. So I was pretty confident I'd win with 9.38. But it's not clear whether it's better to be white or black. So it's going to be like I call Nodirbek Fast and Furious.
Ooh, the Fast and the Furious with the white pieces. Are you happy with how this turned out?
Okay, I would love to have more time, like more lower, but okay, that's what it is. So yeah, we'll see.
Awesome that you guys are smart.
Also, did Alireza tie 1-1?
You know what? I have been in this interview, so I don't know.
Did they draw the first game? Because they drew the second game. Okay, so they're also another.
So there's another Armageddon coming up. Well, you guys go get ready. Best of luck, and thank you for doing your bids here. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Wesley and Nodirbek coming up. Back to you guys.
There will be another Armageddon coming up. And of course, Wesley with the black pieces. He starts with 9 minutes and 38 seconds. He's got his eyes out on the Alireza match as well. Really fun to see them revealing their bids and their mind games. And if you want to have some fun doing up your house, decorating your walls, we've got some brilliant ideas for you. Check out these very, very cool lightweight metal displays. They are awesome, I've been told, to hang up on your walls. They look really cool. My favorite one is the duck chess. Robert's picked up his favorite, and there's a very cool 33% discount going on them. And this one is, Robert said we will show it next time, but right now we've got Armageddons coming up. And of course, these two will be fighting it out as well. Alireza versus Denis Lazavik. We will reveal their bids once we're back with all the action on the other side.
We are ready for the CCT Finals in Toronto, here with one of the big favorites, Hikaru Nakamura. So everything taken into account, these 8 fantastic players that we have here, the format, what are the fans in for this week?
I think they're in for exciting chess. I think there are a couple players who everyone's looking to see how they play. Magnus, myself, Fabi, MVL, and Wesley, I think are. I would say one of the 5 of us should win the event, if I'm being honest. I think it's going to be very exciting, probably a lot of very close matches, most importantly. And I think another thing is everyone's so used to seeing us play online, and playing over the board, it should make for a very different experience.
And what would it mean to you, Hikaru, to be the winner of the Champions Chess Tour 2023?
I mean, it'd be nice to win. I think it would mean more probably than, say, last year when I came fairly close, losing to Wesley in the semis, simply because I feel like the field is a little bit stronger this year. So it would mean quite a bit, but at the end of the day, I'll just try to play good chess and see what happens.
Now, if we do have some new fans watching, could I ask you to describe your playing style?
Rapid chess and classical chess are a little bit different than blitz. I think the main thing that probably will be strange to fans who've watched a lot of my online streams is that the openings I play online are vastly different in 3-0 blitz than they are in rapid chess. And so I think for people who are watching, they might be a little bit surprised to see me playing a little bit differently in terms of style, in terms of the style that I have. But you know, I'll just try to do my best, and hopefully good things happen, and hopefully the fans enjoy the show.
Awesome. Well, Hikaru, we wish you best of luck here in the CCT Finals. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana started his journey from Division 2, and his climb through the ranks has been formidable. Winning Division 2 in the Air Things Masters qualified him for Division 1 in the Chessable Masters, where he beat Hikaru Nakamura, on the way to his first of 2 back-to-back Grand Finals.
Fabiano cannot lose this game. He's a pawn up.
10 seconds, David.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. Wow.
But a horrible pawn structure.
Yeah, but it's all about the white D pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might win.
Oh my God!
You said they don't blunder checkmate in 1, and then Hikaru immediately does. You commentator's curse.
A 1-move checkmate, and that is going to cost Hikaru the whole match.
There we go.
That's it. Immediately he finds it. There is no square for the queen. They have to be traded off, and he jumps in with the knight, but it's too late. The c3 pawn is super strong.
And this black pawn is going to completely paralyze the white pieces, and I think he's had enough.
He wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. Queen d2, is that the winning move? And that's it. We have a winner. Nodirbek Abdusattorov wins the Chess Kid Cup.
But playing Division 1 in another 2 events has banked him a total of 325 tour points to secure 2nd place on the standings and a well-deserved ticket to Toronto.
A new opening for your wall is here. Capture new major pieces on unique metal posters from Displate. Now with the official collection from chess.com. Mount them in seconds with a tool-free magnet kit and swap them whenever you like. Make your move. Get an exclusive discount on all metal posters. Shop now with the code CHESS at displate.com.
And we are back. The action is happening in Toronto. And what action we have been treated to, including 3 big Armageddons coming up to wrap up the day. And it's going to be a lot of fun. We've had the bids coming in from Wesley and Nodirbek, and now joining Kaya, Denis Lazavik and Alireza Firouzja with their bids.
It's tension, you guys. We're going to get to see the Armageddon bids between Alireza and Denis. So you guys, go ahead, turn your boards towards the camera. 940 for Denis, 920 Alireza. That means you will be playing with the black pieces. Are you happy with the result here?
Yeah, I mean, either way, it was going to be difficult. So I'm happy at least I won the bid. Yeah. It will be tough.
It means it's going to be must-win for you with the white pieces. Denis, how do you feel about that?
The same as yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see.
We will see you guys. Armageddon coming up. Best of luck and thanks for placing your bids. Back to you.
Denis, so calm there. 22nd bid win by Alireza Firouzja. A must-win match situation given their tournament situation for these 2 players. And this is not the only Armageddon. We've also got Hikaru and Fabiano, and we're going to reveal their bids right now.
This will be super excited. The first bids were equal, so let's see what the second bids are. You guys turn your boards. And we do have 909 and 952. That means black for you, Hikaru. What was the thought behind this second bid?
Well, I get black every game, so let's see if I can do something.
Okay, Bobby, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I thought we would be closer on the second one. So, okay, it's all right. We'll see how it goes.
It will be exciting. Thank you for joining us. Wow, these Armageddon games will be so exciting. Back to you guys.
Wow. Very different nerves there with Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. And the games will be underway right now. Hikaru has the result odds. Fabi has to win. And we've got the Sicilian.
I'm a bit surprised because I did think that Hikaru was in huge trouble the first time around in this opening. So Fabiano, he's probably happy that there's been a repetition of opening lines.
Wow, and Hikaru's the first to switch things up. We see a trade. This is a really well-known variation where black is solid but has parted with the bishop pair. Look at white's pieces, all back on the first rank. Retreat down here. And wow, the speed shows the preparation levels by both players here.
But long-term advantage for white. You have a pair of bishops, even though you've retreated back to your starting row. Those bishops, their power is going to happen later in the game. So I do think that Hikaru, maybe he's playing a little bit on his emotions. He just wants to forcefully get that draw, get a win, a much-needed win, because Tania, as you said, the survival stage, he needs to win to get there.
He really does. Such a critical match for Hikaru. And in his interview with Kaya while they were revealing the bids, he said, I just end up with black every time. Let's see if I can win finally or not. What do you make of that?
He's choosing to get black. He's bidding some low numbers, 909. Their first bid, I believe, was 959. So they had a tie there, and he went very low. He clearly won the black pieces, so he needs to prove that he can hold the draw.
So he's happy getting the result odds in this one, which puts the pressure on Fabi to try and create something. We see a lot of pawn trades happening, which also opens up Hikaru's bishop on g7, gives it a target on the diagonal. Who's more pleased out of this opening outcome?
I think Fabiano. Fabiano hasn't had to do anything special. You mentioned, Tania, the onus in a must-win situation is normally on white to try and maneuver, to try and eventually take risks, break through, attack. But here, look at white's light squared bishop. You mentioned black's dark squared bishop. White's bishop there is uncontested. It's on a beautiful outpost, putting some pressure on, and also with this massive time advantage. I think everything great for Fabiano Caruana right now.
All right, well, Fabi's got the kind of position he needs to try to play for that must-win result. And meanwhile, this Armageddon is ready to get underway. And Nodirbek shakes hands. It's go time. What will be his first move? He decides to go with the queen's pawn opening.
Okay, it's d4 and hesitation from Wesley, and eventually pawn to d5. We see a queen's gambit. Will it be accepted? Yes, it will.
And Wesley has played this at the highest level in classical chess as well. This is a tried and true opening for Wesley. He loves these kind of closed positions, solid positional battles. But will Nodirbek be able to break free and try to play for a win?
Out of the three Armageddons that we've got going on, these two are probably the safest, just relatively. Well, Wesley, I think he's made it through. Nodirbek, with his couple of match victories, also looking good to go into survival stage. But it's really, the pressure has to be on the other two Armageddons. It's hanging by a thread in those ones.
Yeah, and you can tell with the opening choice here, Wesley, so he knows he's banked it. He knows he's going to be in the semi-finals. He's happy to play solid and put the pressure on Abdusattorov, who will be feeling ambitious, who still wants to maybe maintain a small chance of qualifying for the semi-finals if he wins this one. But yeah, either way, as you mentioned, Tania, the stakes are higher in the other games. But two informed players, this one will be fun to watch as well.
Yeah, let's remind everyone, the top two finishers after the round robin go straight to the semi-finals. Those who finish from 3rd to 6th, they go into survival stage, which will be fought tomorrow to make it. Two will only survive, and two players tomorrow will get eliminated.
And we see right now those players, Firouzja and Lazavik, they're facing each other right now in Armageddon. So that's actually a huge matchup to shake up the standings.
And we look at the current standings right now. If the round-robin stage was to end, Alireza Firouzja, Denis Lazavik would be out. Hikaru and Maxime would make it up to the survival stage right now. Nodirbek Abdusattorov in a good position here at number 3, looking safe in his fight to survival stage.
Yeah, the good news for Nakamura, Firouzja, and Lazavik is they are still playing Armageddon right now. Vachier-Lagrave in 5th. He's done for this round, so people will catch him. He's not entirely safe either.
Let's check in with Firouzja and Denis Lazavik, who are actually playing against each other. So really quite the most important game to determine the standings after this one and give chances and hope to whoever makes it through. White has made the move bishop c4, wanting to get the king to safety on the next one. Is there a way that actually Firouzja can make sure that White's king doesn't get to safety? There is a check on the board.
Advantage Lazavik, though, because even if you give a single check over there, White has a bishop pair, and if I'm counting correctly, currently White is up a pawn. So Alireza's trying to figure out, can I take the central pawn on d4? Do I throw in this check, which he has successfully done? And that b2 pawn, it's also one that you can pick up. But now it's like that game where Lazavik was white against Fabiano. He has this pawn in the center. It's isolated, but it's a passer.
And I'm looking at the evaluation bar right there. Something dramatic has happened on the Fabi board against Hikaru Nakamura. If Hikaru doesn't win his Armageddon, that will really jeopardize his chances. But right now, bishop trades on the board in this one. You want to try to neutralize the bishop pair that White has here. Any way for Lazavik to still keep it on the board?
Well, at some point, Lazavik has to castle before it's too late. I see two options, two most tempting options right now. One would be just get the king to safety and kind of work out the complications later. Yes, it might come at the cost of your extra pawn, but it's more important to prioritize your king safety, not to take too much risk at this early stage. Or the second option, keep your pawn, at least for now, play a move like pawn to b3. Allow the trade of light-squared bishops on your own terms, maintain your material advantage, but it does feel risky from a human point of view to keep your king in the center too much longer as the forces start to amass. Black ahead in development here.
Black ahead in development, Denis Lazavik with the bishop pair. He's not the only player who's got the bishop pair going for himself. Check this out. Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces, also fighting for advantage. He's got the control over the open b file. The two bishops looking good. The bishop on c2 defends the e4 pawn. The bishop on f4 targets the d6 pawn. Meanwhile, Hikaru's bishop kind of staring at a brick wall. There is a threat on the c3 pawn right now, but that can be easily guarded. If anyone's better here, it's got to be White.
It's always been Fabiano since the opening stage. He was handed the bishop pair early on. That's the nature of this opening. He has that still, but that bishop on c2, it's not the best piece at the moment. So while White has some long-term potential, there's also some pressure into Black's position. How do you actually crash through? That's really the big question here. And Fabiano plays the quiet move to start. He is 5 minutes ahead in the clock, and that's going to be really important.
Okay, queen to d2, the most natural move. Keep the pace, keep the status quo here. If you're white, you have the pawn center, you have the bishop pair. All of these things should add up. I'm hating black's knight as well. The black knight on d8, just really stuck on the edge of the board there. But Nakamura at the moment has everything covered and transforming the advantage into small kind of theoretical, strategic things, turning that into something like a pawn advantage, material advantage. That's going to be a big, big challenge. So Nakamura, for now, relatively happy and breaks out. He's the one to actually change the structure in the center, kicks back white's dark-squared bishop, and now retreats, rotates his knight. I still love Fabi's position. I still like white, but it feels like he's a bit undecided about what to do next.
Well, I think that Fabi should probably bring his rook forward. I did, at least when his queen was on d2 and his rooks were connected, because I thought he could double on the b file. Instead, he's just keeping the center fully under control, stepping out of a pin. But that light square bishop, it doesn't really have the brightest diagonal to work with. So Hikaru, he's, I think, defending quite nicely.
And there is big tension on the center, and at some point, Fabi will have to take a call. Hikaru keeping up the speed. He's under 6 minutes right now, doubled up on the A file. So right now, the rook on b1 can't move ahead because black's rook will find itself on the first rank. Attacks the c3 pawn. White never really wants to close the center with a move like d5 because that gives a really nice post to the black's knight to jump all the way to c5.
Yeah, this one's turning, though, and it's only in Nakamura's favor. In the last half dozen moves, the last 6-7 moves, Black has made huge strides. Black's blocked the center. Black's got that knight from d8 that I mentioned to a beautiful square. Black's doubled up rooks on an open file. What's white done in the meantime? Fabiano's just waited too long, and suddenly, okay, a trade of pieces. White's bishop pair has gone. It's opposite color bishops. This means black is much safer than ever before. Nakamura, he's working things in his favor.
Well, one player who's not safe at all is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We saw the eval bar go in wait, whose favor? Wesley's favor here? Wesley's got... What's going on? Why is Wesley so much better?
Because he looks like Nodirbek is playing how I did as a kid and how Denis described in the interview. You play for checkmate very early. There is no checkmate. Black fended it off. Look at White's queen side, completely undeveloped. And there's going to be a problem down the C line. There's a black rook sitting there. There are loose pieces. In fact, pawn takes d4. You would hope for a tactical response for White. Queen takes d4. But this is actually not going to work out because at the very least, bishop takes h2 check. King takes h2. Let's trade these queens off the board. Then I'll pick up your bishop on c2. Black's up a pawn, and all you need is a draw, but you're probably just winning.
Yep, just winning. That is basically the correct evaluation of this position. And Robert, he starts with h5. Equally good. All of these, I mean, black has so much choice. You can drop a bishop back just to pin this knight as well. But just simply pawn takes pawn, unleashing an attack. Loose pieces drop off, as we keep saying, and this is a loose bishop. You win a pawn. It's not just that, but how does white even cling on? This bishop, if you drop it back, you walk into a nasty double attack, a knight fork. If you drop back the other way, maybe you have to. You keep the game alive, but, okay, we are seeing the game change slightly, but same theme. It's all about this loose piece. Black has everything covered. White's down material and in a world of pain.
Wesley, so his king is in the center, but everything else playing. And Robert, as you and David just explained, that this position close to busted for white with that bishop on c2 hanging. The pawn on e3 weak, the knight on g5 pin. There is no attack anymore. The rook on a1 isn't participating. Nodirbek in big, big trouble early on in the game.
It was artificial, right? You just threw all your pieces forward, hoped you'd get an attack, and it was parried quite easily, I might add. So Wesley, his solid style is actually perfect for Armageddon, getting the black pieces, and he proved that when he gets the white pieces as well, he can get the job done as he did against Magnus. But Nodirbek, I think he's bitten off more than he can chew. He's backtracking now. He's down a very important pass pawn, and yeah, this looks over already.
And you can see the lack of coordination in white's pieces. You've got the two bishops on the first ranks. The rooks don't have any open file. The knight on g5 pin. Look at Wesley's beautiful pawn on d3. He's up material as well. And it just looks like it's going from bad to worse. Nodirbek hopes to put the bishop from c1 to b2 to try and get some activity here. But it looks like it's not going to be enough. Perhaps he can also go bishop f6 and just keep the diagonal under control.
Yeah, bishop f6, put a black bishop on the beautiful c3 square, paralyze the entire white army. Yeah, this is just a demonstration of control. Wesley, so he's likely to go 6 for 6 right now.
Wow.
He's just banging form. And Abdusattorov, he shot his shot just too early, unfortunately, and it's backfired so quickly. Armageddon, there's so many different strategies. It's the hardest thing in chess, Armageddon. But this is the downfall by attacking too soon. And let's go back to this clash, the All-American battle. Caruana, wow, suddenly he's winning. Look at the clocks as well. Nakamura's down 3-4 minutes. And White's just pocketed a pawn.
Yeah, down a pawn is Hikaru. He traded his knight for that dark square bishop, but he ended up losing a pawn in the process. I thought that was a risky decision, and now we're here. White has pawns that can keep going up the board. Fabiano still with a healthy lead on the clock. And those are connected pawns. Can you keep pushing them?
Push them, baby. Why not? You can also take Black's pawn on c4, I guess. Go 2 pawns up in the position. Yeah, push the d pawn. It looks so... Wow, what a classy move. Even better from Caruana. Block the diagonal. Black's only chance was a pin. The Black Queen, White King on the same diagonal. Block the diagonal, and you're ready to push again.
He's going for checkmate. Instead of pushing the d pawn, he wants to push that e pawn. Had that diagonal been exposed, knight to d7 could have created some threats, but knight d7 will now be met by that e5 pawn pushing up to e6, and the Black King is in horrible shape. And look at Hikaru. I mean, he just cannot believe it. Not a single match is really going his way. He got that 1 win over Firouzja, but besides that, it's been all his opponents just taking full points against him.
It's been an absolute nightmare for Hikaru, and it does continue now. Fabiano up 2 pawns on the board, those central pawns marching down the board, e6 coming up, d6 coming up. If Hikaru goes down here, I really don't see him being able to make a comeback into the survival stage. He does play Lazavik, but he would need results to go his way tomorrow.
I think he needs Denis Lazavik to win right now, so that when he beats Denis Lazavik, he catches up, and then he can get ahead of Alireza. So you need some other results to go your way. He's now trying to save his game, but also rooting for Denis Lazavik across the way.
And it's not only the e-pawn that's moved forward, both of them are breaking through in Black's position. Fabiano Caruana is in A form. Hikaru can't believe it. Everything has been a disaster.
Yeah, he's in cruise control, Fabiano. And this one, I mean, it wasn't just 2-pawn advantage. It was the most beautiful pawns you'll ever see. And Fabiano, he's going for checkmate, as Robert says. It feels like there's going to be a killer blow any moment. That Black King hiding in plain sight is 3 pawns temporarily the advantage. White can just move the queen to any safe square, park it on e6. Looking for queen sacrifices here to cash in and mate end-in style. But Caruana, he's got so much time.
I love that idea. Go in with your queen to e6, but the f7 pawn can be picked up. He does it, and if rook f7, I think the knight jumps in as well. Hikaru's almost giving up already. You can take rook takes pawn, but the knight from f3 lands on g5 or on e5, and one more piece into the attack, it will be game over.
I'm imagining a smothered mate. Put the white bishop on b3, bring the white knight to g5, go queen g8, checkmate, and... OK, he's bringing his knight in, adding a piece, adding extra flavors to this party right now.
Oh. Can't stop it. No, there might be a smothered checkmate, and he stops the bishop from going to b3, or does
anyway?
He? Yeah, you can't even take the bishop because queen f7 would be checkmate. This might be smothered checkmate. Queen g8, knight takes h7.
And bishop h8, the only way to stave off the checkmate threat, but it won't survive much longer. Black is totally tied up. Black can barely move.
And look at Hikaru. He is so disappointed right now. Just everything has gone wrong for him from the start of this event. This is a crushing position. Fabiano Caruana just has to put the finishing touches. He attacks the rook, which is tied down to stay on the 2nd rank, the 7th rank for Black here. Otherwise, queen f7 will be checkmate. It's a hopeless position for Hikaru.
Yeah, he just needs to add the white rook to the mix. The other 3 pieces are perfectly ideally placed. I mean, there's so many flashy ways of trying to checkmate here. Rook a2 looks good. Bishop c6. He's moving in for the kill. He's getting ready to sacrifice his queen again in certain variations, or to just push the white d-pawn. This is beyond hopeless right now. Hikaru, it's just been a heartbreaking day. Tough day for him. Running into inspired opponents.
You're supposed to celebrate your birthday. He came here, had his first matches on his birthday, and it's been the worst possible present. I mean, it's just been really unfortunate play for Hikaru. So many fans out there. I'm sure you're watching right now. But this is what happens when you go toe-to-toe with all of the best players. Even Hikaru can have this kind of event where he's losing match after match. He still somehow will have a chance to get to the survival stage. But today is not his day. He will have to. He has to win tomorrow.
He gives up, he resigns, shake hands, and Fabiano Caruana gets another win in the bag. And for Hikaru Nakamura now, it's not only about winning his last round-robin game tomorrow, but he will be hoping for results to go his way. He needs some miracles to go into survival stage. And it comes down to this match. It comes down to this fight between Alireza Firouzja and Denis Lazavik. Hikaru plays Denis tomorrow. Alireza plays Magnus tomorrow.
Yeah, as Robert said, Hikaru will be cheering for Denis Lazavik in that one because he's the player he can catch with a superior head-to-head with a win tomorrow. This one, meanwhile, still nothing too much has changed other than Black's advantage growing and still winning for Wesley. So here, OK, at least a threat on the board. White's queen threatening to come into b8 with a nasty check. Black's king not entirely safe. Where is the killer blow? What is the most professional way to end this one? Black with a 3-pawn advantage currently. Needs to turn it into something bigger. So close to touchdown. Queen back to d5. I'm struggling because actually Black's rook in the corner as well. Not entirely safe.
Yeah, it's a weird position where I can't even calculate how many pawns Black is ahead. If I'm not mistaken, Black has 7, White has 4. So 3 extra pawns. It doesn't look like the material imbalance. And the queen b8 check, that is a bit scary. Black has a pawn 1 square away from promotion, but that bishop covers it. It's actually not nearly as clear as you would think it should be. And Wesley could go wrong.
Wow. I'm going to eat my words. The advantage hasn't grown. It's just changed. It's still winning, but far less easy or straightforward. He drops the queen back the whole way to her starting square. This is based on the fact that the black rook in the corner is edible. You can go and take it. White's bishop on b2 can go take that black rook, but Black makes a new queen as well. White's bishop kind of stuck controlling the promotion square of the c-pawn. OK, Wesley keeping control with that move, but not a happy one. He's still 1.5 minutes down on the clock as well.
But it's a good defensive move because you just stop any checks on b8 and the bishop was hanging if a check did arrive. So still keeping everything under control. That c2 pawn, still a power pawn there. The rook steps out of any captures on h8, lines itself. Nodirbek, he does snap up 1 pawn. The bishop on b7 is hanging. Is it time to go queen d5? He does it as a mate in 1 threatened on g2.
Well, pawn e4 is a good way to stop that checkmate idea, but that would invite a queen trade, and I think a queen trade should definitely be favorable for Wesley. We have to remember, he doesn't need to win this game. It may be completely winning. He may know that. The evaluation bar says as much, but all he needs is a draw. So if he can force queens off the board, make sure he has 0 losing chances, that is probably the best way to go.
Let's just show that very quickly, Robert. Big threat on the board. Checkmate on g2, and the move you want to play, pawn to e4. Yeah, Wesley will not even consider taking this pawn when there might be tricks on the f7 square. He will immediately, instantly get those queens off the board. Check. And once they're off, yeah, no matter how many pawns you drop now here as Black, you can pretty much guarantee a draw. You're still a few pawns to the good. And therefore, how else to defend this square? You might just have to play a move like rook f2, as he has done, allowing a queen. And we see Wesley now up a piece.
That's a big piece as well. That knight on c1 is hopping up to d3 to win some more material. Nodirbek attacks the queen on d5. He's still fighting. Do you just jump back with your knight to d3?
I think that might be the safest. If you drop Black back with the queen, maybe safe too, but yeah, why not block? And the problem is White will never even be able to take this, this pinned piece because there's always ideas on the g2 square. At the right time, Black can also play a move like f6. OK, queen to c3. He's still fighting really hard here, Nodirbek, and Wesley's just trying to get into an advantageous endgame.
And I think if you do trade queens after taking that knight, the point is that Black pushes the f-pawn to f6, and there is this weakness on the g2 square. You can't fall back to f3. The knight will be picked up. So queen takes knight is not even hanging in the current position. Wesley, just up a full piece.
Tactically, it fails for Nodirbek, and for Wesley, just a reminder to everybody, he has draw odds. So if he draws this game, it counts as a win. He wins the match. So he doesn't even need to checkmate. He doesn't need to just scoop up all the pawns. He is doing everything just so well in Toronto. It's been a magical place for him.
Yep, getting those queens off by any means necessary comes at the cost of most of his material advantage, but still a pawn up, the superior minor piece, threats against the g2 square. It's all adding up right now, and Wesley just so calm. I can't remember one time he's even been worse in this entire tournament.
And he's just playing flawlessly. Now he's going for the pawn on the other side of the board. He's going to pick up that a-pawn with an outside passer, completely winning. And if he does get this in the bag, that will be his 6th match victory.
Yeah, at this level, this is over pretty much. I can't see any comeback, any fight back. And also, he's up on the clock, 30 seconds with black. This is just greedy. He's got everything, Wesley, so. And here comes the A-pawn.
Oh, my gosh.
Keep pushing it, right? As long as you don't walk into a knight fork that loses you material, you have this game in the bag. And bishop to b3 is coming. You know, he can move his king up. And he can always repeat moves. If he makes a draw, he wins the match. I know I've said that often, but wow, king in the center. He's just going to checkmate the other king with his.
I mean, he's playing with that pawn on a3, the king marching up to e4, to f3, just everything. But the pawn on a3, it can be picked up right now. There is no defending that one.
Bit of a slip up there from Wesley. He could probably have taken that knight with the black rook and pushed the black pawn to a2 with a winning endgame, but okay, he's going for white's kingside pawns instead.
And no tricks. If that king took the pawn, there would have been a pawn push with check. Now the king can successfully steal not just one, but two pawns over there. There's limited material, so Nodirbek's hope is gone along with his pawns.
And that h-pawn will march down the board. Wesley So on the brink of getting his 6th match victory. He's going to just simply move forward with the king and start pushing pawns.
He's just going to keep checking now with the black rook and force a draw with some repetition.
Wow, and Nodirbek doesn't have an option but to somehow keep the game going, because a draw is as bad as a loss for Nodirbek here.
I was thinking he might rook c2 check. I was thinking, can you get away with that? You shouldn't do that. That's playing with fire. But if Wesley can trade off all of the pieces and use his passed pawns, then that could end the game. But I would just move my king into the position, free up the passed pawn. That's going to rumble to the other side. The carpet is rolled out for it.
Oh, he's reaching out. He's not reaching. And
Look
at that
Wesley.
calculation that's going on there.
Like a conductor with his orchestra, just choosing where to put the pieces.
He was, I think, looking at all the checks. Is he going to give a check from b1, force the white king to the edge of the board, and now he goes for the 3rd remaining pawn, forcing white's rook to a passive position or lose the pawn.
Yeah, so professional. Just removing any risk every time, Wesley. So 3 pawns to the good now. All pawns and no hope for white. And will we even see a repetition?
Wesley's still going for the draw, and so professional. Wesley So gets the job done. He takes it in the Armageddon. That is a 6 out of 6 performance by Wesley.
He's unstoppable. And unfortunately for Denis Lazavik here in this game, it looks like he can't get past Alireza Firouzja. It's a bishop and 2 pawns against knight and 2 pawns. It usually favors the bishop when there are pawns on both sides of the board, but there's not enough material remaining. So if black can trade those 2 pawns that you see on the king side for just that 1 white pawn, the knight can sacrifice for the other. A lone bishop with a king can't deliver checkmate against an enemy king, so that should be an easy trek to a draw.
Yeah, and the bad news for Lazavik as well is that increment has kicked in. We're past move 60, we see on the move counter, move 68 now. That means Alireza Firouzja gets 1 second after every move, and 11 seconds, therefore, is oceans of time. This is a really nice controlling move as well, in kind of contrast to that bishop versus knight we saw earlier today with Abdusattorov and Nakamura. Here, black has stability. Black's knight and pawns and king block the dark squares by sitting on light squares themselves. No way through. The white king cannot step forward, and therefore no progress to be seen. And sad retreat there. Black's king couldn't even start coming towards white's pawns. He's actually going for your idea there, Robert. He's just going to trade off the king side, eliminate it all, and this one will be a draw very soon.
No risk whatsoever. In order to win a game, you need to actually cause some problems, and at this stage of the game, it's very simple. The king can just move back and forth, black's pawns are defended, and there's nowhere for white to go.
Yeah, another check. Literally nothing to do here. Firouzja, he knows exactly what he's aiming for. He's got rid of one of white's remaining pawns. The elimination of the other will spell the draw, a handshake, imminent, and Firouzja's going to take this Armageddon.
And that's it, and he does it. He gets the draw in the bag, and with that, a much-needed match win for Alireza Firouzja to keep him in the race to make it to the survival stage. What a round this was.
Desperately needed from Alireza Firouzja. He was down in the cellar. Now suddenly he stays afloat. He's ahead of 2 people, Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazavik. So if the tournament had ended today, Alireza would survive.
And Hikaru would not. Hikaru and Denis Lazavik would be out, but there is one more game to be played tomorrow. David, 3 incredible Armageddons. Once again, so much excitement on the board. What was your big highlight?
Well, it was that all-American battle between Caruana and Nakamura. It might be decisive for the standings, and for Nakamura, it was just symptomatic of his unfortunate poor form. He actually got a good position. He'd outplayed Caruana somewhat in the middle game, and here was where he started to go wrong. As black, he's done a great job putting his 2 rooks on an open file, and now adding pressure, for example, with queen to a5 to white's backward c-pawn would have given black a very healthy position, forcing white passive. Now black could, for example, just sit and block, and white is doing nothing. White is a bit stuck here with no clear-cut plan. Instead, Nakamura actually helped his opponent by jumping forward with a knight to f4, and after a trade-off, white could bring the queen forward to d2. And yes, it's opposite colour bishops, but a big weakness appeared. And if we fast forward just a few more moves, this pawn dropped, another pawn dropped, and Fabiano was able to convert his material advantage.
It's one of those moments where you see a pawn or a piece in enemy territory. It's good when you're attacking, but here there was no attack. In fact, that pawn was too close to white's piece. A simple queen slide, hit it and won it, and then won more material. So Fabiano, maybe he was shaky for a bit there, but then he capitalized and didn't look back.
And it all comes down to tomorrow. Hikaru Nakamura will play Denis Lazavik. Firouzja will play against Magnus Carlsen. David, high stakes, so much tension. What are you expecting from all of this?
Oof, I've learnt to expect the unexpected at this point, and I mean, it just feels like everyone's given their all, everyone's given their best. It's just the nerves kicking in these Armageddons especially, and I'm expecting more Armageddons tomorrow, but who knows the results.
It's going to be a big day of chess tomorrow, Robert. What are you expecting from the players who are fighting for survival?
Well, Hikaru and Denis, they know they need to win. And for Alireza, you're looking down at Hikaru like, okay, if he beats Denis, I can't afford to lose to Magnus. So that clash between Magnus and Alireza, Magnus, he's already heading towards the semifinals. But for Alireza there, he needs to beat the world #1 to get through. That's pretty tough.
Alireza Firouzja cannot be too happy with the last round matchup that's coming up, and it all comes down to the action tomorrow as the players will be ready to play in the final game of the round robin. And to talk more of chess and all of that's happening in Toronto, guys, what a day it's been. All the Armageddons and the drama that we built up to. Last round tomorrow, it's a goodbye from us, but take it away. What's the scene like where all the action is happening?
Thanks, Tanya, Robert, and David. What is the scene like where all the action is happening?
It's like chaos.
It's hard to even explain. Magnus was out there watching the show with everyone as we saw multiple Armageddon games go down just now. Of course, the biggest story of the day continues to be the fans wondering will Hikaru be able to turn it around? But with Firouzja getting that win, who knows? It's getting even harder to imagine a world where Hikaru Nakamura is still here. Look at those standings. As you can see, Carlsen got the job done in regulation. Everyone else had to do it in Armageddon fashion. Wesley took his match with Abdusattorov. Firouzja took his match with Lazavik. And Caruana beat Nakamura in the Armageddon. So, wow. Candy, your thoughts? You were watching it with Magnus out there. We were getting live commentary from the GOAT. That was pretty fun.
It's always fun getting live commentary from the GOAT. And he's like, yeah, this in-game's winning. I'm like, oh, perfect. You just learn something around these guys all the time. It just rubs off on you all the time there. But, yeah, definitely was not rubbing off. It's not working for Hikaru. This just hurts. It hurts to even see. That's my guy. You know what I mean? Like, it hurts, Danny. It hurts.
Gonna be.
You right there, man? I know, it must hurt you too, huh?
I didn't know that it hurt that bad, but sorry, I got a throat tickle. There you go. That's what happens on live TV. But no, it was wild to watch, and
great job to Magnus and Wesley, though.
Great job, great job. And we know that Kaya caught up with Fabiano, so we'll see what he had to say after his epic Armageddon victory over Hikaru.
Here with Fabiano Caruana, who's now definitely secured a spot on the winner's bracket in the survival stage tomorrow. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's good. This was a tough match, of course. I was in danger in the second game. And after yesterday, of course, I was a bit worried because losing 2 matches in a row and not playing very well, I was rather worried, but today went quite well.
And to get a win in a must-win situation there with white pieces against Hikaru, how good does that feel?
Well, I really like Armageddon. It's probably one of my most successful time, I don't know if you call it time control or formats for chess. Yeah, it's one of my most successful. So I have a very, very good score overall playing in Norway chess. I have a good score in Armageddon, and also in most of these online events, I've had a good score. So And also I played some other tournaments with Armageddon, so I'm usually doing quite well. I just like it because it's like, it's very clear what you have to achieve. While in a game, like sometimes, especially with the white pieces, you don't know, do you want to play for a win? But then you maybe push too hard, and I even lost 3 games with white pieces here in like normal games, against Magnus, against Nodirbek, and against Alireza. So I'm losing all my games with white, but in Armageddon I feel better.
Well, what does that tell us about you? The fact that you are able to keep calm then maybe in those must-win or must-not-lose situations. What is it about you that you do so well in that situation?
I don't know. I think I just enjoy it. But I have to say, Hikaru was definitely not in form today. It was very clear to me in this Armageddon game that a lot of his decisions were not the best. He isn't playing at his best level.
Now, I didn't get to talk to you after that final rapid game. There was some situation there where you did ask the arbiter if it was a draw. Can you take us through what happened there?
Yeah, I thought that it was a draw because I remembered that he gave a check, and I thought on a7, and I played king f8. But one time he played queen b7, and twice he played queen a7. So, yeah, then it was wrong, and luckily the position doesn't hold many ideas for him, I believe. So even with 2 extra minutes that he got for this incorrect claim, he wasn't able to create any serious ideas there.
We had Magnus here when that stuff was going on, and he said it's never really a disadvantage to ask the arbiter to call a draw. Do you agree with that?
Well, I made this mistake against Nodirbek because I didn't even realize that it was close to 50 moves without making any progress. And excuse me, if I had known that, then I would have maybe tried to avoid losing a pawn, which is what happened, or getting checkmated, and claimed a draw at some point. So it was actually Maxime after that game that told me that I was actually close to 50 moves rule. It was like, I think it was 48 moves, but I had no awareness of that. And then when I make a draw claim, it was incorrect as well. So it seems like I can't ever guess.
I have to ask you as well, because they were wondering in the studio, at your level, do you still study those queen endgames?
Yeah, queen endgames are a bit tough because you can know everything that you want about them, but in practice, they're very difficult. So you can study all types of queen endgames, but like there's all sorts of structures. They're all going to be a little bit different, and I don't think that study will necessarily help so much. Like usually these things end because of a blunder, not because of lack of understanding.
I should study them though. Now, getting back to just the tournament situation, we know now definitely you are in the winner's bracket in the survival stage, but you do play Wesley So in your final game, round 7 tomorrow. So what do you think about that?
But I think this match is not very consequential because I guess he's winning now against Nodirbek, like completely winning. I mean, I'm looking at it right over there, and so even if I beat him, it doesn't mean like top 2 are secured. I think Magnus, Nodirbek, right? So, sorry, Magnus, Wesley, yeah. Probably Wesley will get first and Magnus will get second. And so I don't know. I mean, I'll still try to do my best in the match, but it doesn't seem, it's a strange situation. Like if I win or if I lose the match, it maybe doesn't make a huge difference.
So you two just gonna enjoy that match tomorrow and play some fun chess?
Yeah, it seems like I can just enjoy it.
Well, thank you for stopping by. Congrats on securing a spot in the winner's bracket and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Gonna have some fun tomorrow, Fabiano Caruana. Back to you guys.
It must be nice to just be able to enjoy the match tomorrow, because we know not everyone is going to be in that chair, including the man who Fabiano just defeated in Armageddon. 93% accuracy to 91. We know it came down to the wire. It was super close, but you could see Fabiano talking about that mistake in claiming the draw, can't he? He's now done it a couple times. Your thoughts on, did that ever happen to you?
That's hard to do. You know what's funny? I mean, we reach end games, but I'm a very aggressive player, so usually we get mated, either me or them, usually. But it's hard to do that claim thing. And I'm glad that they have the little things there now. What is those?
Yeah, the move counter.
The move counters. Yeah, those are nice to have now, because now let me just check it, but he was wrong. But if they would have had it yesterday, maybe he may have maybe be able to claim against Abdusattorov there.
I do tend to agree with David's advice, though. Obviously, we're giving a little bit of advanced chess content for those who played tournament chess, that overall, I think you're more likely to regret not making a claim, because if you think you can hold a draw, giving a little bit of time to your opponent, not the end of the world. So Fabiano is beating himself up, but I don't really know that it's that necessary. So, all right, well, we're going to take a quick look at the standings here real quick, again, to remind you on Fabi's comments that he is safe That is true. Both Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, I believe, have clinched the fact that they are the top 2 seeds at this point. I hate saying stats on screen if I end up being wrong, but I'm pretty sure they've clinched, and I'm pretty sure Fabiano and Nodirbek are completely safe, and maybe even Maxime. But of course, a ton is coming down to the fact that Hikaru and Denis Lazavik, as fate would have it, are actually paired to play. Wow. And Alireza Firouzja gets Magnus Carlsen. Speaking of which, Firouzja is with Kaya right now.
Alireza Firouzja finishing the day with such an important match win. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it is. It was must win, so it was a lot of pressure. But yeah, I am happy to win this, and I don't expect much anyway from this tournament because it has to go really tomorrow. I have to win, so it's a tough day. It will be tomorrow.
You do have 2 players below you on the table, Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazavik. You do play Magnus Carlsen tomorrow for a chance to go through to the survival stage. So what are your thoughts on that crucial match?
Yeah, I think it's a must win for me. And he doesn't have pressure, so it will be a tough day. But yeah, I have to try, and we'll see. But yeah, my play was not very good in this tournament, so we'll see. But okay, Hikaru also didn't play good, so we both don't deserve to qualify. So we'll see how it ends.
I disagree. I think you deserve to go through. Good luck tomorrow, Alireza. That's going to be so exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Wow. Back to you guys in the studio.
Post-match, as you can see right there, really strange when someone wins playing less accurate chess. But from time to time, that can happen. And you see Alireza, he said it himself. He's like, I don't really think I played that well, but I got away with it. And here you are, sitting in a much better spot than Denis Lazavik is to move on. All right, well, we've looked at so much. We've made so many predictions. We all missed Levy this whole time. And, you know, I think we're going to have to continue to do things without Levy. If he was here, I might even put the glasses right on.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, what's up, guys? What's up, guys?
Where did you come from?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What's up, baby?
We don't even need these anymore.
How we doing? Great to see you, gentlemen.
We
Wesley,
got it, Wesley.
we do a nice little dap. There you go.
GothamChess is here.
Always great to be here with the guys.
Oh,
so you're with the guys, Levy Rosman. Levy, we've missed you.
Yeah. What the hell is... Get this.
You don't want to do that. I mean,
on,
we'll get
guys.
it later.
Guys, great job. Honestly, thank you for holding it down. Amazing studio. Have really enjoyed watching it in the house. But it's great to be here.
Yeah.
And I came on such an epic day.
Yeah.
You did.
So much wild chess. Oh, my goodness.
I'm going to let you take it away then, because you're here with the guy who maybe had the most epic game of the day. We'll let you ask him his first question. Obviously, the match with Magnus Carlsen was all the talk.
Yeah. Wow. I don't even know where to start. I hate asking this. I really don't like when interviewers ask this, but we always do. Like, how are you feeling right now? I just talked to you a little bit over there off camera. I said, what's inspiring you to play so well here, Wesley?
Well, it's incredible. I was honest when I said before the tournament started, I just want to finish in the top 6 and then try to make it. Like, doesn't matter to me whether it's losers or winners bracket. But yeah, I don't know. I give it to God, praise Jesus for giving me the wins, because I didn't do anything like different or specific. Like I played 2 tournaments in St. Louis. Then I had maybe 3 days to prepare, 3 days to work. Like I work a little bit, and then nothing too hard. And then I came in very relaxed, very happy. Like last year, I told myself I'll just do the same routine as I did exactly last year. Same place, and just do the same exact thing. Like get some exercise in the morning, not to prepare too much. Arrive an hour or an hour and a half. Like just hang out, just chill, relax, listen to some music, and play hard, make use of my chances, and surprisingly worked very well. Like never in my wildest dreams would I've ever imagined million years I would win my first 6 matches, especially with Magnus. Right. Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi. For tournament, I thought Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi are the clear favorites, but something went wrong with Hikaru clearly.
Did you hear that? He said exercise. This is Flexley So here. What you been eating? Man? What you doing every day? What's been working?
You're the one working out. I just do cardio, man. But you probably bench like what, 300?
Yeah, probably all three of y'all at the same time. Yeah, a lot of that. But what's actually exercise-wise, and like you said, preparing. So what kind of preparation is going into, like, what are you doing? It's definitely working for you, Wesley.
Yeah, well, you can say that, but I actually had a pretty difficult year. Like, I lost 16 rating points in the World Cup.
Okay.
So that made my candidate qualification. I got a pretty bad tournament there. And, I don't think I've won a tournament this year. So I really want to give my all for this last one.
You definitely are doing that.
And Danny's here to cheer me up. I mean, I rarely get to feed Danny.
Oh, Danny!
By the way, we can't spoil. We can't spoil the video hasn't played yet, but at some point I'll let you cash in what you won.
Oh,
in
yeah,
our party.
exactly. Yeah, my Danny date.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'll just keep it.
Now you're spoiling it, but I can't wait for people to see some of the photos.
Sorry for
you're
spoiling
good.
But I thought, you haven't published the video.
Yeah, it's coming out.
When are you planning to publish it?
It should be out ASAP, right? A lot of people want to know what we got up to in our little Christmas holiday party, so it'll be fun. But
no spoilers.
I'll jump in here and then we'll rotate again.
Yeah,
but
because I was actually planning to troll Anish.
Yeah.
But then I guess I can't spoil it, so I gotta wait for a video to come out first. Like what's the best Christmas present you ever had in your life, or the most memorable? And the answer is Anish. Well, but I can't spoil it yet. So
Wesley, I know. You're in a great space right now, so I'm not going to mess with your mindset more than anybody else would. Obviously, you need to stay right there, and I just want to say that seeing you confident, obviously focusing on having the right habits, the right approach to the game is clearly paying off. And and again, I just want to come back to the comments you made post interview with Kaya after you beat Magnus. You said that you decided to just throw caution to the wind. You knew that was your best hope.
Yeah.
Is that something you're gonna kind of put in your pocket for future opportunities, where you really put the kind of pressure on Magnus that, frankly, nobody ever puts that kind of pressure on Magnus? Maybe people should do it more often. And what are your thoughts about what happened with that?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Depends who your opponent is. But I think against Magnus, a direct attack is the best, because he's, as he said himself, he probably memorized like 10,000 games. I think that's what he said once. So he knows like a lot of different structures. Like I was worried he'd play like 1e4, e5 and just outplay me in a Rui Lopez. So I figured I got to go all in. Well, it depends who your opponent is. Like against Nodirbek, for example, he's a very aggressive player, so maybe the other way around. But would be a better approach. But yeah, I was thinking about the interview we did before the first day, and people have been saying my style has been too dry, and a change, to keep your chess career strong and going. I think you need to include flexibility. You need to learn new things, learn new openings. I remember Coach Noy said that. If you want to improve your chess, you need to learn new openings. Also, I've been watching, like obviously I follow all the games of my rivals, like in all the tournaments they play. And I've noticed like Hikaru has also been trying out all kinds of Sicilians. Fabi can play any opening. Magnus can play any opening. So that's clearly one of the secrets. You gotta be flexible.
And you've been watching GothamChess videos. That's what you're doing.
Listen, I hope so, but I also hope not. All right? The way he's playing here, I can definitely take some credit. But Wesley, I was going to ask you, I think a lot of the time when we say a chess player is struggling during the year, we really focus on the classical tournaments. Like you mentioned the World Cup, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of chess players play in the World Cup. The event here is 15-minute with like a it's a very different time format.
Yeah.
It's not Blitz, which I think a lot of people find too casual, too relaxed, too fun. It's also not classical, which I think when strong players get out of form, it can really spiral. Like they can lose 20, 30 points or something like that. So how do you find that balance to play 15-minute chess really well? Because it's not, you're not spending time practicing 15-minute chess online, Like Hikaru streams 3-minute Blitz, right? So is it just kind of like a blank slate? Do you just kind of comes naturally to you to play rapid so well?
Well, I think experience and learning from your past mistakes. Like, obviously, I also had terrible rapid tournaments. Like in St. Louis Rapid Blitz, I lost 3 games and won 1. So you kind of learn from your experience, learn as you go, learning from your past mistakes, what you did wrong, things, what you did right, you know.
Anything you can share specifically, like without giving away any secrets? Just is it a mindset thing? Is it certain openings? Is it just forcing yourself to move a little faster at critical moments?
Yeah, it's a combination of all the little details, but I believe, you know, it's still chess, but I believe Blitz, Rapid compared to Classical, it's all psychological. It's all about mindset, like as you say, forcing yourself to just move. Like you're never going to calculate perfectly, so sometimes you just got to trust your intuition and just make a move and be practical, be smart. Obviously, I'm not best at it, but be practical. You know, you're going to make mistakes in a speed game, so you just got to also understand that it's not just a tactical battle, also it's a positional battle. And also I figured it's not a good idea to spend too much time preparing for speed events, rapid blitz.
Yeah.
Because you can get an advantage out of the opening, but if you're not in good form, you're not going to convert it. And also I figured like if you just arrive very relaxed, very happy, play with nothing to lose, you know, and just give your all. And maybe also it's, you know, it's like for me it works well, but maybe also if you stick to the openings that you know, stick to the openings that you're very familiar with, because then it doesn't matter who has the advantage. It's about who's got more comfortable position, and also getting your opponents to positions or openings that they don't know very well. You can get a big advantage with that. I know many people, many coaches who say that, maybe not you, but many coaches say that in order to improve, you gotta keep solving, you know, because that's the way to improve. Like your brain is thinking, you're solving. But I like replaying like top level games. Like, you know, I like analyzing my rivals' games. Like I've been following all the big tournaments, and you know, you learn from them. You learn from them, and you learn how to play chess.
Well, I'm sure a lot of them are learning from you right now, Wesley, and wondering what they can do to get a piece of that Toronto vibe that you're bringing. So we're going to let you go.
Yes, thank
Congratulations.
you so much.
You're crushing it. Congrats on already securing the top seed.
I secured the first, yeah.
Okay,
Because
don't
of
take
the
my word
tiebreak,
for
yeah.
it. Maybe if you lose, Magnus wins. But you have secured a spot in the semifinals for sure.
Yes.
I believe you've secured the top seed.
Yeah,
and,
because of the tiebreaks.
Yeah, and because you already beat. Yeah, so you have, and either way.
So do I have to show up tomorrow?
You do have to show up for the first round. Do not do that to me.
Make sure.
That is not good content.
Okay.
Good content is
actually
you showing up.
fantastic content.
Although maybe, so show up for tomorrow.
Okay, I will.
Have a great night tonight. I might see you later. We'll cash that coupon.
Yes, thanks,
Yeah.
Danny.
All right,
Thanks, guys.
we're gonna take a look at who's playing.
Good to
but
see you.
but Wesley, you're awesome.
As always.
And
Thank you.
and all right.
Oh, and I mentioned if we ever do this again next year, make sure to hold in Toronto.
Okay, I will. I mean, I know how you feel about Toronto at this point. And there it is, Wesley. So he will show up versus Fabiano Caruana. Don't worry, fans. Tune in for that. But you've got Carlsen versus Firouzja, as you know, a huge matchup, and Nakamura versus Lazavik. Not taking anything away from Abdusattorov and Vachier-Lagrave. Obviously, both those guys have secured their spots, though. So really coming down to some interesting stuff there. And Levy, I guess I got to ask you which matchups you're most excited to see. Probably know the obvious too, but your thoughts on what's going into the mindset there from these players.
Yeah, so obviously the two matchups that I guess matter, let's say, are Hikaru versus Lazavik, which was a matchup that at the beginning of the event was supposed to be Hikaru gets it's like a round one equivalent of, let's say, a US Open in tennis.
Right.
But Lazavik has been a beast. He's drawing basically everybody.
Yeah.
Hikaru's in a must-win situation. And how about this? Magnus could lose to Firouzja, still make the semis probably, and Firouzja winning means that match doesn't even matter.
That's ridiculous.
How do you feel about that? Because that's nuts.
It is nuts, in fact.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings. It is interesting because I think one risk of that, actually no. I mean, obviously, if Magnus loses, even if Fabiano Caruana wins, I think Magnus still has the direct seed to the semis. Of course, I don't think any of these players are playing subterfuge, but it is really interesting meta when it comes to considering that if you're Magnus, you kind of hold the keys to Hikaru Nakamura's destiny right now.
Yeah, this is like in the playoffs, right? Like in the basketball playoffs or something, where you could lose to secure a better matchup or to affect the standings. I never believed that stuff.
Yeah.
But we're watching it play out in real time. I mean, I think Magnus is going to obviously show up and play his best, and because he wants to win, and he's probably unhappy that he didn't beat Wesley today. He wants to win as many matches as possible. But that is pretty goofy. I'm in shock. I'm in disbelief at Hikaru's performance. I mean, like I'm rooting for the guy in all these events, right? Like
every time.
But I don't know what to say. I'm blown away.
I mean, it hurts. It really hurts, you know, because I rock with Hikaru very hard. So when it hurts, I'm like, I'm out there like, oh, I feel it just as much as he does, right? So it really hurts to see.
Maybe tomorrow you pick Lazavik.
Okay, you're right. Let's do that.
Picked Hikaru.
Okay, boys, I've been sitting in my living room shocked at the unmitigated gall of y'all talking about these players
great content
in front of their face.
Oh, my
We know
goodness.
how sensitive chess players are. Like, this is a crazy. Can you imagine sitting here being told, I think he's going to lose?
Crush him every game.
Here's
100%.
Here's the deal. So there was a lot of discussion last night after what happened with Alireza. And obviously Magnus gave an interview where he's like, frankly, I like it. But
because he's the man.
Okay, he's got a different mindset.
That's what you
But
feel?
just for the record, we talked to all the players, and surprisingly, pretty much all of them were like, yeah, I don't mind it. I actually think it's kind of cool. That said, I didn't want to continue if a single player was no longer comfortable with it. We made a change. We're not going to do it for the rest of the event. We will pre-match predict as much as we can in the other room. That said, I also think it's interesting because I think overall, in other sports, people are aware of what the experts are saying and doing all the time.
Yeah.
This is a very intimate setting, I acknowledge. And we'll see what the future holds.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like I was watching Eagles Cowboys, right? Like they go through every. I root for the Cowboys. I really you got 8 picks for the Cowboys, 2 for the. Like you got to choose. You got to choose. And I respect what you said. It's important that the fans know.
Yeah.
You guys are talking to the players about every decision you make. This is not like a production decision. This is not because we're growing this all together.
Yep.
We're growing it with them. So
no, I really appreciate you saying that. We talked about that at the opening ceremony dinner. You're talking about, I think, a generation of people who are very much feel like we're all in this together, even if from time to time something happens that someone doesn't like, we talk it out.
Yep.
You know, we've got DMs with a heart emojis after you validate and hear the other person's side, and that's where we're at. It's really true. In the end, I feel pretty good about where we're going here. I feel pretty good that you're here.
Levy's here, guys. Levy's here.
You're sticking with us tomorrow. Your event got canceled, so you'll be here.
Oh, that was good. I did not. He had the hands class. He could have just. Oh my! This is why there's weight classes, man. Can't
He wasn't taking you down. Luckily, he was keeping it.
All right,
keeping
we're
it real.
not each other. Not chess, but when are you chess boxing? When's that?
It's coming up.
It's coming up.
We are working on that.
No, you were going to be in the chess boxing that got canceled. Can I reveal that?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, Canny was going to be in the chess boxing that got canceled for the record. So we actually didn't have an opponent for him. You know why? Because no one wanted to fight the man. So that was a different problem that Ludwig had. But again, we won't say more.
I mean, if they get to his size, they still got to be like 2,300 feet. Like they got like it's ridiculous. I mean, you got the size, but you could be 1,100 maybe. I mean, Kenty's going to checkmate you in 10 moves.
Ready.
Listen, we sizing all the people up out there. We're like 2,700, huh? How would you think?
I don't think anybody wants to fight Canny or Levy. Actually, if you look at social media these days. All right, I think we've crushed it. For those of you who don't know, tomorrow is going to be the most epic day in Champions Chess Tour history of every year we've ever had. You start off with the last round of the round robin, and we move right to the survival gauntlet. We're talking about a 4-match day tomorrow. If they go to Armageddon, we're going to be here all night, boys. So everyone get some rest. Stick with us. We're going to let everyone have a great night. Thank you to the whole crew from Oslo to Toronto. This is chess.com. This has been the 2023 Champions Chess Tour. Make sure you tune in bright and early. We'll see you for the round robin conclusion and the survival stage. See you then.
He should be very happy with what he's got out of the opening. What on earth is that?
Bang. Nice sacrifice.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the dark square bishop has been a holy beast.
But you have to beat him in every move, and Wesley has done it. Magnus Carlsen resigns. Oh, and Hikaru Nakamura, he gets up, he resigns. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he reacts, he knows he's done it. He gives up, he resigns, shake hands, and Fabiano Caruana gets another win in the bag.